Doom is often referred to as being the granddaddy of the first-person shooter genre. Unless you think that title should belong to Wolfenstein in that case, then Doom is still your FPS dad. But if you're like me, someone who was born after Doom rocked the market, you might not know how big of a deal this game was back then, or at the very least, you might take it for granted, like it was some prime example that was dropped from the heavens and other devs took inspiration from it. Or at least that's about all the thought that I gave into it for a good while. But it's not like it just came out of the blue and dropped onto our laps by the Tale of Two Johns like many of us younger folks may have thought. Doom was a product of evolution, time, trial and error, and about an $11,000 cashier's check made in the state of Wisconsin. Frankly, the story on the path to Doom is quite a long one, and far from id Software's first endeavor, with it technically being the 5th first-person shooter they've made, though back then they weren't called first-person shooters, they were just considered 3D. 3D, 3D, 3D. Even though these games weren't technically 3D, if anything they were just glorified top-down shooters with some fancy smoke and mirrors, but with enough fancy coding to really warrant the 3D subtitle, cause some of these appear to be pretty damn close. Have you ever heard of the saying, fake it till you make it? There's plenty of things that the previous id engines couldn't really do. Nothing really moved vertically. Every corner has a sharp 90-degree angle turn to it, and the y-axis practically didn't exist. Both problems that Doom would later fix. We've got corners with wider angles, we've got elevators, we've got things that move in the y-axis. Thank you, John Romero, for helping me get to my apartment. This was pretty ambitious at the time, and it could have been so much more if things went according to plan. John Carmack, lead programmer at id Software, wanted Doom to feel more like their weekly Dungeons & Dragons rap sessions brought to life, spanning a large open world with cinematics and a deep story with multiple characters lovingly crafted by former id employee Tom Hall, who would later leave id during the development of Doom due to creative differences, and would later use the concept he created for Doom's story to create Rise of the Triad. He also co-founded the studio Ironstorm that would later go on to create, in my opinion, one of the greatest games of all time.
Oh my god, JC, a bomb!
But with such an expansive Doom Bible written out, almost none of it was actually used. The open world that John Carmack yearned for was dropped in favor of more traditional levels. You're at point A, find point B, and kill some enemies along the way. I wouldn't exactly call it linear. Doom's maps are far from linear, but it's nothing that, say, Wolfenstein, for example, hasn't seen before, with the concept of multiple characters and story cinematics being dropped entirely. So with id going back to the traditional formula that made their previous titles work, they really had to whip up something that caressed my thighs the way that other guy couldn't. And so did they deliver? Yes. This game is fucking awesome, and it makes me really envy that I never really had it in my childhood. I grew up in a fairly religious household, and if my parents caught me playing this back in the day, I wouldn't say that it's a coincidence that most of Doom takes place in where I'd be going. I did think that I was playing Doom as a kid, but in reality I was playing Doom Troopers for the Super Nintendo, a game that to this day I still think was a weird fever dream, but I thought I was playing Doom. I always admired the series from a distance, with it showing up prominently in pop culture. Even the Muppets got in with parodying Doom with the Swedish Chef. That's how you know you've made it in this industry. It wasn't until Doom 2016 that I had my first ever hands-on experience with the franchise, and I loved it so much that I wanted to dive into its past and experience all of the main previous entries in the series, starting with Ultimate Doom on Steam. With the initial release of Doom, it wasn't available in retail. You had to send in a check to id Software and they'd mail you the game back in a box. The Ultimate Doom, though, was basically the modern-day equivalent of a Game of the Year edition. It came with the expansion content on top of the base game, but it was available on retail, including Steam later down the line. But because I entered the PC gaming scene well after Doom came out, I mean, I wasn't even alive in 1993. My spoiled eyes were confused, to say the least. I didn't really get into PC gaming until around 2010. Until then, it was just emulators and mediocre freeware games. And whatever game this is. So this was a bit outside my comfort zone. I'm totally fine with not being able to look up and down in a game where the y-axis doesn't really matter, But moving forward when my mouse moved forward was a bit awkward. This is when I stumbled across GZ Doom, and I'll be blunt, I'm not very cultured when it comes to programming, so if anything I say is incorrect, please feel free to educate me in the comments. I know that might sound sarcastic, but I'm honestly interested to hear what people have to tell me. But in layman's terms, GZ Doom allows for the game to scale to modern monitor resolutions. Modern monitor. Try saying that 10 times fast. Modern monitor, nope. Adjust the lighting to be much smoother, and allows different rendering options that doesn't affect the game itself in terms of physics and gameplay outside of giving you the option to jump, which wasn't really in the original game. So I'll be having it off for the rest of this video for consistency's sake. But since this is essentially a higher res port, I'll be using this for the rest of the review, and its sequel Doom 2 in a future video. I'm sure that GZ Doom might have some small tweaks that'll make the Doom purists personally show up to my door and rip out each one of my facial hairs one by one, but as it stands, this is good enough for me. Also, your cursor is replaced with this cute little bunny head that is totally alive and is no way a grotesque image shown to us later in the game. And good thing the gameplay isn't hindered, because even today, 2.5 decades later, this is some of my favorite enemy design that I've experienced in a first-person shooter, except for, well, the obvious upgrade, of course. On the surface, way back then, I always thought Doom's appeal came from, oh hell yeah! Heavy metal, killing demons, There's honestly a lot more to it than that, though I do think that the demonic aesthetic of Doom and its heavy metal midis does help a bunch. The game itself is very coordinated, introducing new enemy types as the game progresses through its first and second episodes to keep you alert of what's around every metaphorical corner, sometimes literal. You start off with just a pistol, and your first enemies are these hit-scanning zombie soldiers. They don't do a lot of damage, but can instantaneously pin some damage on you if you're in their line of sight. They're not too dangerous, but you know they can hurt you even if they're just a few dinks on the arm. And then they introduce the imps, larger enemies that take more punishment but fire slower moving projectiles, but as long as you keep moving in a single direction, you can't really get hit by them. So right off the bat, you have some unique enemy variety. You've got the hit scanners that can slowly whittle away your health if they could see you, and the imps that punish you for staying in a single spot, forcing you to sort of weave around the imps' fireballs so you can focus fire on the smaller guys that are keeping pressure on you. And this is just in the first level. You can find the shotgun early in this first stage thanks to Doom's large plethora of secrets scattered around each level. Most of these just boil down to brownie points. You don't get anything special for finding every secret in the game, but sometimes they can offer bonuses like getting weapons earlier than you're meant to, extra health, ammo, special upgrades like the Berserk power-up which amplifies your melee damage, to the auto map which will completely fill in the level's map in case you need some sense of direction. And since this game technically doesn't have a third dimension, you can play this like a top-down shooter, you just can't see enemies. Plenty of times you're rewarded for your curiosity, like if you see a rad suit in a path of acid or something, you often get rewarded for exploring what's over there. Though some secrets sort of come out of nowhere. I just shot this wall and found that you can get the early chainsaw on the second level of the first episode. I had no idea how you were supposed to get this, I never looked it up, I found it out on complete accident when I was recording footage after I recorded the voiceover. Sorry if this voice audio sounds a bit different, it's just I had this happen just now. I am filled with so many different feelings. On one hand, this makes me want to go through the map and shoot every single wall I can find in hopes of finding more secrets, but at the same time, it's like, really? That's all it took to get that? I've always wondered how the heck you're supposed to get that. In GZ Doom, the map can also highlight which colored doors require which colored keycards, which are as basic as they sound, but I'm almost positive that this is new for id shooters. You need a blue key for the blue door, you need a yellow card for the yellow door, and come on, we've been working with keys and doors since Zelda. This isn't much new for video games. But the first episode of Doom, Knee Deep in the Dead, which you can get for free back in the day, is a great demonstration of the enemy and weapon variety this game has to offer. In episode 1 on its own, you encounter the Pinkies, which don't have any projectiles but just rush at you, their cloaked variants the Spectres, which in GZ Doom aren't too bad, but in the vanilla version of Doom, these bastards are near invisible, the Imps who stay further away and lob fireballs at you, and 2 variants of hit scanners. It's not a lot, but with an enemy variety like this, you often have to prioritize whoever you think is the bigger threat in a room, running around and avoiding all the other demons while you deal with the bigger threat. One of the reasons I think that the enemy design in Doom works so well is because with demons, you kind of have that creative freedom to do whatever the hell you want. You're not really restricted to humans like Wolfenstein. Personally, I like to get the hit scanners out of the way first before I deal with anyone else. I can dodge these guys, but you can't really dodge hit scanners. This sort of feeling is brought all the way into the final level of episode 1, where they introduce the Barons of Hell, who you would think would be boss characters, but are in fact a new enemy type that we'd be seeing plenty of later down the line. But here in this first encounter, it's an exhilarating match where you haven't really encountered anything as tough as these guys before, and though there's 2 of them, there's that really rewarding feeling as soon as you take a single one of them down. Defeating the Barons leads you into a scripted area where you're ambushed by demons and given our first explicit piece of story for the game, ending on a bit of a cliffhanger, which makes sense because this was basically the demo of the game back in the day. A lot of the story that prefaces this game is really only available in the manual if you have it, so because I got this game digitally, I'm getting most of my information from the Doom wiki. Our protagonist was apparently trying to stop a demonic invasion of a moon base, specifically Phobos, one of Mars's 2 moons, and our unnamed character, often referred to as Doom Guy in the community, was sent here after assaulting a superior officer. Serving here as sort of a punishment of sorts when, oh no, demons, all my friends are dead. And there you go. There's your exposition. Go, go. Bada bing. Get your shotgun, kill your demons. And not that it really matters though, the only thing that really changes from a gameplay perspective are the textures found around the map. You either get the demonic aesthetic or the moon-based aesthetic. From episode 2 onwards, each level is basically an obstacle course with rising difficulty. Kill demons, open secrets, collect keycards, promptly dispose of said keycards after the level is done, find a new enemy type that's a bit trickier to kill, find a new weapon shortly after, and wowza, look at that! That new enemy is seemingly easier to beat with that new weapon. Why did I say it like that? And that's not really a bad thing. Take the Cacodemon for example, the mascot of Doom. I knew about this thing's existence way before I even knew what Doom was.
I bet this thing could release some serious cacodemons.
Basically take the imps who hurl slower moving projectiles at you and make them a lot more aggressive. But they've got a larger hitbox to make them a bit easier to prioritize than a horde of other demons. That's one thing that I really like about Doom. Whenever they introduce a new demon type with a newish style to attack the player, they usually introduce them in a way so you can just focus on what you're currently dealing with. A nice way of teaching the player as you go along. However, because this is the beginning of episode 2, by the time we encounter our first Cacodemon, we don't really have much of an arsenal to take it on, and that's because at the end of each episode, Mr. John Doom discards all of his weaponry from the previous episode. Sure, this is easy to mock, kind of like the beginning of each new Metroid game, but I think that this was actually a really smart decision, making each episode feel a bit fresh. I know it really sucks to have to go find your weapons again, but this allows for these teaching moments like with the Cacodemon, and actually lets you experience what to expect from these guys. This encounter would go completely differently if you had the chain gun, specifically because they have a pain chance of about 50%. What's a pain chance, you might ask? A pain chance is one of Doom's many RNG elements. Every time an enemy is hurt in some way, there's a fraction of a chance that that enemy will have their behavior completely reset by going, "Wait, did you just shoot me?"
Threat to be credible, you have. Holy no, you didn't.
Most of the enemies in the game have about a 50% or higher pain chance, so the chain gun can essentially stun lock almost any main level enemy into submission. Meanwhile, the tougher enemies like the Barons have a much lower pain chance, so you want to use something a bit more damaging. I wouldn't really call this a game of rock, paper, scissors because technically any weapon can deal damage to any demon, but there's certain weapon types that just work better for certain situations. You can take down a group of imps with just a shotgun, sure, but a rocket launcher will make much faster work of them. And if you're in a room with a single Cacodemon, you can conserve ammo by just using a chain gun or the chainsaw even. But if you're in a larger room with a horde of demons, including multiple Cacodemons, it might be better to break out the rocket launcher as well, or the plasma rifle, assuming you can hear the game! Or you could just whip out the trusty BFG 3000 and disintegrate everything around you. What does the BFG stand for? Well, if you're watching the 2005 Doom movie, Bioforce Gun.
I've got 1 round.
Damn, that's quite the weapon variety. A hell of an upgrade, no pun intended, to Wolfenstein where every new weapon was basically a flat upgrade to the last. I guess every new weapon has their purpose. Well, yes and no. Some weapons are just full-on upgrades to others, making the last weapon completely outmoded. For example, the chain gun. This uses pistol ammo, and basically acts like a faster firing pistol, so there's no reason to switch back to the pistol once you have this thing. But it's really the only weapon in the game with that dramatic of a shift. The chainsaw will completely overwrite your melee attacks, so you can't even go back to punches and kicks if you wanted to. The BFG, though, uses plasma gun ammo, and given that the BFG is more used as a panicky, I really wish I didn't have to deal with all of these demons sort of gun, I'm fine with this sort of exchange, risking some plasma ammo to kill everything in the room quickly. You might have noticed that I haven't really been talking about the progression very much since we beat episode 1, and that's honestly because after episode 1 is finished and the game stops introducing new demons, the game starts to plateau for me. Each level in the game feels like an obstacle course with a few minor gimmicks, but these last 2/3 of the game really start to feel samey. The combat is interesting enough to keep me hooked and wanting to finish the chapter, but I feel like all of this could have been fixed. Maybe in the sequel? Killing the same enemy types and solving the same puzzles and hearing the same midis over and over can only keep me hooked for so long. Man, let's talk about that music real quick. Some of the songs like E1M1 or Episode 1 Map 1, an absolute classic. A track so easily recognizable and heavily associated with the franchise that sounds great in almost every version of the game it's played on. So it's a shame that I can't say the same about the PS1 version of the game, because it's just not in that version of the game. A version that, in my opinion, is the most interesting aside from the original PC version and contains both Doom 1 and Doom 2 as a single experience. The PS1 version of Doom sacrifices its kick-ass music in exchange for a more haunting, atmospheric soundtrack. I'd say this is worse, but I suppose it's really just a matter of preference, given that the back of the box claims that John Romero says it's the best version of Doom out there. Big thanks to Elliot for showing off his long Doom box. I'm really jealous of this. I'm not gonna steal it, I swear. What do you mean? Oh, that theme song, man. It has a completely original theme song, and it is fantastic. Though it's not a perfect soundtrack, plenty of the songs in Doom do stand the test of time. Deep in the Code, though, for example, is a song that I feel like the first time you hear, it sounds so hilariously off-key that I couldn't help but laugh the first time I heard it. But perhaps because of immersion or something, I started to fall in love with this track later on, but it really felt as if it was almost a parody of itself, because it arguably was. The track Deep into the Code borrows heavily from Slayer's Behind the Crooked Cross, a great song on its own, but really makes Deep into the Code feel like one of those MIDI versions of songs you download off janky websites. I don't know if that counts as plagiarism. A ton of songs in Doom were heavily inspired by bands like Slayer, Pantera, Metallica, and yeah, I really had to do my research for this. I was aware of these bands, and I would listen to them in passing if they ever came up on like Pandora or in a friend's car when they were manning the aux cable. But these are some pretty solid songs, definitely gonna expand my music library after this. At the end of Doom 2, we encounter our first unique boss, the Cyber Demon, whose entire strategy is to fire rockets at you, so as long as you keep moving in a single direction, it literally cannot hit you. Pro tip: to defeat the Cyber Demon, shoot it until it dies. Yes, that is an actual quote from a real strategy guide. With the Cyber Demon defeated, who apparently was the one who completely destroyed Deimos, the other Mars moon, you find that Deimos has been floating over Hell this whole time. So yes, you were in Hell, just not land native to Hell, and our protagonist, Jeffrey Dodongo, is ready to escape Hell despite it being never really heard of. I really like these little tidbits at the end of the game, describing in second person what Doom Guy is doing. Its bare bones way of storytelling really adds to the charm, being forced to use your imagination to picture the scenario that Jason Dongleberry is in, and it kinda reminds me of Dungeons and Dragons with how it's described. And we'll learn more about that final situation in the final episode of Doom Inferno. Episode 3 is sort of the final stretch. Aside from having to rediscover your weapons, there's really not more that the game throws at you, aside from really shoving the hell aesthetic right in your face. Proceeding in this chapter is more a matter of skill rather than not having the right weapon until after you've encountered the right demon. Though I think that this is a good idea, it does get a bit repetitive, treating the final third of the game as sort of a gauntlet, a test of skill and puzzles. Maybe it's because I'm a bit dense in the head, but some of these puzzles just made no sense to me, with some of them feeling like they got solved from what felt like absolutely nothing. There's plenty of times where doors just wouldn't open and then opened for what felt like almost no reason, which I guess is a win-win overall, but if anything it left me kind of confused.
Ah, so you're the mastermind around here. Alright, King, how would you like a taste of my shooting?
Oh, it's gonna be like that, is it? Well, why don't you taste my pee?
Why did my voice crack like that? With the mastermind defeated, a portal back to Earth is opened, and Mr. Jongus Dongus jumps through, finally ready to go home and... They killed Chuckleberry Douglas's pet rabbit!
You son of a bitch, you lied to me!
Well, don't you fret, because assuming that you're playing the ultimate Doom, you have one free bonus chapter in the form of Thy Flesh Consumed. Do I really have to do this? So Thy Flesh Consumed is the expansion episode for Doom, and to list a few positives, it does include a few experimental features that would be used prominently in its sequel Doom 2, like faster doors and hellish earthly skies, but that's it. Thy Flesh Consumed is so fucking hard, but not the fun kind of hard. Its difficulty borders on the totally unfair at times, and some of the first few levels are harder than the later levels, especially the stage that's filled to the brim with hit-scan shotgunners. Alright, I know I've used the term hit scan a few times in this video, so I feel like I should explain what that means. Basically, instead of firing an actual projectile, the game checks the trajectory of the weapon itself, and since there's no real y-axis in this game, it's really just a straight line, whatever is in that path will take instantaneous damage. It doesn't matter how far away you are from these guys, you will take instant damage as long as you're in their line of sight. And they are scattered all over this map, from top to bottom. This stage was frustrating as hell, but it was still beatable. No pun intended, I said hell. Just expect to see Doom Guy's face bloodied up for the most of it. A nice little health indicator that you could just glance at if you're in active combat and can't really take the time to read numbers. It's not perfect, but it gets the job done, even though it was technically also in Wolfenstein, but if it ain't broke. GZ Doom does also allow you to turn this off, which is kind of nice. It does add a new sort of immersive aspect to the game, but it's not required. E4M6, or Episode 4 Map 6, I just didn't have the patience to beat and felt like I had to use one of Doom's many cheat codes to help me through it, namely IDDQD, this game's code for God mode. I did this because my patience was really starting to wear thin, and I needed an excuse to talk about the cheat codes. I couldn't for the life of me figure out what I was supposed to do until I found out that this teleporter you take will take you to a different location depending on which direction you enter it from. Okay, that's totally cool. Good on you, John Romero. You figured out how to make a teleporter do new shit that the other previous teleporters couldn't. But here's the problem. How the fuck was I supposed to figure this out? And by the time you do figure it out, you get... Oh, God! This is actually the second cyber demon that shows up in Thy Flesh Consumed. Though the first one wasn't mandatory to kill, you could even lure some Kako demons in to draw aggro. It's a nice little detail. It helps the world feel more alive, or hell, I guess. And though you don't have to kill the cyber demon, as soon as this door opens with all these Kako demons, a door opens at the other end of the map, allowing you to telefrag the cyber demon. Telefrag, to kill another being by teleporting into the space that they are occupying. This is used a lot in id games. It's how you kill the final boss in Quake. I'm sorry, maybe it's just burnout, but this episode is not doing it for me so far. This wasn't my first time playing this chapter. I honestly have no idea how I beat this the first time without any sort of cheat codes, cause this just wasn't that fun to me. I was playing on Hurt Me Plenty, this game's version of normal difficulty, and for those new to the channel, I prefer to play on normal if given the option, because I feel like normal difficulty is how the game should normally be, you know? I do respect that there are easier and harder difficulty options, I just prefer to play on normal if I'm going to evaluate the game on its own. The hardest difficulty though is something else here in Doom. Nightmare difficulty sees an entirely new enemy placement, more aggressive enemy types, and demons that can get resurrected after a set amount of time, so it is just straight up impossible to get all demons killed at the very end. This was really fun, but I couldn't even beat stage 3 in the first episode. I couldn't imagine doing a full run of this. I'm sure it's possible though. The end of episode 4 sees a more difficult rematch with the Spider Mastermind, only really harder because it's in a smaller, more cramped space, and there's a bunch more demons fighting alongside the Mastermind. So getting them to turn on each other made this much more entertaining of a fight. Defeating the Mastermind for the second time sees a cliffhanger for Donald Don Ronald. Did I actually put that in my script? I did. Swearing his vengeance on the Legion of Hell for taking his pet rabbit away from him, with the next step being Hell on Earth. Doom 1 was a near universal success, with the game being installed on more computers than Windows 95 at the time. And with the first game ending on a cliffhanger with demons invading Earth and slaughtering the pet rabbit of our protagonist Jorg and Dorg... I'm not doing that again. id Software had to work their ass off if they wanted to meet the demand for a sequel.
And oh boy did they! I'm straight up not having a good time.
There's only 4 buttons on the Game Boy, how do I change weapon?
You have to press L and R, and then look up or down. I don't like this. Ah!
I don't like this port. I'm just kidding. It's Doom 2. Both Johns cracked their knuckles and the boys at id got to work. And how long did it take to make this sequel to one of the greatest selling PC games of all time? About 11 months. Doom 2 runs on the exact same engine that Doom 1 ran on and reuses every enemy, every weapon, and uses both bosses from the original as normal recurring enemies, while adding just enough to the game to help it stand out. While Doom 1 had the Zombie Man, Shotgun Guy, Imp, Pinky, Spectre, Baron of Hell, Cacodemon, Lost Soul, Spider Demon, and Cyber Demon, Doom 2 adds 8 more demons on top of the base 10. This nearly doubles the enemy count, which, let's put a pin in that for later because I'll be coming back to that. Because of Doom 2's short development cycle, there's really not a lot to talk about before jumping into the game itself. But I can talk about some of the things that I forgot to talk about with the first game, namely this man, John Carmack. I brought him up in passing, but I really didn't give him enough credit. This man is an absolute fucking genius. When a game-breaking bug was discovered just before the first game's launch, John Carmack stepped in and fixed that shit within minutes. He compared software patents to robbery, releasing the source code for Doom and Wolfenstein so that other developers could improve on the foundation that they created. When the source code for Quake 1 leaked ahead of time, a fan used it to create a port of the game to Linux, and John Carmack helped the team create an officially produced Linux port of Quake. The dude ate a medium pepperoni pizza from Domino's almost every day at id Software for nearly 15 years, and brought a goddamn whiteboard to QuakeCon, and gave a lecture about the physics of light for an hour and a half, and everyone listened! And do you know why? Because he is John motherfucking Carmack. This man's my new hero. I also got one other thing wrong in my first Doom video. I didn't realize that the Ultimate Doom came out after Doom 2. I realized that after I published the video. Ultimate Doom came out in 1995, while Doom 2 released in 1994, meaning Thy Flesh Consumed is more of a prequel that raises a few more questions. Since this episode was made to entice people to play Doom 2, why not include some of the Doom 2 monsters? Maybe at the end of the episode as a teaser. I don't know, but at the end of the episode it still tells us that our next step is Hell on Earth, and damn it, that's where we're gonna be going next. Ooh, that's spooky. Once again, I am using the GZ Doom source port, and if you want to know more about that, then check out my video on the first Doom. Look at the corner for that little card thing. I don't know how that works. And I will be using another mod called Smooth Doom. It's a mod that simply adds more frames of animations to weapons and enemies. And that's it. It just makes the animations look nicer. The graphics in this game are on par with Doom 1, so I'd be saying the exact same thing, so why not make it look nice, you know? Also, Smooth Doom disables the little HUD here with Doom Guy's head. That's normally in Doom 2, but that might help you guys know if I'm talking about Doom 2 or Doom 1. If you don't see the HUD down there, I'm talking about Doom 2. The first notable change from Doom 1 is that there's no episode select. You just jump right in. Doom 1's episodic structure has been completely omitted in favor of a single linear experience. As a result, short story exposition moments seemingly come out of nowhere. That neat map you had to give you an indicator of progress throughout the episode has been replaced with a static image of a nice skull smoothie. And as a result, the game can feel like it's going on forever if you don't know how many levels are in the game. It's 32, by the way, 30 if you don't count secrets. The opening level in Doom 2 functionally is very similar to E1M1 in the first game, even down to the early weapon secret and enemy types, though there are no episodes, so it's just called Map 01. The only big difference between this and E1M1 is that if you immediately walk left, you could get the chainsaw just waiting there for you. And since there's no split episodes and no point in the game where you lose all of your weapons, you have the chainsaw for the entire rest of your adventure.
Alright kids, that was fun. Did you enjoy the first level of Doom 2? Oh, you say it's too similar to Doom 1? Will y'all mind if I...
Ladies and gentlemen, the super shotgun.
Yes! Yes!
This weapon of mass demon slaying is one of the biggest factors that separates Doom 1s from the Doom 2s. Can it completely slaughter a huge group of hit scanners in one click? Check. Can it one-shot demons that normally took 2 or 3 shotgun shots in the first game? Check. Does it sound like Queen's We Will Rock You if you hold down mouse 1?
Buddy, you're a boy, make a big noise, playing in the street, gonna be a big man!
Oh hey, he's new.
I am heavy weapons guy.
These are the heavy gunners. Heavy! The first of the new enemy types you'll be encountering in your adventure. Because of the super shotgun laying waste to demons that would normally give you a hard time in Doom 1, you gotta add some harder demons to compensate. That's just how balance works. If this was Doom 1, I'd be shitting myself right now. I'm already terrified of the shotgun hit scanner, so the heavy gunners just feel like a reasonable addition. They're still irritating as fuck though, even with the super shotgun. It just makes them more satisfying to blast though.
Oh jeez, they're throwing barons at me this early in the game?
Is exactly what I thought until I got a closer look. No, these shameless recolors are actually the Hell Knights, just easier versions of the Baron, effectively making them a beefier version of imps, I guess? And wow, these levels are neat too. They're fucking huge. Just look at the scale going on here. There weren't really levels like this in the first game, and as a result, you need 32 megabytes of RAM just to run Doom 2, as opposed to the first game's 8 megabytes of RAM. That's not a lot in today's world. I have 16 gigabytes of RAM, and I guess that's not even a lot compared to modern games. But at the time, that's still requiring 4 times as much RAM as the previous game, letting Doom 2 have bigger groups of demons, bigger maps, twice as many demon types, and a huge jump in music quality. I can't exactly place it. I prefer the soundtrack of Doom 1 over Doom 2, but overall the quality of Doom 2's soundtrack is just way better. And at no point in the game do I feel like I'm listening to a mutilated MIDI version of a Metallica song, and that alone is an accomplishment. The music doesn't feel as heavy as the first games with music that could easily be mistaken with elevator music. But there's still a few tracks that really get my head bopping, with my personal favorite being Map 9's track, Into Sandy City. Though with music, I gotta bring up Andrew Hulshult. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. This dude did metal covers of the entire Doom 1 soundtrack and part of Doom 2's, breathing new life into songs that otherwise I've found kinda difficult to listen to in the original SC55 music font. The guy ended up doing the soundtrack to the Doom-inspired game Dusk, which I got as a gift, but I haven't really touched yet. And he was recently brought in by id themselves to do the soundtrack for Quake Champions. Say what you want about this game, I love it. You know who else makes some really dope Doom covers though? This guy, Miles Elker. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. This dude's crazy talented and happens to make metal just the way I like it. Prong. this guy did that new metal cover of my theme you heard at the beginning. I'll include a link to his work in the pinned comment as usual. Oh, and speaking of demon types...
Revenant!
Revenant. Noun. A person who has returned, supposedly, from the dead. Uses? Punch.
God damn it!
I love these guys so much. They're so stupid. They're just a skeleton with a vest wearing pants,
Oh, wait, that's blood.
a shoulder-mounted rocket launcher, and will just straight up sock you in the jaw. I love him so much. Finishing the stage that introduces us to the Revenant also gives us our first story dump. Yada yada, destroy the heart of the demon outpost, starport demons. Ah! Chunky cyber demon! So it looks like the demons have been merging their technology with ours, and Tiny over here looks like a more compact version of the cyber demon. This time sporting flamethrowers instead of instant rocket launchers, which is pretty cool. You don't take burn damage, so it's functionally the same, they just don't explode. You take a boss, squish them down, and get a baby version of it. Well, as long as they didn't do the same thing to the mastermind, god damn it!
I'm baby.
So that's most of the new demon types out of the way. We've got a couple more to talk about down the line, but for now I just want to talk about this level, Tricks and Traps. I really wasn't the biggest fan of this level. There's a ton of trial and error in its traps. There's this neat room full of cacodemons and they all come out of the walls, and that's really cool, but you don't need to be here, or it's a trap. Oh, god damn it. But you do need to be here. Okay, that's really cool and all, seeing the cyber demons getting overpowered by the barons of hell, but why is the cyber demon here? Just gonna make that giant, terrifying boss from the first game a recurring enemy? Okay. At least I got the super shotgun. This is not a drill. The barons have escaped captivity. I repeat, the barons have escaped. I wish that's where my problems with this level ended, but no, you gotta go use that yellow key you got from this room with the cyber demon, where you're flanked by a bunch of imps just to get the red key, but if you fall down the lava here, you are fucked. You have to die in order to respawn. Hope you didn't have invincibility. I should also bring up that during my run of Doom 2, I didn't save at all in the middle of a level. I did this a lot in Doom 1, and then I realized that this didn't help me get better at the game. The reason I got so good at games like Mega Man X is because that when I played the game growing up, if I died, I gotta go back to the beginning, you know? You didn't have save states on the original console. This is the same philosophy that I brought into recording Doom 2 that I didn't use in Doom 1. If I die at any point in this level, I'm gonna start it over. I want to say that for the record, there's nothing wrong with doing this. You do you. However, this only made me falling into a trap just before the exit all the more frustrating. Doom 2 is very dickish with its trap. You found a secret, it says as it puts me in a room with another cyber demon!
No, get away from me! No, don't pick him up!
These are the Archviles, spawns of Satan himself. They could smack you with an absolutely devastating hit scan attack that takes a bit to charge up, which can either be perceived as a telegraph or a guarantee that you're about to be launched a couple hundred feet into the sky. After flicking the nose of Mr. Totally Rad Skeleton Man, you stopped the demonic invasion of Earth and successfully evacuated everyone to Mars. What? Okay, I get it. That leaves nothing but demons on Earth for you to super shotgun. But where are all the people gonna go? Mars is small and I don't think there's enough oxygen to keep people alive. Doom Guy, I really hope you thought this through. But oh, ain't that convenient. The source of the demonic invasion is in your hometown! And this is my least favorite part of the game, the goddamn city levels. Sure, they're huge and probably need a beefy computer at the time to run something like this. Good on them. They made something giant, but fuck these levels. They are so goddamn tedious. These portals don't mean jack shit. There's a giant arrow on the floor that tells you where to go, because I guess they didn't know how to make it obvious enough.
Alright, who left the portal to hell in the basement?
Oh, I forgot about you. So these are the pain elementals. Remember the lost souls from the first game? Arguably the least annoying enemies in the game, so I thought. It's as if the people at id went, how can we make them more annoying? Oh, I got it. Let's take these little meatballs and make them shoot out lost souls instead of fireballs. And when it dies, it spawns more of them. Luckily, sometimes they just die as soon as they spawn. It's apparent that hell even hates them too, considering that they're just locked up in this one hell level. They even put a BFG right next to them as if the people at id are going, okay, I know you hate these guys here. This one's on me. On this other obnoxious city level, I did find a secret that took me to a secret Wolfenstein level. Oh, that's pretty cool. This was really worth the hassle of the industrial zone.
You ever wanted to know who would win in a fight between the Mastermind and the Cyber Demon? There you go. Oh, God, no!
Oh, hey, look at that. That's pretty. Before the final boss of the game, you do get this really cool stage. It's a large, wide open area that features nearly every enemy type in the game, minus the Spider Mastermind. You've got some revenants acting as a turret, and a well built up to rematch with a cyber demon that doesn't feel shoehorned in. I can't exactly put my finger on it, but something is setting off the red flags here. I can't tell if it's the megasphere, the mutilated bodies on the wall, or the wall of the infinite damned.
Dude, sick heavy metal album cover, bro.
So this is the icon of sin. I think it's the closest the Doom universe has to Satan. It's just a head bolted to a wall, and it spits out loot boxes out of its brain to spawn basically every non-boss demon you've encountered in the game. All you have to do is trek to the top of this area, flick the sunglasses skeleton man, ride the pillar all the way up to the top, and pump rockets right into its exposed brain. Okay, saying that out loud, that's metal as fuck. The icon of sin shrivels up and thrashes its limbs for miles, so I'm guessing there's supposed to be more of it there and we're just seeing the head? Well, maybe I'll just no-clip inside and— John Romero!
To win the game, you must kill me, John Romero.
Unfortunately, the ending is just as short as the icon of sin, with a short text blurb saying that rebuilding the world will be more fun than destroying it. I don't know, maybe it's just a bit underwhelming, especially compared to the first game's ending. I love that ending so much. The music, the cliffhanger, it's just perfect. At least the credit sequence is pretty cool, getting a roll call for all of the demons seen in the adventure. This was fun. I admit I enjoyed Doom 2 a lot more than I did when I first played it all those many years ago. Maybe I just needed a break. When I first played Doom 2, I jumped into it right after beating the first Doom, and as a result, I saw the game as nothing more than just an expansion. There are some expansions, like Final Doom and the master levels of Doom 2, but when I tried to run them, I don't know what's happening. It just does everything the first Doom did, and did it way, way better. But if you're gonna jump into this, I do suggest taking a break if you just beat Doom 1. Sadly enough, I feel like I should have more to talk about, but there's honestly not a lot that I could bring up here with Doom 2 without repeating some of what I said in the first video. So 2 years after the release of Doom 2 in 1994, John Romero, when he wasn't deathmatching with fans and getting himself kicked out of the company, approached a small group of modders called TNT to bring them on to produce Doom 2's final expansion, aptly named Final Doom. The team's current project, Evilution, was mostly done at this point, given to id Software to be sold in retail markets, which did stir up a bit of controversy in these small Doom communities, since they promised that this would be a free map pack, now suddenly locked behind an id Software paywall. But you know what? I'm sure there's hundreds of modders out there that wish that their product could be sold in retail markets like that. I mean, I can't blame them. See, after they relinquished Evilution to id Software, they started working on a whole new map pack called Icarus Alien Vanguard as a sort of apology to fulfill their commitment to the community, providing them with a free map pack afterwards. But two of the team members were notably absent from Alien Vanguard, being Dario and Milo Casali, two members of TNT that would go on to become pretty big mainstays in the industry. Milo may have gotten the short end of the stick, working on games like Operation Raccoon City as part of his job at Slant 6 Games, a company primarily known for their PSP SOCOM Navy SEALs games, if you ever wondered why Raccoon City was so mid. He did get a job at Valve in the late 90s, contributing to the earliest build of Team Fortress 2, back when it was a lot closer to an early military simulator, but I guess it just didn't work out for him. But Dario secured a job at Valve before even the first Half-Life, and has been working there up until December of last year. That is crazy. These two would each contribute 16 maps to a brand new expansion made solely for Final Doom called the Plutonia Experiment. A far superior series of maps compared to TNT's Evilution, but we'll get there in a moment because this video is going to be mostly focused on the prior. Now don't click off just yet, I know I kind of clickbaited you with the Final Doom mantra, but trust me, this'll still be interesting. Here, can I keep you fascinated if we talk about the PS1 version too? Yeah, that'll probably even things out a bit. Now I was hoping to show you a physical copy of the big box for Final Doom in this video, but unfortunately I don't have one because it's a bit outside of my budget right now, so you're getting the PS1 cover instead, which still has that 25mm ammo box aesthetic to it. I do have this though. That's as close as you're getting. And hey, if these videos do well enough, maybe I'll buy myself one of those Final Doom boxes and write it off as a tax expense. Just kidding, I have an editor to pay, so hey, check out my Patreon. It gives you access to the Discord and you get to see videos early. Anyways, I gotta give this PS1 version a quick mention before we jump in because it is interesting. The maps themselves are certainly more faithful to their PC counterparts if you compare the original PlayStation Doom to the original PC version, but possibly as a side effect, this port runs like shit. Multiple maps have inaccessible secrets, and Evilution's Deepest Reaches has a red keycard that doesn't do anything. Top that off with the game not spawning the spider masterminds when they're supposed to due to a memory bug, and you just get a really fascinating piece of Doom history. I've always sort of had this impression that Doom 2 and Final Doom are both two halves of the same experience, or I guess 1/3 and 2/3, where you play Doom 2 first to go into TNT Evilution and then Plutonia as one big 90 map experience. And I guess someone working on this port felt the same way because bits and pieces of TNT Evilution and then Plutonia are put back to back. Despite what the manual may say on page 8 where there's 30 plus levels, yeah, that's a fucking lie, this disc contains exactly 30 levels. Except 14 of those 30 aren't even from Final Doom, these are from Doom 2's master levels. No, get back in your hole, I'm not playing you yet. This would be pretty cool putting these 3 expansions together in one single campaign if corners weren't cut. It was a pretty ambitious idea. They even got Aubrey Hodges to come back and compose a whopping 10 new tracks just for this port. But on the other hand, you're not getting that original soundtrack composed for TNT in this version, which I guess is a good way to take us back to the PC. There are some Doom 2 tracks sprinkled around the OST, but there's still 16 brand new whole midis here to bless our ears with. Though this colorful cast of composers is, interesting, to say the least. Alright, roll call! Tom Paradox Mustaine, a map designer for the Scourge of Armagon and Half-Life Opposing Force. Leo A. Siebin, brother to Jimmy Siebin, network programmer for Bungie's first Halo when he's not working on Doom maps. This poor guy left the industry after working on Duke Nukem Forever, and I can't really blame him. Josh Noel Martell, senior programmer for Samba We Amigo and worked on sound design for the retail Quake mod that replaced enemies with X-Men characters, Ravages of the Apocalypse, and last and certainly least, Jonathan L. Bizri, a man with a pretty active GitHub page today and got to start working on TNT's Evilution and Icarus Vanguard, and also proudly put, quote, music vibes as good as sex and food at the top of his cool science tab of his personal website. This strange little Suicide Squad of musicians came together to compose for TNT Evilution when they weren't already designing levels for it. And it's a pretty damn good soundtrack. Some of them, not all of them, but some of them are even good enough to match Bobby Prince's soundtrack for these games. The soundtrack is probably the best part of the game, or at least the most consistent, and sadly I don't mean that in a good way. So I was expecting there to be like maybe 4 or 5 people who contributed maps to this expansion, and I was gonna go through and rank all of the maps of 1 out of 3 and then see who had the most consistently good score. But there's nearly 20 different map designers for this, and some of them only worked on 1 or 2 levels each. Some maps, like the few by the Casali brothers and Tom Mustaine, are pretty good, while others are probably even worse than some of the low points of Doom 2. I was almost getting bored of using the super shotgun, and I'm playing this on ultra violence. I was deliberately using the standard combat shotgun just so that I could stimulate myself enough to keep playing. My ADHD is medicated and I still had to stim off a shotgun. From basically beginning to end, you're gonna be shooting down the same groups of hit scanners and imps. This is already tedious after a while, but this also means you're gonna be stacked on shotgun and chain gun ammo, lending itself to this megawads tedium. Because you're walking over so many bullets and shells that you can't pick up because you're just so full, you're gonna be resorting to the shotgun and chain gun more than usual, giving you this feeling that you're not even making a lot of progress 23 maps in. It's disappointing because some levels have some really good map geometry to them. Like, some of these maps are graphically works of art. It's just that progressing through them wasn't really thought out too well. We start off with the Tom Mustaine map with one secret in it, originally meant to be a map for the master levels of Doom 2, which is probably why it's actually a solid stage, albeit pretty small. This is a blessing in disguise because they give us a berserk pack right at the beginning, and the cramped level design lets us get the jump on some enemies. I'd like to cordially invite everyone back to the 2023 Fist Parade. Yeah, I'm bringing the fist parade bit back from the Proteus video from 3 years ago. If you've played Proteus before, you've probably seen the fist parade achievement. That was based off of my video, and that is exactly where my career has peaked. It's all downhill from here, baby. I'd tell you to grab the shotgun in the secret here, but you don't really need to worry about that because we're going to be getting a lot of shotgunners after this point. But you're not going to be seeing any of them until you open this blue door. That doesn't even open the path to get the blue key until you basically slam your face right against it. You'll get the message saying that you need a blue key farther away from the trigger that opens the path to the key. Yeah, that's not very well thought out, but at least that's the worst it gets for this stage. Oh wow, we're not even at Plutonia yet, they're whipping out the chain gunner closets. Enough to startle me, but not enough to make me want to shit myself, which is a sign for the rest of Evilution. Ah, great, Doom Guy's brooding again. Wow, yep, that sure is a human barbecue.
Yee-haw, my fellow demons! Put me a human femur on the grill, will ya? Ha ha!
Really, John? You're gonna make me fight some specters without a chainsaw? What a waste of ammo. I take it back. Thank you, John. You have subverted my expectations. Now please direct the next Star Wars. I don't know if it's a source port I'm using or what, but this window is deceptively tall, making me think that I'm not supposed to jump out this window, but that's exactly what I have to do. Oh, this is gonna be fun. Is it telefragging time? I think it's telefragging time. I'm getting bored. Cool, thanks.
Remember to start your morning with a healthy heaping of fistage.
I'm sorry, I thought this level was power control. Why won't you let me fist? That's it, I'm taking the spanker. Map 3 starts the trend of some really underwhelming Archvile spawns. I was expecting more because there's a bunch of corpses outside of this arena that he could totally start rezzing, but he can't because he can't reach them. Almost makes me wonder if there was supposed to be more to this and they had to cut it down because they decided that this was going to be the third level in this map pack. Oh well. Oh, fuck you, Robin. You knew exactly what you were doing by putting that invisibility sphere there. Mancubi already turned this game into a bullet hell. I don't want it to be any worse. Look, I found a rocket launcher and a secret, and if I don't use it now, then I picked up that secret for nothing. You know shit's going down when Siebin breaks out the pan flute. Also, does the bells in this soundtrack remind anyone else of Batman Forever on the Super Nintendo? I guess I could also just say Batman Forever on the movie. Look, that game was pretty important to my formative years. There's not really anything uniquely wormholey about this map unless you're going for secrets, because the exit is right at the beginning. Just take a right and go up the stairs, that's it. The wormhole is only if you make it into the sewers. Why are there so many computers in these sewers? Oh, what the fuck? Everybody gangsta till they fire turns blue. Oh, fuck off. It took me a second to realize that these fire blue bars aren't like a nuclear jail cell, but in fact the level's namesake, the wormhole, teleporting you to an identical version of the map but with imp corpses littered around to give you that false sense of security that you've already been here. But no, you'd know this if you opened up your map and saw, wait, I haven't been here yet. Moving you to a grungier, more hellish environment version of the map we were in before, with a lot more of the non-humanoid demons starting to take center stage. I'd be a lot more enthusiastic about this if we actually had to go through this as part of the level, but this is all optional. Anyways, this brings us to Hangar. No, not E1M1 from the first game. This is map 05 Hangar. Cool, that's great. I hope you like walking into small rooms and then killing what's directly behind you, because you gotta do this like 6 fucking times at the beginning of the stage. For God's God's sake, close the silo doors! Oh, Jesus! I had to do this stupid memory puzzle for the blue key that misdirects you by only opening up the key area by asking you to step onto the center platform that's lowered by pressing a separate switch on the other side of the room, even though none of the other platforms that lower that look like this do anything unique when you step over them, making you think that you gotta find some way to either teleport up there or unlock a staircase. But then you gotta take the blue key back to the very beginning of the level, grab the yellow key, take that all the way back out to that football field area to get the red key, and then run back to the beginning again so that you could finally leave this stage. At the risk of repeating myself again, I think that these maps are very nice little terrariums of Doom, but is especially lacking when it comes to keys and doors. Hangar even has this cool secret a lot like in Wormhole where you can make a bunch of chain gunners spawn in the room where you get the blue key. This is cool. I wish that this was a mandatory part of the stage, but it's all side content. What is so open about this season? I mean, I guess if I squint my eyes, I could look for the dark pixels standing out, which really makes me feel like a true hunter, but all I feel is contempt for the vanilla Doom color palette. I can appreciate whoever it was that designed this part of the map, that they made something that I can immediately recognize as a, I guess, nuclear power plant? Okay, maybe I can't recognize what it is, but it looks sciencey and cool, like it belongs in Half-Life, I guess. Ironically, it was not Dario that worked on this map. That would have been pretty funny, though. I did get my hopes up for this little tightwalk section with these Kako demons, because I thought I was in for a bit of a challenge, but not really. The abundance of rad suits turned this whole section into a non-issue, and for the record, I didn't practice any of this before taking notes. This was my first time playing this level in years. Open Season does one thing that I'm not a fan of how it was implemented, but I'm a bit more forgiving because I'm pretty sure it's a limitation of the engine, where once you hit this yellow switch in the main room, a bunch of pathways that have previously been closed that have these yellow trimmings around them are now opened, leading you to the next part of the map, and I think that's pretty cool. I just wish that there was something more obvious to lead you here, like having these doors marked with a yellow door marker, which I know wasn't even a thing in the original game, so I can't be mad at that. The modern releases of Doom have this cool thing where you can see what color doors are on the map, but that wasn't in the original release. That's a quality of life feature that even Bethesda adopted. Gee, wasn't all that switch hunting fun? Isn't that exactly what you want to play Doom for? Fuck you, it's story time. You fought your way through the infested experimental labs, and it seems the UAC has once again gulped it down. What the fuck does that mean? With their high turnover, it must be hard for the poor UAC to buy corporate health insurance. Whoa, damn, that's crazy, man. Are you telling me that even in the 90s, Doom was giving social commentary? Get these politics out of my game. Now, if you excuse me, I'm gonna go play my favorite video game, Final Fantasy VII and Metal Gear Solid. Ahead lies the military complex, swarming with horrors hot to get their teeth into you. Hey, yo, don't threaten me with a good time. Ooh, getting me all hot and sweaty. Elliot, please cut that out. You know, I really don't even feel like I've earned this plasma gun. This marks the beginning of the military stages, so if you were getting tired of the same old gray and silver tiles from before, now you've got brown and orange. Great. God damn, someone's going off on that trumpet. And when I say someone, I legitimately don't know. Even the goddamn wiki has a question mark in the composer column for this, so I don't know. Prison is the beginning of the TNT maps that get really big and really open for, like, no reason. 9 times out of 10, it's gonna feel like needless padding. There are some diamonds in the rough, but this isn't one of them. But there is one cool moment here where you hit this switch that brings you onto an elevator down into this underneath, well, I guess prison, that wakes up all of the monsters inside when the lights flip on. It's this really cool little suspenseful reveal. The combat encounter and little puzzle that follows is a little hit or miss, but I mean, I can appreciate the suspense. And to think I would have totally missed that cool little effect if I grabbed the invulnerability power-up, giving me, inverted color blindness. This level might not look too metal, but the soundtrack sure is. Take a little bit of Master of Puppets, One Shot at Glory, and a sprinkle of Wolf to the Moon, and you've got Belly of the Beast, my personal favorite track in TNT Evilution. And it must have been TNT's favorite as well, because it plays a lot during the endgame, even during the final level. Oh, Jesus Christ! Alright, I've heard of chest-high walls in a cover shooter, but this is getting a little ridiculous. I almost feel bad for them. Hello everyone, welcome to my TED Talk. Today we'll be talking about the practicality and morality of a human head transplant. First we begin with a small incision at the squiddly bink to detach the dorkily dork, and then behold, you have... what the fuck? And fuck you, Jimmy. Uh-oh. This bit is gonna be really fun to edit once we get to a game that has more rapid punching attacks. Oh god, could you imagine doing this for a JoJo game? Yeah, okay, I gotta kill this bit sooner than then. Wow, did you see that? All 5 of the map's secrets at once? Yeah, cool. That's all I've got to say about this one. God damn, El Bizri's going hard on the synth. Let my man jam. Hello, Mr. Bones. I would like 1 parking ticket, please. He'll be hearing from my lawyer. You're gonna naturally be drawn to this pentagram on the floor with a bunch of explosive barrels on it, and walking over it is gonna trigger an archvile to spawn. And look at that! Because of all the imps that were stuck in between those barrels of fun, this Archie actually has a ton of bodies to revive. Finally, an archvile that's not just by himself. Oh man, the bar is so low right now. Oh, the ticket booth man! Oh, I think we found out who's responsible for the floor pentagram. Oh my god, another archvile that's kind of a threat. Am I having fun right now? I can't have fun right now. I don't want my gears being grinded. Speaking of, you hear the grinding of heavy machinery up ahead. You sure hope they're not stamping out new hellspawn, but you're ready to ream out the whole herd if you have to. They might be planning a blood feast, but you feel about as mean as 2,000 maniacs packed into one mad killer, and you don't plan to go down so easily. Maybe it's the way that I read that, but if this was done in the last 2 months of production, then I have a feeling that someone there was playing a little too much Duke Nukem. I mean, in 96, hey, who could blame him?
Everyone keeps calling me Daddy. But why doesn't Daddy call me?
Crater embodies everything that I feel about TNT's Evilution as a map pack. It's a fine romp with a lot of smaller hordes and good heavies and super heavy surprises, but nothing really beyond that. It's almost like having 20 different map designers all working on their own projects separately isn't a good idea for consistency. Case in point... man! Alright, I'm not gonna lie, that did jump scare me, but not enough to fucking kill me. Oh my god, we're 13 maps in and we're just now getting a cyber demon? It's about goddamn time! Never mind. Other than that, I mean, the chain gunners make this big open arena a little difficult, but once they're gone, it's a breeze. I think the set piece is pretty nice, though. I am a sucker for green. Aesthetically, Ty Halderman did a pretty good job keeping this level looking nice. The pain elemental that comes out of this toxic waste vial with a red key and a bunch of giblets nearby is really cool looking. I like it a lot. And I guess if you want a challenge, you could fight the barons that jump you at the very end, but you could just hit the exit switch. I, however, am stubborn. Man, it'd be one thing if I died because the rocket hit the elevator, but no, I hit the fucking pillar that's just standing there, not moving. Yes, I'm a pro gamer, how could you tell? I'd honestly forget about this level if it wasn't for the mastermind fight at the end, but it's not exactly noteworthy. Map 15 is named after where I'd like to be if I ever had to play this level again, because I don't want to deal with the world right now. It's good in theory, a massive switch hunt to unlock the way to the exit, but it'll quickly devolve into you pressing a switch and then doing like 3 or 4 maps around the level just to see what was affected by that switch, and repeating that until the exit opens. It's pretty boring. Whoops, it's been about 2 months since I recorded my playthrough for this game, and when finishing up this video I realized I forgot to do the secret levels. Not like you guys would be missing too much, but I've got a reputation to ignore. far. So aside from the BFG that I missed in Dead End that I'll be taking here with me into the secret levels, I also missed the secret exit. Just gotta find this plasma rifle over here, turn around, grab this secret berserk pack, and open up a secret wall within a secret, and fight the overwhelming urge to walk off the ledge here, because if I do, I need to find the teleporter again because the exit switch is right here. What now? This looks totally different. Kinda like King Tut's condo? Oh geez, you think King Tut could afford a condo out here? I know inflation's been a bitch, but that motherfucker's still getting a studio apartment with these numbers.
Sheesh.
Whatever's here can't be any worse than usual, can it? Or maybe it's best to let the sleeping gods lie. Yeah, tell that to Doom Guy in about 24 years from now. Dude's great at breaking shit. This thought totally doesn't go full circle in an unsatisfying way at the end of the video, no sir. Ah, okay, I get it now. Egyptian hieroglyphs scanned into really low-resolution Doom textures really do add a lot to the experience. Just like that little tiny pyramid over there that enemy's walking on that we can't. You really would think that would be the perfect spot for a secret, but nah. Dario keeps us on our toes here by giving us most of the ammo and resources this level has to offer in these caches at the beginning, forcing us to leave wherever we are on the map to backtrack at the beginning to refuel on these rockets, which is kinda neat. Yeah, it's dickish, but it's intentionally dickish, and I can appreciate that. It's not to say that you won't find other pickups out there, it's just most of it is here. You do see these caches later in the level in a big arena with some mancubi, and because you know that these are gonna go down once you activate them, there's a little bit of risk versus reward in activating these caches to get the goodies inside or just using them as cover. That's really cool. It's probably the hardest that I had to think in TNT. There's not too much inside the pyramid at first glance, despite being way larger on the inside than it is on the outside. Just some arachnos behind an invisible wall that won't wake up or let them see us until we've collected more of the level's keycards, which, depending on who you ask, are completely optional. Actually, I'm just talking about the yellow key, and it's because the original release of this map on TNT's website accidentally had the yellow key set as a multiplayer-only pickup, and so you just weren't able to beat it without glitching through the map, which people did find out how by abusing the engine's line defs. Doom players can figure out anything if you give them enough time, except new jokes. Sure is nice of King Tut to invite us over for blue Kool-Aid, eh, Luigi? Oh, my spine! Oh, God help us, the babies are free? Oh, I must be interrupting the celebration of the blue orb. Don't mind if I dorb. Yeah, come on out, you lanky funny man. I know you're in there. You know, it's kind of on me to assume that one of Kasali's archviles wouldn't be teleporting all around. The fuckers. Yeah, I don't know. It's not Kasali's best work, but it's definitely a good one. A diamond in the rough in TNT Evilution. A bunch of pain elementals spawn next to the blue key that you need to take out ASAP unless you want a barrage of lost souls that's gonna drain your ammo, which felt appropriately dickish enough to make me think of Plutonia. Same with these hidden shotgunners behind the wall by the teleporting Archies. That's a good way to describe the Kasali's work, actually. Delightfully dickish. This part did get a good laugh out of me, though. Oh, just look at him. He's doing his best. Oh, that's a lot of raspberries. Oh, what the hell? Are they okay? We end things off in Pharaoh with a shotgunner ambush and flip the sunglasses skeleton man switch for old time's sake, bringing us to this area that I swear feels like it was ripped out of Super 3D Noah's Ark. Alright, all gloves are off. If I hit 100k subs before the end of this year, I'll do a full deep dive review of Super 3D Noah's Ark in the same vein as my Wolf 3D video. I am not fucking joking. Yeah, don't let that molten lava pit deceive you. That'll take you right back to map 16. The secret exit here to the next secret level found within a secret of a secret is in the back of Noah's shed. That was one of my favorite Bible passages, the back of Noah's shed. It's time for a vacation. Ahead lies a quiet town with peaceful flowing water, quaint buildings, and presumably no hellspawn. Just kidding, you can hear cyber demon feet. Ah! Yeah, it's the Doomer Shooter FPS Beach episode, except we're not on a beach and Duke did it better. Wow, something that Duke actually does better? That's crazy. What kind of beach resort has this much toxic waste under it? What do you mean Mesa, Arizona? Not a single beach is in Arizona, dumbass. Yeah, Caribbean's pretty basic, not much to say here. I like the aesthetic of the wood huts on the water, makes me want to play Mario Sunshine a little bit, but it's pretty basic Doom fodder. But the only thing I could really remember here is that switch timing puzzle at the end that was a little confusing, but I really like this big proto-slaughter map that plays right before the end. I'm just kidding, it's nothing like a slaughter map. It's a large open area, and also there's a cyber demon here that we could use to take out the hordes, except for the Archie that's hiding behind the wall here. Ow. Please, sir, they said they would take my wife if I don't spend all these shotgun shells. Fuck. Alright, I did it! Was that worth making the video longer for? I don't think so, but hey, it's content and I need more of that shit. And now back to your regularly scheduled video that was ready to go almost 2 months ago, where I didn't have the BFG until later. Farewell, my beautiful boy, I'll see you in 2 maps. Deepest Reaches. I was really quick to dismiss this level because of its monotone color palette, but this actually ended up being a diamond in the rough. I kinda liked it. I mean, look at where the red key is tucked away. That's freaking cool. Maybe this level's winning me over because some of this environment reminds me of Blood, specifically those side river areas in E1M6. I don't know, maybe that's just me. There is a bit of backtracking here, sure, especially after you find the yellow key, but I didn't find that to be too much of an issue because every area that you find each corresponding key has this really good visual design to it that lets me keep track of where every individual part of the stage is. I never really felt lost once I picked up a key. I always knew where to go, and there's even this cool little encounter with a couple of Mancubi and Barons near the end. Oh damn, did you catch that? Me neither, because I just picked up the key through the wall. That's pretty cool. I'm pretty sure that this is using an exploit that you could use in the original game for a speedrunning trick, but they just made it part of the level. Look at how fast that exit opened up. This stage has so much character and pizzazz going for it. Alright, who made this level? I missed the title card. Alright, apparently it was Andre Arsenaut, and this is his only map that he made for this map pack. Well, that's a damn shame. I wonder what he's doing these days. Oh, look at that. He worked on DC Universe Online and Transformers Rise of the Darkspark, aka The Bad One. Fuck you, video game industry, for not taking advantage of this man's talents. But hey, what do I know? DC Universe Online outlived Marvel's Avengers, so I guess, hashtag DCUO sweep. Processor this, processor that. Why don't you process my big fucking gun? Did you know that if we exclusively focus on Ultraviolence and Nightmare, that TNT Evilution has the least BFG drops in all 4 of the main Doom campaigns? Well, that feels weird to say. I should say in Doom 1, Doom 2, TNT, and Plutonia. Yep, this sure is a Kasali map. Just look at all that weird and abstract level design. I shouldn't say level design, more aesthetic design. But no, it's still level design because you actually have to keep note of these areas that have all these weirdly obtuse shards and shit. Shards is the wrong word. They're more like squares of metal. But you need to keep track of them for the end of the level, and it's pretty cool how it's handled. And in true Kasali fashion, I assume that this hot lava floor is gonna hurt me, so I try to jump into this one pool of water and then take damage. Turns out that floor of lava doesn't actually hurt me. I don't understand. Fuck you, Kasali, and fuck your brilliant understanding of the Doom engine for letting these chain gunners pass under the ceiling where I couldn't, so now they're a threat no matter which direction I come from. I feel like I've stumbled into an official version of Doom's backrooms. This is very unnerving. Arise, my funny skeleton men! Kasali! Alright, fine, I'll cut you a bit of slack because this exit room is... Oh, it's beautiful, look at that. Alright, I gotta confess, I didn't realize that shipping and respawning was a pun until I said the map out loud for the first time while rehearsing the script. That's fucking brilliant, and I can only be mad at myself. Look at this, there's a loading truck filled with Caco demons that get released, and that loading bay is infested with Mancubi. Classic Doom has a lot of warehouse levels, and TNT especially has more than one, but I think this might be the best one I've played so far. I'm genuinely having a lot of fun exploring these little nooks and crannies and finding out which boxes move when I press on them. Like, man, this This just looks so cool. Behold, the smallest gamer chair. No, I totally didn't miss the megasphere here for the very end of the level after I killed everything else in it because I missed it. No siree! Central processing, our first Drake O'Brien stage and coincidentally one of the easiest levels in Evilution to get yourself soft-locked. Not because of incompetent level design, but because it's a little over-ambitious. This stage is fucking huge. A staple of the remaining O'Brien maps that we're gonna be seeing. It starts off with this office space complete with cubicles and shit, but then later opens up to reveal the demonic corruption within. It's pretty cool. Oh my god, I think we just found the extra lost soul. Oh no, what is this Home Alone bullshit? Are the demons working with Kevin McAllister? Little son of a bitch. All that for a perfect circle? I swear to God, if they backloaded the best maps into the last half of TNT, I'm gonna be upset. Okay, the end does devolve into running around this room looking for a hole in the fence to drop through on, but I always knew what I needed to do. Doom Guy could probably get his daily steps in this map alone. The vista opening ahead looks real damn familiar. Smells familiar too, like fried excrement. You didn't like this place before and you sure as hell ain't planning to like it now. The more you brood at it, the madder you get. Hefting your gun, an evil grin trickles into your face. It's time to take some names. Are they talking about Florida? I think they're talking about Florida. We got another Drake O'Brien map back to back, and this one's got into Sandy City, despite taking place in one big mansion. I think it's a mansion. O'Brien is a man of taste. Behold, his birchwood Minecraft doors. Why don't my Minecraft doors open vertically? I have no idea what Mr. O'Brien's doing these days, but I think I want to hire him to design my dream house. Oh dear God, we've entered the Plutonia experiment title screen! I spent the whole video complaining about the imps and the hit scanners, and yet I still died to him over a cyber demon! Oh my god, one of them actually killed me and it wasn't Casali's. Habitat almost felt like amateur hour because it starts you in front of this big open field with a half a dozen barons and an archvile, but it almost felt like a red herring, like it's intentionally misdirecting you from what you're supposed to do in this level. Because this whole maze thing with the sewers is actually pretty cool. You walk around and trigger these doors to open that sort of like disassemble themselves to reveal parts of the map. Something like this sounds like it'll be easy to get lost in, but I never really did. It's cool, I liked it a lot. Oh baby, is it my birthday? It must be because I got these hands for free!
Failure.
The hands have failed me! Not bad, Chris. You made a decent level. Lunar mining project? Well, that was a fucking lie. We don't even go to the moon. Closest we got is this 2D texture that you see at the very end of the level, but that's the exit portal. At least the texture looks cool. That's all I got from map 23. Sorry, Paul. Man, this doesn't look anything like the moon. This feels like a map that should have been put at the beginning of the campaign. It's not bad, just kind of mid. I feel like TNT really lost their winning streak of 5 good maps in a row. Oh, good Lord, help us. We have an archvile on the loose. Cops, this is not a drill! Baron's Den has this cool moment where I need to step in and out of an elevator so I can safely take out this room full of, well, Barons. Despite the name, this map only has 8 of them. Or only 1 of them if you're playing on Hey Not Too Rough. Not like I'd ever know that. Map 18 had 10. Why wasn't that the Baron Den? I get it, it's like ballistics, but with a YX because we're so cool, and also the river sticks. I am so ready to tip my ferryman. Are you getting tired of this bit yet? Because I'm not. I really like how this level ends at the very same altar that you see at the beginning of the stage. I can at least appreciate that when I'm not spending 12 minutes looking for keys. Alright, it's time for Drake O'Brien's final map for Evilution, and he goes out with a bang with a whopping 332 enemy count. And that's before lost souls spawned by paintballs are accounted for. Oh wait, this map doesn't have any paintballs. There's just a fuck ton of lost souls here. Oh, the disaster area. That's where I found my channel. Ah, I see. It's time to turn the Revenant's greatest strengths against them. Yeah, that was a pretty good level. Took me almost 30 minutes to beat, but I didn't really have an issue with that. I can appreciate that it ends with the level's namesake in the Mount of Pain, giving me some of the most annoying Lost Souls encounters that I've seen since Doom 64. No, I'm not trying to pull a Decino and censor the level name. It's actually just called Heck. Thanks, Kasali. And hey, look at that! Foreshadowing! I could almost taste the chain gunners from here. Yep, this sure is a Kasali map. Yeah, that was pretty good. Really made me hate Lost Souls, though. More, I mean. Yeah, we love the river sticks in this house. Oh, something's not right here. Dad? It really is my dad! Oh no, they made Dead Simple on crack. It's no longer simple. No, I don't have games on my phone. Leave me alone. Last call to finish the game. Are you sure you want to continue?
Yeah, I want to keep playing.
Dude, shut the fuck up. I hope you remembered the order of the colored torches at the very beginning of the stage, because otherwise, you gotta do this trial by fire. Ah, trial by fire, that's funny. It's okay though, the order is red, green, green, blue, green, blue, green, blue, green, green, red, blue, red, blue. Alright, good. Now that half of you have had your Winter Soldier sleeper agent code woken up, your target is Marty Stratton. A shame that the last Cyber Demon we see is the most unfortunately placed Cyber Demon in this whole map pack. Yeah, just put him on this platform where he'll just shoot the floor. That's cool. Okay, this staircase actually is kind of cool, I'll be honest. Simon sure knows how to set the mood for a final boss fight, I'll tell you that much. And oh boy, I bet you'll never guess who it is. Yep, it's the Icon of Sin. He's actually called the Demon Spitter here because he wasn't called the Icon of Sin for a bit. John Romero can say that the official name of this thing is the Icon of Sin from 1994 as much as he wants. But Doom 2 only ever called it the final boss or the Dark One, and Final Doom refers to the final boss of Doom 2 as Baphomet or the Gatekeeper. So I don't blame TNT for calling this thing the Demon Spitter in this game. But anyways, this guy's way easier to kill here than in Doom 2. I know I used mouse look in my Doom 2 video. That's because I was really fucking stupid and didn't quite understand what mouse look did to affect the game. I'll do a proper Doom 1 and 2 video in the same vein as this one someday. Until then, you just have to line yourself up with this staircase here and make sure that you're one step down from the very top and then just fire straight ahead. You can actually use any weapon to hurt him in this one, but I'd prefer old reliable. See you at Plutonia, you big old goat bitch. Wow, I said that same thing when I started Tears of the Kingdom. That's crazy. Suddenly, all is silent from one horizon to the other. The agonizing echoes of hell fades away. The nightmare sky turns blue. The heaps of monster corpses started to evaporate, along with the evil stench that filled the air. Jeez, you may have done it. Have you really won? Something rumbles in the distance. A blue light begins to glow from the ruined skull of the demon splitter. Wait, is that why he turns blue at the end of Doom Eternal? Swear to God, if this is where they got it from, I'm gonna fucking... So imagine this, right? You've stopped the invading forces of hell 3 times now. Twice you've slain the icon of sin. Technically, one of them was his little brother, the demon spitter. And no matter what you do, they just won't stop coming. But you finally get some good news. The UAC, which is good now, I guess, has started work on a quote-unquote quantum accelerator meant to permanently close these hell portals for good. So you think, damn, okay, I guess I've earned myself a vacation, only for that vacation to be cut short from Satan opening more hell portals than these 6 quantum accelerators can handle, just one short of stopping the invasion. The UAC may have called for a full squad of Marines to stop it, but you're the fucking Doom guys, so it's time to go in alone and stop the icon of sin's new big brother, the Demon Gatekeeper. This is the premise for the second half of Final Doom, the Casali Brothers Plutonia experiment, an expansion that's probably tied for my most requested video on this channel, alongside Metroid Dread, surprisingly. But guys, why Plutonia? Do you just want to see me suffer? Do you like it when I scream and make funny noises? Or do you just like it when I make something that's pretty hard look pretty easy? Cause I've got good news if that's the case. And to make my adventure a little bit more interesting, I've decided to do this without any mid-level saves. Sure, I could have also done it pistol starting, but you know why I didn't do that. If I'm shot dead in the crypt of the Necrosphere, then we're starting that level all the way over again. I am doing this for your entertainment. And also, someone who works at Did You Know Gaming said he'd let me voice an episode if I did it. Yeah, I guess I'm a bit of a sellout, sorry. If you don't believe me or just want some relaxing, no commentary Doom playthroughs to study to, my entire playthrough will be posted in my archive channel, link in description. All footage on that channel is free for you to use in your own videos, like if you need B-roll footage for talking about one of the games on there, just make sure to credit me. That's it, I really don't care. Alright, anyway, let's... So what the hell is Doom Guy even doing in Central Africa, or is this Congo in name only? Welcome to one of the best opening levels in the classic Doom saga, in my honest opinion. Yeah, there's chain gunners, mancubi, multiple archviles, multiple revenants, a pain elemental, and more. Okay, actually, it's probably gonna be a little hard to sell this on you being a good opening level. It's not that hard, I swear. Just run up these stairs to loot a shotgun off these sergeants, grab a blue armor and a backpack behind this wall that is suspiciously not marked as a secret, and you're just about all set to start venturing out into the Congo. I did make a mistake running out into this chain gunner nest at the beginning, which is where we need to go, but Congo has a lot of optional routes that we could take to load ourselves up with a rocket launcher and SSG, all in this first level. Oh, and that lone little chain gunner up there you might think is just a measly flesh turret. Yeah, there's an Archie behind that wall behind him that's keeping him alive, laughing at us from his protective box to give us a taste of how creative these archviles are going to be used throughout Plutonia. Somehow it wasn't even the chain gunner that ended up getting me. I really thought I would have made it out of there alive, but nope, a single revenant is all that it took. It's like I learned nothing from Back to Saturn X. So this time I ignore the chain gunner nest and head right for the warehouse section for the super shotgun. And yeah, there's an archvile loose in here. What warehouse isn't infested with these things? It's not like the SSG is being guarded or anything. I can just stun lock them with it if I want to. So now I head back down to the skeleton pit, grab my rocket launcher, and now we just gotta... Oh boy, our first chain gunner death. I've killed this damn Mancubus 3 times. I'm not shotgunning this motherfucker again. Okay, bye. Okay, so you get the blue key, burn some of your shotgun ammo on these Mancubi guarding the stage's exit teleporter. You know, the same one that Casali made for that map in TNT Evilution. These are the exit teleporters for 31 of the maps across this whole campaign. I used to think that these were the quantum accelerators, but there's 31 of these across the whole campaign. Actually 32, one of them just doesn't work. So I don't think that they are those, and God knows that Doom lore is anything but inconsistent, trust me. Oh, also, to keep this video interesting and engaging, I'm going to be ranking every level on this in a score from 0 to 2. Actually, if I give a level a 0, I'm just not gonna say anything. And these points will be given kind of strictly. Even if I thought a level is just okay, I will just not give it anything. I'll be giving 1 point to a level that I think is fairly good, and I'll give 2 points for every level that I think is just a masterpiece of classic Doom mapping. The reason I'm doing this is so that at the end of the video, we can put together a list of all the points given to each stage that got points, see which of the Casali brothers made it, and then, you know, see which brother comes out with the higher score. It'll be definitive, and everyone watching will hate it, I promise. That said, congratulations, Congo, you get 2 Casali coins.
Oh yeah, did I mention this video is sponsored by Nixie? Because, it is. Sponsored by Nixie.
I've been using Nixie's Wizard controller for so long at this point that I forgot what the Joy-Cons look like, all while reviving that childhood nostalgia that I have for the GameCube, but with some more modern adjustments. These things feel nice and light and just as ergonomic as you remember, yet are way higher quality than their price point would suggest. The shoulder buttons have this nice hair trigger clickiness to them, the right stick is, well, normal thumb size, which is pretty nice. And for the gamer enthusiast inside of you, we've also got turbo buttons, programmable back buttons, and best of all, in my opinion, gyro support, which was amazing when playing through Pikmin 1+2 because it gave me the best of the OG GameCube controllers while also letting me aim around with the flick of my wrist, just like its new play control. I've never really had a good experience with third-party controllers, or at least never ones that I prefer more than the first-party stuff, but Nixie has won me over with the Wizard controller. But I hear you. What if you want something more slick and modern? Again, I won't judge. Nixie sent me the Chaos Pro just for this, which has become my go-to controller for both my Switch and Steam Deck when they're both docked. Seriously, just ask anyone in person that I visited and they'll tell you that I showed up to play Smash Brothers with this thing. But if you want to bring that modernity to your handheld Switch as well, the Hyperion series exists just for you. So support me by following my affiliate link in the description or use code
business
at checkout for 15% off and tell me what you think of them. Big thank you to Nixie for supporting what I do and sponsoring this video. Are you an Indiana Jones fan? Oh, you are? Damn, I'm really sorry. But hey, you might get a hearty chuckle out of this invisible bridge that's directly inspired by it. You know, the one from the movie with a crusade in the title. Or maybe you won't like it, because it's actually kind of a bitch. I died in this room so many goddamn times. And to even access the bridge, you need to shoot this computer terminal looking texture just to raise these little 4 spokes that mark the corners of the bridge so you can cross it. Is the bridge even there before you shoot the texture? Only God knows. Me, if I care to check. It's not even that early into the map. You gotta go through this lowering water section that slowly reveals imps and chain gunners. It's like the Doom equivalent of an auto-scroller segment, and it's pretty cool, but it just overstays its welcome on repeat playthroughs, especially if you are restarting the level every time you die. That and this hallway of tricks and traps that throws demons at you if you open the wrong one, but because I'm going for all kills in this playthrough, I gotta open each one of them anyway, so again, it's a cool idea, it just kinda overstays its welcome without mid-level saves. Oh, what's this, an ambush of hit scanners and a Baron? Aw, dude, that's nothing. You know what ended up killing me instead? Only the easiest Crusher segment imaginable. Oh, okay. So then once you're done running the circuit through this Crusher for the yellow key, you... Okay. Then when you run the circuit to get this yellow key, you trade that yellow key for your red key that we could then use at the end of this invisible bridge to just end the level. It's not my favorite, but I think it's pretty cool. I'll give you 1 Kasali coin. Man, I never should have smoked that shit. Now I'm in Tenochtitlan. Call me crazy, but I don't think the Aztec used chainsaws for their sacrifices, or had mancubi, or demons, or guns. Really cool at this stage to use the exact same brown water texture for the floors that don't hurt you, and then the ones that do. That's really fun. Oh, and that red hot lava texture down there on the floor, you can walk on that just fine. Of course you can. What are you saying? I'm not exactly complaining. I'm just letting you know that you can't really trust the floors that the Kasalis throw at you. Oh, and that chainsaw secret from before, once you leave it, you can't come back. So if you forget to grab it while you're down there, or if you forget to kill the Mancubus like I did in one of my attempts, you gotta restart the whole level back up. That's cool. Oh great, now they're coming out of the floor. Please sir, I just need this key. I've been so good. My sacrifice may have been in vain, but so will his. Ironically, it was the Baron's fireball that killed me. Something doesn't feel right here. Yeah, that's right, you can't trick me, heavy weapons dudes, except when you do. Also, Trav guy, you might say. What is this shit? In the opening, you played music from the community MIDI pack for Plutonia, but I still hear the Prince's music. And you'd be correct, I actually didn't start using the MIDI pack until level 5. Unlike TNT's Evilution, no custom music was made for the release of Plutonia, but our friends Jimmy Paddock had some other friends come alongside him and make a custom soundtrack for every dang map in Plutonia. And it's good. Really, really damn good. I learned about this from you guys, actually. A comment told me about the music pack that was made for Evilution for the levels that didn't get custom music. I'll include a link in the description under the condition that you tell me what your favorite music track is from it. And then you should probably tell the actual composer. It might make their day. Caged is when it starts getting interesting, and it's probably how it's gonna make you feel throughout this level. Unless you're, you know, into that kind of shit. I ain't judging. Not yet. Eeny, meeny, miny. Oh, what the fuck? Oh, what the fuck? Yeah, Caged is really living up to its name, forcing us into these tight caged areas, restricting our movement, but still leaving us exposed to enemy hit scans and projectiles, only lifting its claustrophobic grip on you when it drops you into sewage water that burns you alive. Aside from the hit scanner ambush at the beginning that managed to kill me 3 separate times, and that little chain gunner jump scare back there, Caged doesn't really have a lot going for it. It gives me a plasma rifle, that's pretty cool, and there's this Baron ambush that I think is also very cool. Loads you up with rockets, those are nice to have, but the same room has this sort of countdown timer switch in it with a fuck ton of health bonuses, which I guess is also nice to have. It's just, I'm running out of things to say here. This is the only level in Plutonia to not end with you jumping into one of those teleporters. I mean, you do still end the level on one, but it's in a cage, so you gotta flip the switch. I guess you're turning it back on. And just like the crazy scientist that invented a Faraday cage on accident, I missed a kill. So that means I gotta... Ghost Town is a bitch. Putting you in this large open area surrounded by hit scanners on all sides, that might be why they give you blue armor right at the beginning and leave a portal to a megasphere orb that you can grab at any point during the map. You just gotta sort of ration it out. It's got some cool set pieces though, like this flesh staircase that unleashes an archvile as support for some pinkies. That'd be a pretty good trap if they didn't leave the path into this room unlocked for me to retreat into safely, which ends up luring the archvile out before the pinkies can reach me, so I kind of ruined the whole thing. This room releasing the barons on you when you interact with what you think is a door here though, that's a pretty good trap. And then this one, I panicked into cover because of one of the chain gunners, but yes, I'm also now pissing myself because there's a spider demon on the field. I really shouldn't have. I have more than enough rockets and plasma cells to deal with her, but you know, in the moment, it's a little uneasy. It's always the chain gunners. Why can't I shoot through the corpses? God damn it. One Kasali buck. Remember Mentzer's Baron Den from TNT Evilution that only had a handful of barons in it despite the name? Yeah, Dario's got a 1-up on the team there. The Baron's lair has 0 barons in it. Take that, TNT Evilution. Dario described map 6 on his YouTube channel as a bunch of non-thematic pieces all glued together to a central hub, each given their own aesthetic to keep them different, which is probably a factor in why this map is probably the easiest one yet. I didn't die once, but my fascination is still that it's kind of a technical wonder, and that this map takes advantage of something called a voodoo doll. This is how you're able to pick up all of those weapons by walking under this skull cube in the center of the map. That's all I'll say on that subject. Decino has this whole video talking about how this works. I'll include a link if you're curious. And yes, Dario has a goddamn YouTube channel where he does, or at least did, little post-mortems on his old Doom maps. I'd love to see more industry veterans do shit like this, so this is pretty cool. It's a good map, it just has some small blemishes in it. Like, this feels like a very Sandy Peterson-esque map. Like, I don't even know what I'm supposed to be summoning here. Fucking Fox News? There's even a cyber demon in this one, making its first appearance in the expansion, so honestly, it's not too bad. It's a very safe usage of this boss demon. Just be sure to not get hit with any splash damage behind you. He was the Guardian, according to this victory text. This is where that working prototype that we needed is supposed to be, but it isn't. The demons must have taken it. Keep moving, keep fighting, keep killing, and oh yeah, keep living too. Yeah, thanks, Dario. That's great advice. Cool, yeah, nice. I don't like saying courtyard out loud, it feels gross. The opening has this really cool onslaught with Mancubi and this small yet open space. That could be way worse, I could have had invisibility. Thankfully, I've got enough rockets on me to make the US military blush. Plutonia may as well have been the precursor to Quake with how you use your rocket launcher as your primary weapon for half of this campaign. Oh, hold on, I'm missing a couple kills. You sly dog, you almost caught me, you sons of bitches. I give you 1 Casal Arena. Realm is one of those levels that starts to lean into more forgettable territory. I'll still give it 1 Coomer play coin for this archvile trap that it pulls at the end of the level, spawning it directly in front of you without any warning. It got me to panic so much I ended up killing myself with my own rocket. That's good stuff. You get jumped by a bunch of revenants at the end, but you can take advantage of how their homing rockets can't raise back up once they start descending by jumping down into the water below, which there's a teleporter to take you back up. So all the homing rockets just kind of inevitably hit the wall of the dam. I say this because you can't really run past them. The portal to exit the level takes time to lower to keep you from just running past everything, similar to a trick that Romero did in Sigil 1 with the yellow door taking forever to come down. Until this point though, I think the level's just kind of boring. Visually, it's not that exciting to look at, and sure, there are some tense encounters, and it's kind of cool how the level starves you for health and armor, with only 9 medpacks and 13 armor pickups across the whole map, but it's nothing that the campaign hasn't done before now, you know? The same goes for Abattoir for the most part. The arena with these cylindrical crushers is pretty cool, especially when you bait enemies into them for some fun kills. But I end up just getting Thy Flesh Consumed flashbacks, which, honestly, aside from the first couple levels, I think Thy Flesh Consumed is also kind of forgettable, so I don't know. Onslaught, on the other hand, much like his boss fight in Marvel vs. Capcom 1, is a breath of fresh air. I feel like I shouldn't have liked it this much for the 40 minutes it took me to beat it, but I did. You're constantly bombarded with chain gunners, Kakos, Revies, and a lot of them end up getting brought back to life by some Archies that are let loose onto the map, making me approach everything differently from the beginning once I inevitably died and had to figure that out from the beginning. There's what I can only describe as an octagon of chain gunners that I'm confident is impossible to rush past without blue armor or an invisibility. Complete with a dickish teleporting Baron trap at the end of the level, it's really good. I really enjoyed it. 2 coin solis upon ye. And this finally brings us to Hunted, an infamous death maze of archviles that are let loose on you once you pass the starting line. All of it put to the haunting tune of My Dead Little Bunny, the ending music from Doom's Episode 3. Yeah, you see that sarcophagus over there with the dead Doom guy on it, the dead Marine? That's gonna be you, maybe. Nowadays, map 11 isn't too bad. I've played enough Doom map packs to make archviles practically a non-threat as long as I know that they're coming. And so now that I know that they are always coming, I'm always prepared. Tie that in with Lipith's new MIDI track for Hunted, and you've got an absolute banger of a level. Not to say that it wasn't before, just that this track is really freaking good. I almost considered using this for that opening little montage you saw at the beginning. I just really like the vibe that Buckets Plus Fort had for map 06, so I ended up going with that instead. Not to be confused with my friend who's also a composer who goes by Buckets, who also happens to be another member on my podcast, the Crubcast, that airs every Tuesday on Twitch TV/Crub_official. Why am I shouting that out? Oh, no reason. I'm chewing. I'm covering up my face.
Oh, that's why that's there. I
didn't think I'd be talking this soon. What I'm trying to say is that Archviles, when there's only other Archviles around, aren't really that scary because they can't res fellow Archviles. I might go as far as to even say that these are some of the least threatening Archviles across all of Classic Doom. Your biggest threat in this maze is more so just the maze. Even following your maze etiquette to keep hugging the left wall isn't gonna save you here, which is probably why they decided to go with a completely different tone for the midi-pack. Spending all this time with most of the enemies of the level dead just trying to make your way to the end in this very awkward maze is a little confusing. Even if all these Archviles are locked in here with me, I don't exactly want to spend my downtime trying to find where to go just hearing da 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 over and over and over. And for finishing the level, they just flat out give you a BFG with no strings attached. They wanted you to have this. Though what's ahead is akin to the end of E1M8 from Doom 1, where in order to get all of the kills for the level, it puts you in a sort of no-win scenario where you have to kill everything in front of you faster than you can die, because as soon as you die, you're taken to the next level with less health. If you are truly going for all kills, the best way to go in is to run into the teleporter and just spam the hell out of your BFG. Get as many of them stuck in that cone of vision as possible. You did it! You found the prototype accelerator! Now do what you do best, Doom Guy, and smash that freaking like button. I heard that if you say that, the like button actually jumps up now. Does it actually do that? I don't know, I've never seen it. There was nothing speedy about speed. It took me almost 2 hours to beat it, and that's because I went into the Archvile teleporter at the end of the last level, which made me start this one at 1 HP. But I committed. I knew what I was getting into, and I died exactly 57 times in this level alone. That's roughly a death every 2 minutes I was recording. And 10 of those deaths were when I was still outside of the building on the clean grass. Speed, much like the amphetamine, is a gauntlet that forces you to clear out 2 large pools of blood in the total bloodbath, accompanied by some real Fire and the Flames Dragon Force shit in the midi. It's cool when you start. You start off in this sort of area with all this green grass and dead trees, surrounded by projectile enemies before you dwell in deeper into this man-made structure that's filled with hit scanners and Archviles. There is a Cyber Demon here. He killed me once, but I mostly just used him to spend a lot of my shotgun ammo on, so I'm saving up on a lot of my more precious ammo types. It's not like I was exactly saving time. And also, please forget everything I said about Archviles being easy in the last level. I was just trying to put on this macho tough guy persona because I died to this specific Archvile 4 times back to back. Honestly, I blame the fatigue of playing this level for almost 2 hours. I really should have listened to those Wii Sports warnings. That would have had me more prepared for the fucking teleporting Archvile. Dude's hitting me with that shadow clone jutsu shit. He's not that difficult, just sort of stand still and wait for him to stop moving when he starts attacking you. Man, it's definitely daunting. Cool level, definitely not because I died a lot. 2 cast coins. Things calm down a bit with the crypt no matter how many dead space marines they put in that toxic sludge. In fact, we've actually got a couple of levels back to back that are just kind of easy, and by that I mean I didn't die in them. It uses Archviles in a really cool way by spawning one alongside some chain gunners acting as support. And look at this, it's kind of like a staircase, but more of a ladder, but really close together. We saw something like this in TNT Evilution. It's nothing too groundbreaking, but it's neat. Be sure to grab the Mega Sphere before leaving the level. Other than that, it's a pretty mellow stage. Genesis did what Dario don't, or maybe he did, I didn't check who made this one. It opens up with putting you in an area that reminds me a lot of Doom 2's The Crusher. It's mainly just the Hell Knights with the red sky and the grass. Yeah, that's really it. But the trap where you fall into a teleporter, spawn right where an invisibility power-up is that triggers these walls to come down to reveal a whole bunch of enemies. That's a pretty good trap right there, and made me consider giving this level 1 Kasali coin, which I will. I should really be keeping track of this so that editing the end of this video is going to be easier. I won't, though the floating exit signs, that's a good touch, I like that. But Twilight is really anything but forgettable. Don't know why they bothered calling map 4 caged when this cage is more caged than that caged. And also there's 19 secrets? Okay, I tried to take it easy at first, sniping these chain gunners from a distance with my shotgun and tap firing my chain gun, which really was not worth my time because there's an Archvile that spawns back there and picks them all back up. I'm glad I cleared them all out because there's a spider mastermind that spawns there later in the level. But I mean, it's pretty cool how this centerpiece, this like hub of the stage, keeps changing as you go off into these forking paths to do, you know, other progression shit. Don't forget to dive into the blood below before you go into the secret exit if you're going for all kills. Yeah, who doesn't love a good classic Doom secret level? And aside from the Wolfenstein callback in Doom 2's, I think that this is some of classic Doom's best. This is the second hardest level we've got. We hope you have a save game ready. Master Marines only. So what do you tell me? We're some kind of master levels of Doom 2? I don't know what the fuck they were talking about with this one. I only died twice in this level, and this is my first time ever playing it. Yeah, full confession time, I've never played the secret levels of Plutonia until now. I was too afraid to. I was a little bit of what I like to call a wimp. But I don't know, this one wasn't that bad. Keyword, this one. The next one is pain. It's called Cyber Den because there's 4 cyber demons in these cages that we got to unlock, each taking us down different paths that eventually unlocks one of these cages for us to kill it, move on, keep going, kill the archvile behind the secret wall, but you know, standard stuff. Or just let the wall kill you. Who am I to judge? One of the paths gives you a berserk pack and a fuck ton of pinkies to punch out, but I'm not even gonna bother calling this a fist parade. I'm just standing right here letting them all come to me. I do like the consistency of each of the cyber demon switches to release them being these sort of icon of sin switches. That's just good, memorable level design. But since you fight all the subsequent cyber demons back to back and only one at a time, they're not really that difficult. And they load you up with rockets too, so I'm just using them on the cyber demon despite their resistance to splash damage, just so that I'm not wasting ammo. I don't know, it's not a bad stage at all. I'll actually give it 1 Kasali buck, just not as hard as that text wall made me think it was gonna be. Map 32 though, oh boy. I was stuck on go to it for over an hour. And this isn't like Speed where I started the level at 1 health and just had to sort of pray for the best. No, they give you a megasphere at the beginning and there's 9 of them across this whole map. Go to it is intentionally meant to be a clusterfuck of a map on every difficulty. Enemy spawns, health pickups, power-ups, they are the same from I'm too young to die all the way up to ultra-violent. This stage was meant to kill you. You don't get anything extra for doing this secret level. You already have a full arsenal going into it. This is purely for bragging rights. And Milo knew that when making this. Ignoring all the demons here, this is just an even better Doom 2's map 1. But instead, there's 13 cyber demons, 19 archviles, and over 20 mancubi. This shit borders on being a slaughter map. It might have been what was the Progenitor 2 slaughter maps. Your rocket launcher is your best friend here, no matter what you're using it against. There's over 100 boxes of rockets in this stage. You gotta use them, man. Yeah, archviles in the original Exorome, that's fine, I have cover. A cyber demon with his head stuck in the wall in a tight space, that's a little scary, not a problem. And this big ass courtyard here, honestly not too bad, just keep moving. There's no hit scanners. Well, actually there's one, it's a spider mastermind, but it's almost impossible to not get it to start infighting with something else. You just gotta pace yourself, take it easy, and motherfucker! I don't think I would have held it together long enough to finish this level if it wasn't for the MIDI by Bucket. A fantastic medley of various Doom tracks that just makes for a fantastic secret level. It's really good. Alright, you good after that? You need a second? I did too, I don't blame you. Alright, I barely wrote down any notes for these next few levels, so I'm just gonna rapid fire some of these. The Omen killed me a couple times by making me fall into this pit while getting the red key, that was pretty cool. And the bullet hell encounters with the Revenants and Mancubi, pretty cool. 1 Kasali's. Compound was kinda lame, I only really remember it because of the staircase to the yellow key that you have to drop down. Neurosphere is a really cool name, but just kinda boring to navigate. I got lost so many times, I didn't know where I was supposed to go for so long. And I didn't even remember playing NME. When I was looking at the notes to write my script for this stage, I had to rewatch almost the entire thing because I'm like, I don't remember playing this. Hello, goodbye. Oh, hey, hello again. I'll make up his mind eventually. Death Domain has a pretty cool teleporting Baron, a lot like that Archvile back in Speed. And I love Stu Boy's custom MIDI that's kind of more ambient than anything else we've seen to this point. This track got reused in Eve Eternity, or maybe it started in that game. I'm not entirely sure. I played Eve Eternity once. I thought it was pretty cool. Never beat it. Maybe I'll stream it. Slayer is kind of unique for being the only non-secret level to have the same amount of enemy spawns and pickups across every difficulty for some reason. That and the fact that there's no secrets here make me think that this level was tacked on at the last minute. And I mean, it's a pretty safe level. It's not bad, not hard, just kind of there. I liked it though. Uno dinero. There's nothing impossible about this impossible mission. I found it to be quite possible, Tom Cruise be damned. It's not my favorite level, but it's got some really memorable moments, like the sewer segment, trudging across all this toxic waste and falling down into larger pits. I was losing my fucking mind though while recording this stage because I started listening to Living Tombstone's FNAF music. The movie just came out at this point, that's how long I'd been sitting on this project for, and I could not stop thinking about how cool it was for this YouTuber to get his fan art music project actually played inside of a movie. Like, damn, that's gotta be a huge honor. Closest I got was talking to Hugo, which definitely was cool, but I'll never reach the point of, hey, my review was played in the credits of a movie. Yeah, that's not happening. Mission Possible has a moment that I always think of though when Plutonia is mentioned, and it's this room with the invisible walls and the chain gunners that walk out of this scrolling spine texture. I don't even know if I'd say that this is a good encounter, but it catches you off guard because the invisible wall is solid for a short point until you trigger something else. And then they just walk out of it and you're like, what the fuck? It just throws you for a loop. It's really cool. It's really good. It's one of those memorable moments that Plutonia is so good at. 2 dongleberries. And then there's Tombstone, which is just very basic. So many of the secrets just have like 1 or 2 rockets in them. That's kind of weird. Oh, one of the secrets has an arch vial in it. That's so nice of you, Kasali. Oh my god, it was like the insurance guy from The Incredibles taking over my body right there. What the hell? There's like a dozen fucking blue armors in this stage, and it's not even worth it to save one for right before you leave because they give you a megasphere at the beginning of the next level. I like the stage aesthetically though. I'll give it $1. The final frontier sucks. It's just Plutonia's The Pit. It's got large open rooms, lots of death pits in it, and even has switches that are required for progression that are just really easy to miss sometimes. Not a fan. Temple of Darkness is better. I like this encounter early on with the 4 Hell Knights and the 1 Baron and all of these switches that you need to activate by killing all the chain gunners inside of them, just like how there's shotgunners inside of the walls near the end. I feel like this should bother me more than it does, but I actually didn't mind it. They make their presence known really well, and I mean, you see windows. They may be a texture, but you know what windows are. And map 26 is a bit of an anomaly. Not the level itself. The level is just okay. But there's a megasphere in the middle of it that's supposed to be flagged as a secret, but just isn't. And GZ Doom, the source port that I'm using for this, is just hard-coded to not count that secret towards the end count. I tested a couple of other things. I thought that maybe it was the MIDI pack that fixed it. Maybe it was Smooth Doom. No, it's GZ Doom. The WAD that I'm using for Plutonia is the one that was available in the final Doom product from Steam. I don't know if you could buy it anymore, but I wanted to make sure that maybe that version was just fixed. It wasn't. I loaded the exact same WAD file into DOSBox and it still told me that there are 4 secrets instead of the 3. I don't know. I could have just looked it up, but I had fun figuring out what the deal was. Antichrist has an awesome trek, but the level otherwise, it's okay. It feels a lot like the last level from Doom 2, mostly just in regards to the scale of the stage. And there's a couple moments that you could coax some infighting. That's always pretty fun. Definitely helps take my mind off of how 100% kills in this map is just literally impossible. There's an unkillable arch file in the middle of a wall that keeps a chain gunner alive so that no matter how many attempts you do this stage, you're always gotta be 2 below the kill count. That's fine. I don't really mind it. I actually think it's pretty cool that they did something wacky and just had no consideration of people that try to UV max their stages. They just want to make something fun, which is probably why they put it right before the sewers. This level, if not the entire campaign, made me realize why Civvy hates sewers so much. They're aesthetically so boring and claustrophobic, but it's okay, this one has a library in it so I could learn about single-family zoning laws. And look, this sewer's just like that pain elemental room from Doom 64, except it's completely missing the point. Where's the mullets? Oh, not another teleporting arch file. Come on, man. Oh, what's next? A city level? Alright, stay with me. It's actually a pretty good city level. I know, that's heresy. They were terrible in Doom 2. But these ones are good. Rather, this one. It's just one good city level. Regardless, I was still stuck on it for a whole hour and a half. And not so much because it was hard, it's just there's so many enemies here. And it's a huge map. You gotta snipe imps out of windows, chain gunners out of windows, take out a giant cyber demon in the middle of the map, snipe some mancubi in the distance in an area that you can't even reach. I ended up having to replay the level because I went into the exit not realizing that a bunch of caco demons and pain elementals spawn after you activate the blue key, making you do more laps around this circuit just to get all the kills. It's huge and arguably just a lot of busy work, but I still enjoyed it. It's a great final level before the real final level sort of map, you know? 2 noises of the Odyssey. The Gateway of Hell asks the age-old question of what if the icon of sin was hard? It also asks what if it was difficult? And its answer might surprise you. It's putting a cyber demon right in front of it. I think the edible was kicking in when I was taking notes for this because so much of my notes is just quotes from Dracula Flow. Like here, 37 seconds. Why does the Gateway to Hell look like a pussy? And then under that, in bullet points, pastrami mudflaps, they forgot that I'm him. Another note is, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, why is it the icon of sin again? Sub-bullet point, icon of sin, more like I can't eat gin. Okay, last one. I wrote these months ago. I don't remember. I'm trying to bait enemies into fighting the cyber demon, but I use Optifine to stare into the eye of God, and he waved at me with his appendix. I'm not trying to do this for like an XD random thing. I don't know why I wrote these. Functionally, aside from the enemies and the infinite amount of demons that he spawns, it is just the icon of sin again, though not like the demon spitter from Final Doom's, what was it? Oh my god, I'm actually forgetting the name. TNT Evilution. Yeah, that one. There, you could just sit in the right spot and fire rockets into the brain without even having to do much. Here, it's just like Doom 2. You gotta go up this little lift, shoot a rocket at the right spot, jump off, shoot another rocket if you're lucky, lather, rinse, repeat, and pray that you don't die. I don't got much to say. It's just the icon of sin again.
Nice job.
You've done it. The accelerator inverts sucking everything down with you. Wow, I must have been fucked up writing this. Hell is back to pounding bad people instead of good people. God, I wish that were me. What the fuck? Put a rocket launcher in your coffin. You're gonna need it when you... What did I write here? Put a rocket launcher in your coffin. You're gonna need it for some cleanup. Don't fucking test me. I need to do more scripts when I'm under the influence. This is awesome. Don't do drugs, kids. Remember, winners don't do drugs. Doom 64 is a weird freaking game. Released 2 years after Doom 2, it was a Nintendo exclusive, a goddamn Nintendo 64 exclusive. But to the layman, you might not know what the big deal is. Doom 64? Is that like Mega Man 64? Another game that's retitled to have 64 in the title? How many times can I say 64? Quake 64, that's another one. I don't see what the big deal is. It's just Doom but on the Nintendo 64.
Okay, but it's so much more than that!
It is a completely original Doom 2 sequel with brand new artwork, brand new weapons, brand new bosses, brand new jump scares. I picked this up at Too Many Games 2019 and it was about $30, which isn't bad, especially for a game that's never been re-released before. But I gotta confess something. I don't have a Nintendo 64.
Someone ported it to PC, we're good.
Alright, I know that I've used source parts for basically every PC shooter game that I've reviewed on this channel, from Doom, Doom 2, and Quake. But with Doom 64, this is really my only option here. I don't have a Nintendo 64, and there are other source ports out here, and Doom 64 EX is just the one that I'm going to choose to use for this video. I don't really have much to say about the original 64 version of the game. I tried it out when I was in Pennsylvania for Too Many Games because my friend that I was staying with had a Nintendo 64 for me to test it on, but I mean, you're controlling it with this thing. But what's the big deal with Doom 64? Why does everyone want this game re-released, and why was it such a big deal? What sets it apart? It's dark, scary, baby's crying. Actually, that's not entirely true. The soundtrack for Doom 64 was composed by Aubrey Hodges, who you might remember from my Quake video, wink wink nudge nudge. He composed the soundtrack for the elusive PS1 port of Doom, which, once again, swaps out all of Doom's rockin' tracks for more droning ambient pieces. But once again, that fucking theme song, man, that theme song! Though I wish it lifted a bit more than just the main theme for Doom on the PS1. The level intermission and ending themes are both fantastic in their own right, and they just weren't used in Doom 64. They have such a unique sound and feel to them that it gives Doom this amazing, just heavy feeling to it that no other game has really been able to replicate. And also, despite not being in this or in Doom PS1, the Icon of Sin monologues the ending to you as if he's reading it to you like a goodnight story.
You did it. By turning the evil of the horrors of hell in upon itself, you have destroyed power. Now you can retire.
The level music itself is kind of boring and a bit droning, which kind of makes the levels a bit boring and droning. But that's just my opinion. I prefer rocking out while slaying demons. Some people want to be kind of scared by the ambience. I respect it, it's just not for me. But I'll give Doom 64 credit though, it kept me glued to my seat. With Doom 1 and 2, I recorded those games over the span of a few days, but Doom 64, I finished in a single sitting with few breaks in between. Because Doom 64 brings so much to the table that I just didn't expect. I guess you could say it's a map pack with a texture overhaul, but it just feels like so much more than that. Let's look at the first level of the first Doom, E1M1. You spawn with a pistol, and you move through 2 or 3 smaller rooms, you run into an imp, you got zombie dudes, shotgun is hidden behind a secret, and that's it. It's really simple, but it gives you a good idea of what to expect for the game. The first level of Doom 64, the shotgun is handed to you right off the bat. You've got pinkies, you've got zombie dudes, you've got an imp at the very end of the level. Wow, you are really tall. You've got to backtrack a bit to use a key card, because you have a key card in the first level. You get locked in a room with pinkies, you can get an early chainsaw and a buttload of secrets if you care enough. Consider me Whoa! Consider me impressed. I assumed that since this was all being crammed into a late 90s video game cartridge, the levels would be a lot smaller than what we actually got, but no, these levels are on par with Doom 2 in some areas. Maybe not as large as Doom 2 levels, but much larger than the first games. It's a nice little middle ground. And to top level one off with sort of a gory cherry, it has probably the most elaborate secret entrance to a level that I've ever seen before. You gotta blow up all of these explosive barrels that are littered all over the map in a certain order, and a portal will appear back at the beginning of the level, and going through that will take you to one of the most frustrating secret levels I've ever had to play. I wouldn't really recommend it unless you're really set on getting everything in the game, including all of the features, which is where you'll find some of the fun levels of the game. They're labeled fun, I didn't come up with that title. You have to go through all of these elaborate rooms in order to pick up all 3 keycards, and one of them locks you in a room with a bunch of arachnotrons with nothing but a couple rocket launchers in order to kill them. The other one puts you on a narrow bridge with a bunch of Hell Knights, and with the rocket launcher being your only weapon that has a little kickback when you fire it, you're gonna be falling off this thing a lot. And then the arrow room, that is just absolute murder on your ears. I don't want to talk about it. And for a reason that I'll come back to in a little bit, this just didn't feel worth it to me, honestly. Though I think this has the first third-person death in the entire game, actually. It teases you with all of these pickups, and if you collect any of them, it'll kill you in one way or another, some of them slower than others. And this one just has the camera zoom back as you explode, I guess. It's kinda cool, I like that. Though the console's limitations do show with the enemy count, as most enemy encounters are rather small. You do have some levels where there's a ton of demons on screen at once, but the level itself is literally 1 or 2 rooms. Though these levels are being padded out with some switch hunting and backtracking, making them feel a lot larger than they actually are. I am so tired of switch hunting. Doom 64 has the most backtracking of any Doom I've played so far. Pick up one key, use it on a door that's really far away, flip a switch somewhere, run around like a 4-year-old lost in a party city, lather, rinse, repeat until God, this is so mind-numbing. No, disguising progression as a ball and cup puzzle will not help. It's this one, by the way. Wait, what do you mean? That's not to say that the game is a slog though, because I was pretty impressed with the engine here. Early on, you have this 3D printer sort of level where the level assembles in front of you, and as you go around flipping switches, it'll dispense items like keycards or even a rocket launcher. You never really saw stuff this creative in the first 2 Dooms, and if they did do anything like this, it felt more like John Romero or John Carmack physically handing them to you, rather than it feeling like it belongs in the level itself, which is really cool. Doom 64 gave me a sense of immersion that the first 2 Dooms haven't managed to give me so far. Near the end of the second level, there's this cool little crusher thing. You go into a room, it locks you in, and then these parts from the ceiling come down and break the floor open for you to proceed to the end of the level. And again, this is so freaking cool. I've never seen anything like this in the Doom engine. Now, most of these mesmerizing moments are only in the beginning of the game. At the end of the game, the most impressive thing you're gonna get is, wow, the level's green. Which, don't get me wrong, is pretty cool. This is something that they tested a bit with Doom for the PS1. I believe that was the first game to experiment with colored lighting. But Doom 64 is the first original campaign to actually utilize it. We've got lots of reds, we've got lots of blues, we've got yellows, we've got greens, and it does a great job at setting the mood and covering up these awkward new enemy sprites. God, I don't like some of these. I like some of them, I guess. It just kind of starts to dip into the uncanny valley for me. The enemy sprites in the first two games were so low res that it let your imagination take over a bit. I look at the Zombie Man sprite in the first two games and I think, oh, that's probably a face. But then I look at the same sprite updated in Doom 64 and I think, yep, that definitely looks like a face of an action figure. Some of the redesigns are just higher res updates, while others are just straight up redesigns, like the Pinkies, Cacodemons, and Pain Elementals. Dude, what the hell happened to you? I loved the Pain Elementals in Doom 2. They looked so goofy. They looked like the Cacodemons' stupid little brother that walks into your room and is like, hey, you got games on your phone? Like this dude. I don't even know where to start with you, man. It looks like you just came out of a rock concert. Was that mullet inspired by John Romero? I hate fighting the Pain Elementals, but at least I could be redeemed by how fucking stupid they look. But this... you look dumb. Now, some of these redesigns can be explained by the new plot of Doom 64. Yeah, this game has a plot, just hold on. Actually, in my opinion, I think that this is probably the best story that Doom has received so far. Doom Guy is suffering from a bit of PTSD after the events of the last two games. Hell is no place for mortal men to experience, and far away in a last-ditch effort to get rid of the demonic threats, they've bombarded the infested UAC facilities with apocalyptic levels of radiation. However, this only makes things worse, as a remote satellite housing the newest threat to the Doom universe, the Mother Demon, is worn down, setting her free. With Doomguy knowing he'll never be able to rest as long as Hell keeps continuing to send its forces to our universe. The Mother Demon breathes life back into every demon that has been slain by the Doomguy's hands, with all of his work from the first two games being practically undone. Your assignment is clear. Merciless extermination. This is very much Doom 3. This is my Doom 3. I don't care. I know Doom 3 is a separate game. This is Doom 3. This is set up for the end of Doomguy's mission. Closure for the character, admittedly who had very little character development to begin with, but still. For what they had to work with, this does build up to a pretty freaking rad finale. So yeah, anyway, that's why the Pain Elemental's got a mullet now. Though I think that they missed a chance to introduce some new demon types to the game. Aside from the Mother Demon, who is the only fully original demon you'll encounter, we don't have any other original demon types, just reskins of previous enemies. There are the Nightmare Imps, which are slightly beefier versions of imps, and they look cool, they're slightly translucent, and their fireballs are purple, and hey, I won't complain, purple's my favorite color. But this is the closest we have to a new demon type that isn't the final boss, which is really unfortunate. It's not as bad as the Hell Knights though. Ugh, I freaking hate these things in this game. On top of them sounding like a mildly annoyed grandpa who wants you to get off of his freshly mowed lawn, these bastards are fucking everywhere, probably because of the low enemy count. They just decided, hey, we gotta make the game difficult somehow, but we can't have 200 imps come out of nowhere. What do? Let's just throw Hell Knights everywhere. They look so goofy, and they always look like they're about to give me the roast hand every time they throw a fireball. What the f*** is this? Well, Doomguy, I'll tell you. This is the Unmaker, the one and only new weapon that Doom 64 has to offer. It uses plasma ammo, much like the BFG, but don't worry, the BFG is still in this game. Settle down, it's okay, it's okay. And here's the cool part, it's upgraded through artifacts that you collect in secret levels. Thank fucking God. It has taken them so long for me to actually give a damn about the secret levels in these games. I didn't care about them in Doom 1, even though there's that one that I always access on accident. I didn't really care about them in Doom 2, though I think that Doom 2 had probably the coolest one, with it being a retro throwback to Wolfenstein. And with Quake, I didn't even bother. There's that one where you have low gravity, but I don't care. I have fun with some of them. The Wolfenstein one is pretty fun, but there's no real point to bring them up because there's no drive to have me to do these secret levels because they don't reward you with anything. Until now with the Unmaker. This thing is super cool, but when it's fully upgraded, it is borderline overpowered and makes the rest of the game a freaking joke. But this is exactly what I wanted the runes in Quake to be. They just sat on your bar, they did nothing. I wanted them to do something. My idea was giving you like invincibility or quad damage on command, but this idea is much better, giving you a weapon that upgrades as you collect these things. Like, yeah, this makes the game a bit too easy at points, but that's okay because the novelty of this thing is enough to keep my G's BF'd. What the fuck did I just say? Speaking of the weapons themselves look pretty nice though. I like what they did with this graphical upgrade. Though you don't really see Doomguy's hands very often, and when you do, they look kind of photorealistic and kind of gross. The plasma rifle looks absolutely beautiful, and the BFG looks fantastic. The rest really aren't anything to write home about, but oh my fucking god, the super shotgun. Look at how they've massacred my boy. Okay, listen to the super shotgun in Doom 2. It's a heavenly sound if there ever was one, with a very in-your-face animation that's aided by the game's rhythm and sound and overall feeling. It's perfect. Okay, now look at how it shoots in Doom 64.
What an ever-living piss is this?
Why did they change it? It says boo, and that's it. It doesn't really do anything. It's not cool. You don't reload it on your own. You don't do anything. It's such a bizarre change. It's so lazy. It doesn't sound good. It doesn't look good. Why? Oh boy, guys, Cyber Demon's back, except this time I got the BFG by the time I encountered him, so he was super fucking easy. No, if you want a good Cyber Demon boss fight, then look no further than our first fun level, remember those? Cat and Mouse. This is amazing. I really wish this level was in the base game. This was the most engaged I was in the entire game, and it was awesome. You're in this labyrinth sort of setting, and you're constantly being chased by a Cyber Demon with nightmare imps acting as turrets. There's certain triggers around the map that'll cause the Cyber Demon to teleport from one end to the other, so sometimes you'll be chasing him down and he'll disappear and you have this moment of, oh shit, where'd he go? This is probably the most creative use of the classic Cyber Demon used in this engine that I've seen so far. Though the ones in the other two stages feel more like actual boss fights, where this one, you have nothing but a rocket launcher and you are constantly being hunted down by this guy. This is awesome. I loved this. Unfortunately, the Spider Mastermind isn't in this game. I would have really liked to have seen how it was updated with this game's art style. We have the Arachnotrons to give us a bit of a tease of that, and they look cool. They look way better than how they did in Doom 2. There's actually a couple of demons that didn't make the cut. You've got the Revenant, which was my favorite demon, both aesthetically and to fight. They're pretty fun. And the Archvile, who was my least favorite in everything. A soul for a soul, I guess. Though I would have loved to see how these guys looked in this game's art style, even if it didn't turn out very good. You will be encountering the Cyber Demon multiple times though, much like Doom 2. In the level right before last, you're supposed to kill 2 of them to end the level, but I couldn't figure out how to open up the cage. I went everywhere. I found a switch, but I wasn't entirely sure how to get myself elevated enough to hit it, so I just kind of fired between the cracks at them because I could still see them, and after like 10 minutes of firing the Unmaker, it worked. And just beat the level like that, alright. At last we have the Mother Demon herself. Her stage is actually set up really well, and holy shit, it's an actual boss fight. It's hard as hell, dude. Holy shit. A boss fight in Doom like this has never really been difficult before. This is awesome. The beginning of the fight is an endurance match against a fuckload of demons. Though if you picked up any of those demon key artifacts from the secret levels, you can close off the gates that spawn the demons, once again, rewarding you for actually going and looking for these secret stages, which is good job, Midway. Alright, Midway made this game. I forgot to mention that. She's got these homing fireballs that are similar to the Revenant's rockets, except these ones are, oh god, they're fast! This actually took me a good amount of tries. I tried spamming the BFG, I just tried shooting it with a plasma rifle, I tried the Unmaker, but eventually I did get it after running out of plasma ammo and the game switching me to the super shotgun automatically, delivering the final blow with the super shotgun, and that was super cool. No pun intended, fuck. With the mother of all demons defeated, Doomguy decides that it's best that he stays in hell forever to ensure that demons never get a chance to rise against Earth again. He alone punishes hell for all eternity, and god, I fucking love this ending. This is perfect. It's so simple, it's short, but god, is it so badass and fucking satisfying. And man, with the music, makes this such a perfect closer to the Doomguy's trilogy. He knows he won't be able to rest, his purpose is slaying demons, and he knows this. And hey, if they ever want to bring Doomguy back for a future game, this is the perfect way to send him off while maybe bringing him back in the future if they ever decide to do a sequel. This is what helped tie Doom 64 together into a nicely little wrapped adventure. The game got really experimental a few times. There were these stupid multi-key doors where you gotta push in keys in a certain combination to open certain doors. I thought that it just meant you had to have all 3 keys to get into a certain door, which is a cool idea. I would have liked to have seen that, but no, it just means that you have to go up to the top of this tower, flip these switches in a certain order, and that opens a door. And you have to do that 3 different times to flip a switch to finish the level. That was really annoying because I was too stupid to figure it out on my own, but on repeat playthroughs I think that'll be way more fun. But Doom 64 is an incredible sequel to the hell on earth that came before it.
It's a great continuation both lore-wise and gameplay-wise. I know it's a bit weird for someone to care about the story in a Doom game, but I think that it's fun. It helps drive the adventure. With Doom 64 giving Doom Guy the most lore and exposition I think he's ever had. I'm really glad that this game is getting re-released because I'd love to see this game become more accessible to casual Doom fans. This is a fantastic experience and a great game on top of it. It is a shame though that we won't get the next chapter in the Doom Guy's story for another 19 years, god. I know that it's just a theory that this is the same Doom Guy that was used in Doom 2016, but I'll talk about that when we actually get to the Doom 2016 video. But first...
Matt, where the hell are you? You said we were gonna record Doom 3 today! Matt, wake up!
Shit.
Oh, Matt, thank God. I thought it was like a fucking zombie or something. Anyways, what the fuck is that?
Hey, what's up, man? I don't know what's going on, but what I do know is I want some rearrange. You mind if I...
Matt, I don't know what's going on! I don't want to shoot you or anything! No!
Yeah, so Matt's a fucking zombie now? No, I don't know how it happened.
Shoot him, I'm not gonna shoot him.
Doom 3 is an interesting point in video game history. Though I wouldn't call it a bad game, it's undoubtedly a divisive one. A game that boasted impressive technology for arguably the most important FPS of all time, only to feel dated months after its release. Yeah, it's kinda hard to talk about Doom 3 without talking about Half-Life 2, another groundbreaking sequel that shook the industry with its crazy advanced technology that ironically has fragments of Quake 3's engine in its code. I remember my sister telling me how Doom 3 was praised upon its release, and then as soon as Half-Life 2 hit the shelves that people had to raise their standards for what they thought was a revolutionary first-person shooter. And as a big fan of Doom and Half-Life, the latter being one of my favorite PC games of all time, did Doom 3 really deserve to be left in the dust by a certain theoretical physicist? Yeah, it did. I know a bunch of people have said it online, but Doom 3 is just not my cup of tea. I'm sorry if that sounds cliche to say, but trust me, I'm not saying it just because everyone else is. I'm sure you've heard this one before, but it's not a bad game, it's just not a good Doom game. This game felt more like a tech demo more than anything, with John Carmack wanting to show off the technical prowess of their new id Tech engine, but the game just lacks character and reeks of growing pains. But that doesn't mean that it shouldn't have ever been made. Love it or hate it, Doom 3 needed to exist, and I don't mean that in a bad way. Doom 3's id Tech 4 engine is still impressive today with its lighting and physics engine, albeit a bit lacking compared to other engines like the Source engine. But it does boast one feature that I think really helps the engine stand out, and that's its impressive use of screens. I know that it's a really small detail, especially for today, but when I played 2011's Deus Ex Human Revolution, the interactable screens of the game blew my mind. I hadn't seen anything like this before, but lo and behold, Doom 3 went completely under my radar and used what felt like an even more advanced form of these screen interactions than Human Revolution that came out 7 years later. It also has a surprising amount of future-proofing, though the in-game models can range from pretty good to... oh god. The lighting engine still looks fantastic, even today, and though the options menu itself doesn't support widescreen monitors at 1080p, it does in the form of console commands. If you're playing vanilla Doom 3 for the first time after this video, I'm gonna flash up the console commands that I used on screen, as well as a link to the Steam guide in the pinned comment that helped me out with this. You don't need a source port, you don't need mods, everything you need is in the engine itself. Thanks, John Carmack. Though if you do plan to play the game in widescreen, which I'm going to assume you are, the aiming reticle is stretched into an oval shape. You'll get used to it, it's just a little strange. I should also note that I'm playing the original vanilla release of Doom 3, not the BFG edition. I thought,
really hard about which version of the game I was going to look at for this video, even consulting friends who love this game to ask for their opinion, and honestly, I was a bit mixed. Some suggested that I stick with the original release of the game since the BFG edition doesn't preserve the tense horror atmosphere of the original game, while others recommended me the BFG edition for the exact same reason, saying that the BFG edition makes the game feel more like your traditional Doom game. And though that's exactly what I want out of this, I decided that I'm going to stick with the original vanilla release of the game. I'll take a look at the BFG re-release in a future video along with its expansions, but today we're just going to be focusing on the main story at play. But with that said though, if anything I'm about to critique Doom 3 about in this video is fixed in the BFG edition, be sure to let me know in the comments. But before we get started, we need to go back, all the way back to 2001 in Tokyo, Japan. Apple is hosting their Macworld conference in Tokyo to show off the power of their Mac OS X powered by GeForce. Steve Jobs brings out the legendary John Carmack to show off the technology id Software had been working on, debuting Doom 3 to the world for the first time. Now this caught the world by a bit of a surprise. It had been 7 years since Doom 2, the last Doom game that John Carmack himself had worked on. Though the events that led up to Carmack's decision to start production on the sequel is a bit of a rocky one. After id Software had released Return to Castle Wolfenstein, a full remake of Wolfenstein 3D using modern technology at the time, John Carmack thought, well, what if we remade Doom using modern technology? What if we remade the Doom we originally sought out to make before we were bottlenecked by our own technology? An interesting premise, but this idea was not loved by everyone at id, with some of the staff thinking it was unhealthy for John Carmack to constantly go back to what worked in the past instead of looking forwards. And while I love the idea of remaking Doom, I completely understand where these people are coming from. But after two of id's founding members, Kevin Cloud and Adrian Carmack, with no relation to John Carmack, the team approached them saying let them remake Doom, or fire them. This resulted in a bit of a domino effect of altercations, causing the firing of Paul Steed, the art director behind Quake, and it was there that Doom 3's production was kicked off with a bit of a sour note. Now I'd just like to add that this isn't inherently a bad thing. Doom is like John Carmack's baby, and I can totally understand why he's so passionate about wanting to remake these old franchises that helped him grow as a developer. My point here isn't to shame John Carmack for wanting to work on what he wants to work on when he damn well owns the company. It's to emphasize how much John Carmack wants to make the engines for these games rather than to just make a good game. But was everyone else's judgment misplaced? Was it worth it for id to essentially be blackmailed by their own founder to remake this classic FPS? Let's see. Alright, well, we're off to a good start. We got Mars, we got a pretty solid theme song by Tweaker, and we got the Doom 3 logo right in our face, and it's alright. This logo is a bit strange, but it's consistent with the game. The classic Doom logo had this really cool design of like ancient hieroglyphics battling with technology, and though I wouldn't really say that that's symbolic of the game at all, it just looks so cool. But the Doom 3 logo has that solid technological look. The logo itself has that grayish blue metallic look, and the orange is coming from something below, illuminating it. Something evil, yet new and intriguing. Dropping the Roman numerals used for Doom 2 in favor of the traditional 3 on the side, and I would say that I'm overthinking it there, but the Roman numeral 3 was considered at one point, so this was a deliberate design choice to set it aside from the classics. This ain't your daddy's Doom 3, this is Doom 3, even though this game's scary, so I guess it really only appeals to classic fans? I don't know. Actually, that's a good point. Who did this game appeal to?
The Union Aerospace Corporation is the largest corporate entity in existence. Originally focused on weapon and defense contracts, new ventures have expanded into biological research, space exploration, and other scientific endeavors. With unlimited funds and the ability to engage in research outside of moral and legal obligations, the UAC controls the most advanced technology ever conceived.
God damn, that's the most story we've ever seen in a Doom series so far, and this is just the intro. It's not explicit at all like the little text blurbs in Doom 1 and 2. This is subtle.
It has this sense of mystery, like, oh cool, the most advanced technology ever conceived, that's pretty neat, but what was that about testing outside of moral and legal obligations? That doesn't sound good. Compared to today, this is a pretty standard video game introduction. Flight control saying everything's going well, characters talking about other characters we haven't been introduced to yet, while our hero, someone I hesitate to call Doom Guy, does not care. He may not look the part, but he certainly acts the part.
Welcome to Mars. All new arrivals need to check in at reception.
Holy shit, is that an NPC? Again, not anything new for video games, but new for Doom. I really gotta give the game credit, this opening is pretty strong. While I went in the game hoping that I can rip some demons open with my bare hands, I got pretty immersed in Mars City, talking to NPCs, gathering information about the Union Aerospace Corporation, and holy shit, mirrors! Working mirrors! We are given our PDA shortly into Mars City. Yeah, a PDA. In the future, the 22nd century, we're using PDA. Fuck smartphones.
This is your personal data assistant. You'll need this to access all secure areas. If you get clearance for any security zones, it'll download directly. It's important, so don't lose it.
He's gonna lose it, isn't he? Before really anything in the game goes down, we're introduced to Dr. Betruger, and I'm not even gonna dance around it. He's the antagonist. I mean, God, look at him. God, are you profiling villains, Trav? What the fuck? He's being interrogated about why people keep transferring off Mars. You know, it's Doom, something shitty's going on. And when asked about it, he says,
They simply can't handle life here. They're exhausted and overworked. If I had a larger, more competent staff and bigger budget, even these few accidents could have been avoided.
Okay, no, he's the villain.
Amazing things will happen here soon. You just wait.
After meeting up with Sergeant Kelly, who may or may not be Sarge from Quake 3, we're sent off on our first assignment to locate a missing scientist. Okay. Yo, dude, is that a flashlight? Oh, sweet. Oh, man, I love being able to see in pitch black darkness. In all honesty, I know the flashlight is one of the most divisive parts of the game, but I love it. Not because it helps me see, but it's just so much fun to just smack things with it. The ding it makes is so satisfying with everything.
Crawl, you fat ass.
This is where we get our first real glimpse of what's essentially going to be the rest of the game. Darkness. Lonely, lonely darkness. Maybe I've spoiled myself with Half-Life, but I really wish the flashlight was in the middle of the screen. Like, I get it, it's realistic. Every time my power goes out, I make sure to point my flashlight directly to the right of whatever I'm looking at. After some slightly ominous NPC dialogue along the way, we do eventually find the scientist that we were sent to find, and he's sending out a distress signal, probably because it's Doom and the UAC's doing shady shit.
The devil is real. I know. I built his cage.
I'm getting abnormal.
Just gonna add that to my book of really good quotes with subpar execution.
Oh God, Mr. Science Man, are you okay? Oh God, flashlight!
Where are you?
Oh, the zombies got guns.
Bro, where did your skeleton go?
Alright, well, I guess it's starting to feel like Doom, I guess. We got zombie men with guns. Yeah, that works. I don't exactly know why everyone in the facility is turning into zombies, but cool, at least I get to smack things with my flashlight a little bit. Alright, God, I'll use my pistol. Jesus, I won't flashlight everything.
What the fuck is that?
Is this a Doom game with reloading?
Right now, you can't do that.
Well, it is a horror game after all. I mean, how would you create suspense in a game like Doom where you're running around at full speed with infinite ammo? Reasonably, their answer was give you a sprint meter and force you to have to reload. Thankfully, the zombies are adjusted as well. I mean, they're pretty stupid and they're not too tough.
Oh God, what is that?
Wait, is that thing throwing fireballs at me? Don't tell me that's an imp. I mean, yeah, that's an imp. Throws fireballs, sometimes it scratches you. It looks like he's in a full rubber bodysuit, though. Sometimes they'll leap at you if you're a good distance away, but a single shotgun blast at point blank is usually enough to get the job done. Seriously, these guys are not scary, especially when they're trying to be scary. Imps just love to wait for you. As soon as they're on the other side of a door that you're about to open, they're gonna lunge at you because that's scary! The shotgun, much like its 2D predecessor, is gonna be your best friend for most of the game. You can find it pretty early, though since secrets aren't labeled as secrets, I'm not sure if I found it early or not. Ammo is plentiful, and most demons in the first half of the game are taken down easily with just the shotgun. We're one of the few remaining survivors in the facility. Sarge, who's talking shit about us earlier in the adventure, reluctantly sends us to go meet up with Bravo team in the Alpha Labs to send a transmission to Earth, giving our PDA clearance for the upcoming areas. The PDA is actually kind of awesome, I love it. It helps make the world of Mars City feel more alive. From a functionality standpoint, this is your colored key systems from the previous games. Since the game isn't split into individual levels and reusing colored key cards wouldn't really make much sense in a world that bases itself more on reality, our PDA gathering the name and clearances of certain areas rather than updating in color is a really creative way of adapting this rather cartoonish game mechanic from the previous games and moving it into a more realistic setting. We're also able to read emails and hear voice recordings from PDAs that we find from other scientists, often off of a corpse with the PDA itself giving us clues to how they died, again making the world feel more alive. It kind of gives me Deus Ex vibes in a way, and that's far from a bad thing. Taking a moment to read emails and messages that can give us tips for the environment or passcodes for these little vaults, another element that reminds me of Deus Ex, though I'm pretty sure there were other first-person games prior to Deus Ex that dealt with passcodes. You can find these all throughout the game, and every time you find one you have this urge to look around for a PDA or clues on how to open it. Sometimes they're not written explicitly in emails, and occasionally you'll have to listen to an audio recording to find it, giving you an incentive to actually listen to some of these audio logs. And this is really nice for keeping me company. When I'm wandering around the ambience of Mars City, I really like having these recordings to keep me company, because yeah, Doom 3, like Doom 64 and Quake, have a purely ambient soundtrack, but the thing is, I think that it works really nicely here. With Quake and Doom 64, you could replace the music in these games with rockin' tracks from Doom 1 and 2, and I'd argue that it might improve some of the games a bit. But with Doom 3, because everything is consistently built around this idea of horror, it really benefits from this ambient soundtrack, if you can even call it that. I'm not really sure if there's even much of a soundtrack here. The sound feels more like it comes from the machinery and the environment around you, and less like an MP3 or a .ogg file being loaded into the background. I like this ambience. This is good ambience. I mean, hell, could you imagine playing Doom 3 with having E1M1 blasting in your ears? That just wouldn't work. We do overhear Swan and Sarge talking with Betruger shortly after the incident, where he admits that yeah, this was basically all of his doing, and when Betruger refuses to step down, Swan and Jack Campbell, who I thought was Sergeant Kelly for the longest time, I mean, can you blame me? They look identical. They decide to take matters into their own hands, and if you're familiar with any previous Doom game, you know exactly what that green glow is.
You're right, it's the Crane game, baby! Crane game!
Now, if you're getting tired of the story explanation so far, honestly, I can't blame you. I'm not the biggest fan of having our story explained to us, the player, in a way that doesn't involve the character that we're currently immersed in. If id really wanted to scare us, they would have the Marine figure out the story as he goes on. Later parts of the game do this really well, but the beginning of the Hell invasion is just a little bit too on the nose. The Doom Marine also feels like a bit of a bystander, being told where to go for 2/3 of the game. Like, Marine, we need you to go turn the power on so we can send out a distress signal, to, oh god, please don't send out that distress signal, that's exactly what the demons want. Because you see, the whole reason that the demons are invading Mars is because they don't have a proper way to teleport to Earth. When humans decided to terraform Mars via the use of the Hydrocon, a device used to give Mars a more breathable atmosphere, their excavations unearthed ancient temples filled with satanic artifacts. Not only did they unearth a portal to Hell under these ancient ruins, but also something that was meant to close it, the Soul Cube, codenamed Artifact U1. The Soul Cube was also seen on stone tablets being used fighting against the legions of Hell by someone that you might think looks a bit familiar. This alone seals the idea that this is a different Doom guy than the one that sealed himself in Hell at the end of Doom 64, assuming this is canon. Doom 3 might be canon, but not in the way that you might think. What if Hell itself is eternal, constant across the multiverse? And though our Marine from Doom 3 might not be from the same universe as, say, Doom 1 through 64, this might be the same Hell. It's a bit of a stretch, and more of a theory on my part. John Carmack himself said that this isn't meant to be like Doom 1 or Doom 2, or as id put it,
takes place as if the first two never happened. So it's very important that fans realize that this is not Doom 3, you know, after Doom 2 Hell on Earth. This is Doom 3, whereas Doom 2 never happened.
Maybe the stone tablet doesn't mean anything. Maybe it's just meant to be a fun Easter egg that serves no purpose to the lore.
That would
would be stupid though. Now before you ask why I'm bringing up the Soul Cube with almost no build up to discussing it, that's kind of how it's presented in the game. It just gets thrown into the plot out of practically nowhere. I really wish I had a better way to segue into this, but I mean if the game couldn't give a shit about it, I don't know how I could give a shit about it. Though the Marine's journey to acquire the Soul Cube is a long one, and along the way he runs into a handful of demons. Some new, some familiar, and some... oh god, what is that?
Foreskin abomination.
Okay, well at least the doors are safe. Okay, I take back everything that I said about Doom 64's Demons redesign, because these are just underwhelming, I'm sorry. Because of the game's lighting, or lack thereof, it's already kind of difficult to distinguish some of the demons from each other until they're right up in your face. But that's not entirely a bad thing. If you haven't played Doom 3 before and are interested in playing it in the future, I highly encourage you to use surround sound headphones. Not so that you could shit yourself when a monster screams right behind you, because let's face it, you won't. It's so that you know what demons are around you. In Doom 1 through 64, you're able to recognize what demons are in a room from their silhouettes. They all have a unique design that even just glancing at the room, you're able to tell what enemies are in the room once you're familiar with all of the enemy types. And though I don't like the redesigns of some of these demons, in Doom 3 you're doing basically the same thing, but with sound. Very few of the demons sound alike, and though I don't like the redesigns of some of these demons, recognizing what sounds come from what demons is usually enough to tell what's in the room with you. Or when you're in a dark room and you start hearing... the spiders. These are the trites, the most unnecessary bastards in the whole game. I'm not scared of spiders. I never feel any bit of fear when these guys show up. So when a bunch of them impede your path and slowly approach you, it's just a chore, it's not scary. And then the shotgun feels completely unreliable with these guys because of their small hitbox. Sometimes I get killed in one shot, other times 3 shots. It gets to the point where it feels more reliable to just pick them off from a distance with your pistol. There's not many other demons in the game that the shotgun can't take care of. The maggots just feel like imps without the fireballs, the wraiths just feel like imps that can teleport? Okay, yeah, there's not a lot of variety here. Well, at least these guys are better than babies!
I don't like babies!
The pacing of upgrading your arsenal is actually pretty well done, and in classic Doom fashion, you can sometimes find a new weapon type shortly before or after you encounter a new demon type. I found the plasma rifle by listening to something whisper this way into my ears, and though I'm not sure if that was a secret or the intended way you're supposed to find the plasma rifle, it was satisfying to find. The plasma rifle once again is one of your more powerful weapons in the game, at the cost of its ammunition being a tad rare. Its sound design isn't the best, but I'll take this any day over. Oddly enough, the chain gun around here doesn't share ammo with the pistol or with the new rifle, both of which have their places. The latter I prefer to use for the zombie dudes, or zombies with the guns, because there are zombies that don't have guns. These guys can be pretty tough, and if you're going to try to get up close and personal with them with a shotgun, often you're going to get punished for it, which saying that kind of feels like heresy when it comes to Doom. The Caco demons just appear with like no fanfare at all. Hey, you know those unmistakable icons from the Doom franchise? Those meatballs, the raspberries, everyone has their term for them. They're recognizable by anyone. How do we update that design to fit in our semi-realistic setting?
I throw dice, and if anything comes between 1 to 5, I'll kiss you.
And what if 6 comes?
This is, without a doubt, my least favorite redesign in the game. The Caco demons are a complete pushover. Sure, their design is consistent with the rest of the game, but it's just a flying deformed skull with a protruding brain. The way I see it is kind of like when your favorite childhood cartoon gets adapted into a gritty live-action reboot. It's like, yeah, these new designs aren't bad, but like, why did you make it? Oh, speaking of skulls, do you remember the Lost Souls? Have you ever wanted to know how one of them was made? Oh, I don't like that, that's gross. They often fly around in packs, making them a bit more of a nuisance than any other game. Thankfully, there's no pain elementals to spawn more of them. The only thing that really bothers me is that now they're the size of a normal human skull instead of them being just giant skulls. I mean, they're not even skulls, they're just big faces. But because of their reduced size and being able to move around in 3 dimensions, these are some of the most annoying enemies in the game. Now, I think that it's about time that I address the elephant in the room. The flashlight. A simple tool that divided the fan base, especially with the BFG edition. It's a simple tool, lets you see in the dark, but here's the catch. You can't use the flashlight and a weapon at the same time, which is where the game's sound design really comes into play. Again, I think that the sound design in Doom 3 is fantastic, but not because it could have been, but because it needed to be. If the sound design sucked, I'd be humming a different tune when it comes to the flashlight. The style of gameplay where I'm choosing between my ears to navigate versus my visuals is something I've never experienced in a game before. I should also note that I'm not a big fan of horror. When I was younger, the genre just freaked me out too much, and now as an adult, it just kind of bores me. Sure, an imp jumping out at you through the doorway might scare you the first time, but the 28th time it won't even faze you. And if for whatever reason an imp jumping out of a doorway does scare you, the game's rather primitive ragdoll physics will quickly extinguish any kind of fear that you might have had. You can tell that they thought that these ragdolls were some scary shit, making corpses fly around while the villain laughs at you, but today this fucking cracked me up. It felt like I was watching a Gmod video. Horror just isn't a genre that has ever fascinated me, not when I was young and not now. And hell, the only horror movie to ever leave me unsettled in my adult life was John Carpenter's The Thing, which I can't help but feel like was a source of inspiration for some of Doom 3, minus the whole, ooh, who can you trust, because oh, that would actually be interesting. When I first started this game, I treated it like it was a special occasion. I made sure that my lights were off for my first genuine horror experience in a video game, and the only time I actually got scared in this game was when I turned the corner and there was an imp right there. Like, that wasn't meant to scare me, it just scared me because I wasn't expecting it. But everyone you encounter in this game, you can't trust anyways because they're gonna die eventually. Even this innocent scientist who helps guide you to the exit in this underground area dies right before you get him there. You do rescue this one scientist who later on rewards you with goodies and weapons later on in the story, though I'm not really sure if it's possible to fail to save him. I mean, this isn't Deus Ex. Man, I keep talking about Deus Ex today. Remember to subscribe and don't miss my Deus Ex reviews coming 2021. Just like X6. There are a pretty comfortable amount of bosses in the game, even if they're just bullet sponges that don't require a lot of strategy. But to be fair, that's pretty consistent with the franchise. And if you're finally hoping to see an updated version of the Spider Mastermind, well, once again, you're gonna be disappointed. We do get a spider boss who uses telekinesis, which is pretty close to the Spider Mastermind. I mean, it was planned to have a telekinesis move at one point, though, come on, you didn't need to give the Spider Mastermind a pair of breasts to make her attractive. She was already attractive. Oh God, I'm gonna regret saying that. Though the Spider Mastermind was planned to appear at one point, and the concept art looked pretty freaking rad and genuinely creepy. It's a shame that it was never fully realized, though the Cyber Demon does return, but we'll be getting to that in just a bit. Oh hey, remember that Bravo team that Sarge told us to meet up with? Well, they died, big surprise there. But not only did they all die, but in a scuffle with some imps, this egghead shoots a pipe that causes a chain reaction and sets off the coolant for the Hydrocon. Oh boy! Normally I'd mock storytelling like this, and it's not perfect, but I'll give it some credit for creating a moment with some pretty high tension. Now with how events in the game have transpired so far, I was fully expecting a plot device to come out of nowhere and actually destroy the Hydrocon, leaving you to fend for yourself as you deal with the consequences of that. And I was genuinely invested in this bit, and though it doesn't explode, afterwards it did give me a feeling of accomplishment.
There he is!
Ow!
There's my son! Wait, no!
Hey look guys, the Revenant and the Archvile are back. They were gone in Doom 64, but they brought them both back. There's one thing that's really strange about this edition, though. These are two of the few demons in the game that actually look like their classic counterparts at first glance. With the Archvile, it makes sense. I mean, it's got this bald, lanky look, which is consistent with the rest of the demons, but the Revenant looks as stupid as ever, though he's not a skeleton, which isn't exactly something I can get behind. Codex entries you find later in the game describes the Revenant as having translucent flesh, and it kinda helps keep it grounded in reality, I suppose, but it just kinda rubs me the wrong way. Like, you have all this crazy shit going on in the game, just make him a living skeleton, what's so hard about that? Though this change did come pretty late in development. The Revenant was supposed to be 100% skeleton, but the translucent flesh of the Revenant actually came from doing a texture test on the model itself, and they thought it looked really cool, so they decided to keep it in, which also really helps the idea that this game is more about the technology, not the game. Dr. Betruger stops us again to tell us all about his evil plan, explicitly telling us that he plans to use the rescue team from the distress signal to help demons invade the Earth. He tries to kill us with a gas leak, which we stop because the plot demands it, and oh, Mancubus! It's nice to see another design I actually recognize, even if it's sporting a bit of a Cthulhu face, which, yeah, I won't complain, it actually looks pretty good. actually had no problems with this encounter. I thought the Mancubi were fun to fight, I like the new design of them, and their ragdolls are really bouncy. We eventually make it to the Delta Labs, ground zero for the demonic invasion. Shortly upon arriving, Sarge tells us something, but he sounds off. I can't understand him, but I mean, he sounds evil. I mean, he's probably been taken over, I wouldn't be surprised.
If you're watching this, you're tougher than I thought. I guess things aren't always what they seem.
A scientist tells us that Dr. Betruger took the Soul Stone with him to Hell. In exchange, we get teleporting puzzles!
Oh no, not the Vor! Ah, a demon wielding a chainsaw. This is a first. Well, how about we see who is mightier, the chainsaw or the flashlight?
The chainsaw is really overpowered, but only once you get the hang of it. It only cuts at a certain spot that you're looking. It kind of feels like the flashlight, how it's a little off-center. And when you turn your head, your weapons kind of swing with a bit of delay, which I guess kind of feels realistic, I'm not sure. But it kind of makes the chainsaw feel a bit finicky. But once you get it, it makes cutting through these smaller enemies so much more satisfying. Okay, this bit right here. You're teleporting all over the facility to chase down Dr. Betruger. Maybe I'm just stupid, but this really confused me for a bit. Every time you get to a new teleporter, you gotta select the next room. A new slot opens up in this 2x2 grid, and you gotta collect the next one. And so once you get to the last one, you're like, alright, I'm gonna go to number 4, without realizing that number 4 and number 1 have been switched. So you press number 4 thinking that'll take you to the next area, but no, you got sent back to the beginning all over again. This just didn't feel like good design. I actually had to look up a guide and be like, what the hell am I doing wrong here? Just to find out that I'm supposed to select square 1, even though it should have been square 4. I don't understand this. We eventually do catch Betruger, who tells us that we can't stop him. The only weapon that can stop him is in Hell. And so in order to keep us alive, he doesn't open a portal to Hell because he's an intelligent villain! Nah, I'm just kidding. He opens a portal straight to Hell and oh shit, it's the guys from the box art. I thought these were Barons of Hell at first because of how they walk and throw fireballs, but no, these are actually the Hell Knights. But there's no Barons of Hell in this game, so honestly, they might as well just be the Barons. And they're tough. They're actually pretty engaging to fight. One of the better enemies of the game, if you ask me.
Do you think that they failed to include the Barons because they didn't want an enemy with a vibrant color palette?
After getting vored by Satan one more time, we're in Hell. Oh, and it looks so beautiful. The way the environment moves around, the uncontrollable screams of the damned rattle in your head, it's fantastic. I don't care for the moment where you get trapped in a cage, but you don't have a flashlight and you have unlimited stamina. This feels like Doom. This finally feels like a Doom game! Oh man, it only took 4/5 of the game to lead up to this moment. Hell is almost perfect. You have moments where you walk into a room and there's a ton of mancubuses and you got a rocket launcher and it's just unloading on all of them and this is fantastic. My pinky finger was hurting from holding down the shift key the entire time so I could keep sprinting. Wait, hold up. Is that what I think it is? I gotta say, it's really cool that they brought the Berserk back. It's kind of weird and immersion breaking, but at this point, I don't care. I'm not a big fan of the screams of the infinite damned constantly yelling into my head during this process, but I mean, it's fun. And hey, early on, you could find a PDA of someone saying that a BFG went missing in Hell, and if you explore enough, you could actually find this missing BFG right before one of the boss fights. It's a bit unceremonious, but hey, I got a BFG, what do I care? And what follows is a pretty fucking rad boss fight against the Guardian of Hell. This fight feels rather arcadey, and I mean that in the best way possible. You can't damage the beast directly, but it'll fire out these little seekers with spotlights. Destroying all of this makes this giant fuck me beacon come out of the back of the Hellguard, and then you gotta blast it. It's a rather simple boss fight, but it was so fun. This whole Hell segment was so refreshing. Killing the Guardian of Hell, we actually find the Soul Cube. The Soul Cube itself is seemingly alive, and it tells us that if we free it from its eternal prison, then it'll smite down the evils of Hell. From a functionality standpoint, the Soul Cube is a weapon, and a pretty unique one. It can only be used once before having to be recharged by killing other demons, and by God does it let you know when it's ready to be used. It's almost a one-hit kill weapon that can be used after killing a few regular enemies. It needs to be charged by the souls. But this finally gives these smaller horde enemies like these spiders much more of an explicit purpose, to recharge the Soul Cube. It homes in on enemies and refills your life, which actually feels like it's rewarding you for playing more recklessly now. Once again, making this feel more like a Doom game. It isn't totally perfect. I did have a few moments where the soul cube attacked the wrong target, but it's not too big of a deal. And you know I tried to save this thing for Archviles because again, fuck the Archviles. Fuck the Archviles. Fuck the Also, fun fact, the idea of this being recharged by souls is originally taken from the Unmaker, which yeah, you might recognize from Doom 64, but what you might not have known is that the Unmaker was actually planned for the first Doom game from 1993. Though this concept for the Unmaker wasn't used at all in Doom 64, it's always interesting seeing these old ideas being realized by modern technology. We're back from hell and we lost all our weapons and have a stamina meter again, but this time we have the Soul Cube on our side. Dying Scientist number 38 tells us that Sarge has gone rogue, confirming my theory from earlier. But not only that, but that he's got Campbell's BFG, so okay, Campbell's dead I guess. Sarge taunts you through the UAC facility, which seemingly starts to merge with hell with floating hellish platforms. We do find some video discs telling you that the BFG's blast can be destroyed if shot because there's a microchip in it. This kind of feels a bit forced, but I guess it's important for what's coming up. Alright, Sarge, come on out. I know you're— Oh god, what is that? Alright, yeah, Sarge is a demon now. He's also a tank? Hey guys, how are we gonna make this military dude look like a demon? Oh, I don't know, merge him with the tank. Sir, we haven't had a tank at all in the game. Just put him in a tank! After killing him, you get the BFG for the remainder of the game, and it's nice knowing that you won't miss a BFG on your first playthrough, cause man is it fun to use. It's not like the BFG in the previous game where it fires a large projectile and then as soon as it hits something, it fires a bunch of tracers out. This one acts more like the BFG from Quake 2, where it fires one large projectile and has all these little arms extend out to drain the life of anything nearby. This is awesome. I really enjoyed the BFG in this game. With Sarge defeated and presumably everyone in the main cast dead except for you and Betruger, there's really nothing else left to lose, with our Marine navigating through the ruins of the Martian civilization that was wiped out by hell. The temple is incredibly suspenseful. There's not a lot of enemies encountered, but there's plenty of buildup. Lots of hieroglyphs and strange alien technology, and an interesting looking sarcophagus that, I don't have time for that.
I knew it! I knew it! Software was Martians!
Ah, there's the Cyber Demon. Looking pretty good, though it feels like there's a bit more cyber than there is demon. I mean, what's the deal with the giant jetpack on his back? Spoiler alert, he doesn't use it. Yeah, this is definitely a boss fight. Actually, no, this isn't really a boss fight, it's more of an event. It's not difficult, but it's not satisfying. You can't hurt the Cyber Demon. None of your weapons do anything. Completely going against the whole philosophy that the Cyber Demon was created on. Shoot it until it dies. Instead, we got our handy-dandy plot MacGuffin. This whole fight is just stay away from the Cyber Demon until you've killed enough demon fodder to charge your soul cube. And it doesn't immediately look like it's doing much. Doing actual damage to the Cyber Demon doesn't feel satisfying. I mean, when you hit it the fourth time, it goes into a cinematic with unsatisfying camera angles with the soul cube chopping off the Cyber Demon into tiny pieces, closing off the portal to hell under Mars. Man, what a sad use of the Cyber Demon. I can't help but feel like this boss fight was a bit rushed and just lazily slapped on for the finale. The Cyber Demon is one of the most recognizable Doom bosses, so hey, we gotta include that into the game. It wasn't satisfying. The plot MacGuffin that I barely had any attachment to in the first place does all the fighting for me. This doesn't feel like the Marine is a badass one-man army against hell. It just made him feel like a bystander who's watching the events of the game unfold in front of him in a very unsatisfactory way.
Recon Zulu, this is Echo 1. Give me a visual status. Echo 1, this is Recon Zulu.
Oh, okay. Is this a recording from the Bravo team that died before us? Did they uncover something interesting? Wait, that's me. I'm being rescued? Wait, what about Betruger? Oh, there he is.
Oh, he's Skyrim now!
Alright, cool. I just killed the Cyber Demon, we closed the portal. Let's go kill that son of a bitch. Wait, what? That's it? What does that mean? Was this all a dream? Are you really going to leave us on a cliffhanger like that? I mean, Doom 1 had a cliffhanger ending too, but at least we dealt with the main antagonist of the game. It's not like the spider mastermind grew wings and flew away. This isn't infuriating because it's a cliffhanger, this is infuriating because it's not satisfying. You put us up against a cyber demon because it went, oh well, I mean, we gotta have a cyber demon, built up this boss fight with no fanfare whatsoever, and the cyber demon just there. You could have had Betruger be the final boss and never use the cyber demon, and that would have been a more satisfying ending. I know that Betruger gets closure in the expansion episode, but imagine playing this game in 2004, being so excited that you upgraded your PC just to play Doom 3, and this was the ending? I would be furious! I am furious! I have never seen a cliffhanger this insulting, and I've played Deus Ex Mankind Divided. Doom 3 took me almost 5 recording sessions to beat, each spanning from about 1 to 3 hours, and my enjoyment of the game really only peaked about halfway through my 5th recording session when I went to hell. That's less than 10% of the entire game. But here's the thing. When it comes to whether or not I should recommend Doom 3 to you, I really do recommend it. Doom 3 is in this really strange gray area. I believe that the quality of the game has been dramatically hurt by time, but also blessed by it at the same time. I could only recommend Doom 3 knowing someone might enjoy it if they've never really played a Doom game before. Maybe if they haven't played the previous games, they'll find something to enjoy with this game. But at the same time, I also recommend it to Doom fans like myself who love the rest of the series and never decided to poke this black sheep with a 10-foot pole. While I didn't enjoy Doom 3 that much and frankly found its ending kind of insulting, I think that this is worth experiencing just for the novelty of it alone. It's in a really bizarre position where I can say I recommend Doom 3 because you will either hate it or love it. I can't think of any other sequel in the gaming industry that I would recommend playing for the wrong reasons. But if you think that I'm gonna tell you that the part at the end of the game that I legitimately enjoyed was worth the 8 hours of playtime before it, you're wrong. The gameplay for most of the game felt more like an experience than a game, and though that's usually a good thing, often experiences are best experienced only once. I will eventually replay this in the BFG edition, which I'm now looking forwards to since I don't want to preserve the suspenseful atmosphere of Doom 3. I get that there's a handful of purists out there that prefer it like this, but I don't. I'm glad I experienced Doom 3 in all of its vanilla glory, and I'm impressed with a good chunk of the game. I was incredibly immersed, and there were glimmers of hope that showed that this engine could work for a Doom game if the staff really put themselves to it. But this was just not worth the build-up, no matter how fun it was. And with an ending so just not satisfying, and a villain so one-dimensional who actively invites you to go locate the one weapon used to defeat him, just to fly away in the end and never properly encounter our protagonist? I'm sorry, but I don't think that's good writing. You could tell that the people at id Software tried with this one. They brought in horror writer Matthew J. Costello, but unfortunately I don't think that really helped them too much. The story might have been sound, but it lacked any heart and soul. Doom 1 and 2 had very little story, but at least they had charm. I mean, Doom 64 had the best story of these earlier Doom games, and that entire game was outsourced to Midway. As much as I hate to say it, I think that the future of the Doom franchise is better off in someone else's hands. Someone who's equally as passionate about the game as they are the technology around it.
Hey Trav, I just got out of the shower, buddy. I'm ready to do some filming whenever you are. What is that? You fell for the zombie friend freak, you idiot.
Alright, this isn't gonna age well. Doom 2016 is one of the greatest video games I've ever played. It took the series back to its roots with a fresh yet familiar coat of paint, and embraces everything that made the classic Doom games so enjoyable. To say that it went through development hell is a gross understatement, forcing John Carmack out of the company when Bethesda didn't want to give the game virtual reality support, and look at how well that turned out for them. Bethesda's parent company ZeniMax bought out id Software and all of their IPs, including Commander Keen, Doom, and Wolfenstein, the latter whose reboot brought us into a sort of FPS renaissance of shooters, returning to what made them so great in the first place, where combat and exploration is just as rewarding as finishing the level itself. However, Doom 4, which was in development at the time, was really struggling to get off the ground. Once again, John motherfucking Carmack wanted the game to be a technical wonder first, and a game second. This video that you're seeing right here, this isn't footage of an old cancelled Call of Duty game. This was going to be Doom. They did salvage the push forward combat that the game was planned to integrate with with some of the animations even being reused in the game that we now know as Doom 2016, but everything else, that was gone, out the window. The team did undergo some staff changes, bringing in concept artist Hugo Martin to lead and eventually direct the Doom project. Hugo Martin is a huge fucking nerd, and I absolutely love him. He's everything that I loved about John Romero, just without the ego. And going through some of his older projects, I think that he's a perfect fit for a franchise like Doom. I mean, the dude ended up designing a handful of Jaegers from the Pacific Rim film, and that movie is pop culture incarnate. Come on. Everything I just told you though, the public knew basically nothing about outside of unproven rumors, and the game wouldn't have its first public appearance until E3 2014, showing a teaser with the new and improved Cyber Demon, and then silent again for another year when gameplay was finally shown for the game.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Doom.
Watching this now, it's almost kind of unsettling. The gameplay is so slow, the colors look so muted, and it just lacks the charm that we'd eventually get with the final product. Like, look at the imp, he's basically just a baby Hell Knight, he doesn't look that nice. Glory kills were here though in full force, brutal finisher animations that reward the player with more health and ammo than they would with a normal kill, encouraging you to play more aggressively than you would hiding behind cover. This was a step in the right direction though, with demons being easily recognizable from first glance, being a step up from Doom 3, especially with the Revenant, who's back to being a screaming skeleton with a jetpack who punches you to death. That is so fucking awesome. If you've played the game, you might not recognize the version of At Doom's Gate that's playing right now. That's because the absolute god and musical genius Mick Gordon was told by Bethesda that they didn't want a metal soundtrack for the game. Okay, let me repeat what I just said. Bethesda didn't want a metal soundtrack for Doom. Oh, good god. He did his best to follow that no metal sound rule until basically saying, fuck it, I'm making this metal anyway, and Bethesda did eventually cave in and allow it. I've heard rumors that this is what led to the speed of the game eventually being increased too, but I couldn't find any proof of that, so take that how you will. Needless to say though, fans were kinda divided about this one. It looked nice and looked like it was a return to form since Doom 3, but the E3 presentation put a large emphasis on multiplayer for some reason, which made some worry that the game was being produced with multiplayer in mind first and single player second. I know that Doom pioneered the concept of deathmatch, but still it worked because it built off of the elements from the single player game, including maps and weapons, and many were worried that this was going to be the other way around. Also, hell just looked like piss. Literally. Everything has this gross shade of yellowish green that doesn't really scream hell to me, but I love the architecture, so all we really need here is a bit of color correction. Worries about the game continue to grow when Bethesda withheld review copies from the media, a telltale sign that the company isn't confident in their game, and maybe they weren't, but their worries proved to be for naught when the game finally released to near universal praise from veterans and newcomers alike, including myself. Would you believe that this was my first true Doom experience? I did play the series a little bit growing up, but I never truly got into it. But all of these videos about the series till this point were from the perspective of someone who hasn't spent more time with Doom than his family. It was from the perspective of a guy in his early 20s who had never sat down and played through the entirety of a Doom game until late 2016. Put that into perspective. Right from the get-go, the most noticeable gameplay element that makes this game stand out is the glory kill mechanic. Well, actually, the first thing you'll notice is why the home menu looks like a free-to-play game. What is this? It used to look like this, which I liked way more. It's much cleaner and much more minimalistic. Anyways, when demons get to a lower point in their health, they glow until you get close enough to connect them with a melee attack, bringing you into a short but satisfying finisher animation. You can get a perk later in the game that speeds up the animations of glory kills, but I don't really like to use this because I enjoy having an opportunity to blink while I'm in combat. It also lets me reset my mouse if it's slightly off position. I have seen some say that they find the flashing of the demons to be a little bit immersion breaking, and while I disagree, I do understand it. But what I don't completely understand is why people complain about it when they could just turn it off. You could also turn off other things as well as tutorials and other quality of life changes, including the weapon placement. In a more recent update, they've allowed you to reset the weapon position to be in the center of the screen, much like classic Doom, which I think is fine until you get to any weapon that isn't the combat shotgun. The weapon bobbing is just a bit too distracting for me, and I think that some of the weapons take up way too much of the screen. Also, it seems just slightly off-center. Does this bother anyone else? Though I do appreciate that they reanimated the classic shotgun cocking. That's good stuff. Now everyone get out of the way before I blow you up with my massive
rocket cup.
A lot of this feels like a love letter to classic Doom, with most, if not all of the demons and weapons following the same hierarchy they did in the originals, but with some tweaking to adjust for the third dimension and push forward combat. Imps linger from a distance and throw fireballs, but are much faster and run away from you sometimes. Zombie dudes now use plasma beams instead of bullets, which might turn some veterans off, but I think that this is way better than the hit scanning shots, and shotgunners aren't nearly as much of a pain. They do have shields, but this can be popped by some stronger weapons in the game, and this encourages you to find a route to easily attack their backside, and the list goes on. Weapons now have up to 2 interchangeable weapon mods that can give them some much needed utility. You're first shown this midway through the first level of the game with the choice of the explosive shot or the triple shot for the shotgun. Right away you might gravitate to the explosive shot, which I do think is better, but the triple shot is great for bigger enemies you'll encounter early on, like the Hell Knights. Meanwhile, you've got the plasma pistol from Quake 2, a heavy rifle with a missile or scope add-on, the plasma rifle with the stun bomb or burst AoE. The super shotgun doesn't have any weapon attachments, but it can be upgraded to fire each shell separately, each dealing as much damage as a normal shot, basically doubling the damage of the super shotgun. Jesus Christ. The rocket launcher has a remote detonation or lock-on burst, and the chain gun with the Gatling rotator or mobile turret. And then you have the Gauss Cannon, which is the only new weapon in Doom 2016. Functionality-wise, it's basically just the railgun from Quake 2, but when you get the Siege mode upgrade, I think it functions more like the BFG from the classic games. It shares ammo with the plasma rifle, it takes a while to charge up, and it just decimates everything in front of you. It is a bit overpowered. It can take out enemies like Mancubi in like 2 shots, and it's able to one-shot Hell Knights. This thing is kind of broken. This large of an arsenal allows you to mix and match and find your own playstyle. You don't need to use every weapon mod, but the option is there if you like it. And even going complete balls to the wall and mixing up weapon attachments mid-combat leads to an intense style of aggressive gameplay that I can't really compare to any other game that I've played before, where again, combat feels almost as rewarding as the game itself.
Oh yeah, keep them coming, you fucking want some?
I need a new pair of pants. Alright, but here's the thing though, you don't have to play like this, and there's nothing encouraging you to play this way aside from personal goals. Doom is at its peak when you're managing your resources, juggling weapon ammo, chainsaw fuel, BFG cells, etc. And it's incredibly rewarding playing that way. However, there's nothing stopping you from spamming the same 2 weapons over and over. In my first playthrough of this game, I almost exclusively used the super shotgun and Gauss cannon, and rarely used anything else. There's nothing to punish you for exploiting this, and I wish that I didn't have to say this, but it's true, these weapons really do rip the game in half when fully upgraded. Though aesthetically, there's some questionable decisions. I'm fine with none of the weapons really looking like their classic counterparts, but I'm mixed on the plasma gun looking like its Doom 3 counterpart. It kind of feels out of place. Though then again, I didn't care for how it looked in that game anyway. I do love the design of the pistol, especially when you're charging it and the flarings on the side come out. I just hate that the first shot isn't perfectly accurate though. If you're spamming the thing, sure, that makes sense that you would have some spread, but why can't the first shot be accurate? Though enjoy how the pistol looks because we're never gonna see it again. I feel like the sound design for the rocket launcher could use some beefing up as well, but aside from that, I think the rest of the arsenal is fucking nice. You won't spend as much time looking for ammo and health around the map as you would in classic Doom, and I'll tell you why. Ammo now drops from demons. How they got it? Doesn't matter. All that matters is that if you want to maintain your ammo, you better keep killing shit. If anything, the only thing that you should keep an eye out for is armor and chainsaw juice. Yeah, the chainsaw is no longer hold mouse 1 to win like in the classic games. You have a limited amount of uses for it, but we'll be getting to that later. Demons are introduced to you throughout the game at around the same pace as you acquire weapons, seeing nearly every demon type and weapon by around the 5th level of the game. However, you do find new weapon attachments up until these final stages, as well as other upgrades like Argent Cells that boost your health, ammo, and armor, to Praetor Tokens, which act like a sort of skill tree for perks like immunity to explosive barrels, faster weapon switching, and extending power-up timers. Something about the exploration in this game just clicks something in my brain. That feeling of playing a game on a late summer night with all all of the lights off, walking around, collecting things. It just feels good. It almost brings me back to playing Metroid Prime in a way. Power-ups are back, like the invulnerability and Berserk from Doom, and the quad damage and haste from Quake. In a way, Doom 2016 almost feels like Avengers Infinity War of id shooters, finally crossing over things from previous games, and I'm not complaining. Though sometimes the timers pause for glory kills and sometimes they don't, I still haven't found out a distinction of what causes that, and I don't have the perk that extends power-up timers, which is kind of broken letting the Berserk last this long, but god damn does it feel good. Like we said before, the chainsaw isn't unlimited and can only be used a set amount of times depending on how much you've upgraded your ammo capacity. This forces you to prioritize which demons you want to use it on. Do you want to use 3 charges on 3 smaller imps, or do you want to use all 3 charges to one-shot a Hell Knight? This once again emphasizes the resource management that Doom 2016 tries to integrate, and every enemy turns into a massive ammo pinata. Loading screens also like to give you hints, like if a demon has a head, that's its weak point, and that hint is actually kind of bullshit, and I'll tell you why for one reason. Pinkies. Pinkies are back, but they now have full armor plating on their front side. They're more or less the same demon from the old games, but this time you have to do this little dance to get around them. It's fine, I actually really like this change over the older games. I'd much prefer this over the walls of flesh running at me from before. But again, this hint is bullshit. There's also runes in this game. Not to be mistaken with Quake's runes, which did absolutely fucking nothing. These runes are challenges that break up the gameplay a bit with more casual minigames, and upon completion rewards you with an equipable rune that modifies the gameplay a little bit. These range from Vacuum, which extends the range that you pick up health and armor pickups, to also letting demons drop armor upon being glory killed, which combined with another rune that gives you infinite ammo above a certain threshold means you're never going to run out of ammo.
Lockdown disengaged.
These runes are awesome, but I only ever use a specific set of them, meaning that in repeat playthroughs of this game, I really only gravitate to those 3, with a personal favorite of mine being Seek and Destroy, which extends the range of your glory kills a little bit and can be upgraded, turning Doom Guy into a fucking teleporting Akuma motherfucker. Or I guess I should say the Doom Slayer. Doom 2016 has much more of an emphasis on story compared to previous entries. Probably more story and lore than Doom 3, but with much less of it shoved down your throat. The basics are all still here. The UAC opens a portal to hell and faces the consequences of their greed, but their expeditions aren't for nothing, and their corruption leans more towards financial exploitation and greed, rather than it being a secret cult. There are still plenty of culty activities going on under the surface, sure, but much more of it is in a rather gray area. The UAC found a source of unlimited energy in the form of Argent plasma on the surface of Mars, and once they found that it came from Hell, they decided to expedite the place for more of it until one of their lead scientists, Olivia Pierce, goes a bit too deep, taking artifacts from Hell and eventually turning full cultist, overseeing human sacrifices and growing these monstrosities in their office. Is that the fucking mother demon? But in her research, she also unearthed the Helix Stone, and on it the location of a sarcophagus containing an ultimate warrior that nearly brought upon Hell's destruction. Olivia sends out a wave of Argent energy across the entire facility, turning everyone into zombies, and hitting a kill switch on their strongest security. And once Olivia finally goes over the deep end, her mentor, Dr. Samuel Hayden, leads an expedition to Hell to retrieve that sarcophagus, and inside of it was the Doom Slayer. Yeah, you know those games where the main villain is trying to reawaken some ancient demon monster to destroy the world or whatever? Yeah, here in Doom 2016, that trope is completely flipped on its head. You are the terrifying monster. Lore tablets speak about how Hell and its demons pissed their pants at the thought of you, once again embracing one of the gameplay elements that made classic Doom so great. Doom Guy is all about killing demons, making a story that doesn't have to pull that all back by turning Doom Guy into some boring-ass security guard. Just make him a demigod fueled by nothing but anger and build the story around that, and I'd say they did a pretty good job.
They are rage, brutal, without mercy. But you will be worse. Rip and tear, until it is done.
Wait, Rip and Tear, isn't that quote from that old Doom comic published by Marvel for that giveaway?
Do they make a huge Guts reference too?
Almost no time is wasted when you take control, waking up from this tomb and killing demons literally seconds into the game. And most of the in-game story revolves around Samuel Hayden, who may or may not be a walking, talking giant bionicle, trying his best to work with the Doomslayer while also trying to justify why they went to hell in the first place, which becomes one of his most expensive mistakes when the Slayer ignores him and completely destroys all of his equipment. The Slayer is given a surprising amount of personality for being a silent protagonist. He's just a complete juggernaut of anger, and the first thing he does when he wakes up from his sarcophagus is check for casualties. And once Ultron locks him out to just try to talk to the guy, he throws the computer off to the side. Yeah, fuck Doom 3. He eventually realigns the satellites himself before Ultron locks him out a second time, and tells him to come visit him before giving him the numbers, and bribes him with Argent Plasma to upgrade his systems. Midway through Hayden's lecture, Olivia sends the core of the UAC into meltdown, and the Slayer is sent to go clear out the facility of gore nests so he could turn the turbines back on. Gore nests are essentially the stoplights of an arena encounter, with popping their pimple summoning a handful of demons to fall by your hands, and I really like this. It gives me more control to prepare for the encounter, and just really helps the pacing of the game. Some of these earlier levels are also quite non-linear, letting you approach gore nests whichever order you like, as well as scouring for secrets along the way if you really want to. You can even find the rocket launcher earlier than intended in this stage, which is always appreciated. When her plans to blow the Mars facility fail, she resorts to rerouting all power in the UAC to the Argent Tower, a facility built over the ravine of Argent energy found on the surface of Mars, with Hayden instructing the Slayer to carefully destroy Hell's filters, keeping the tower powered.
We're only temporarily disabling the tower. You need to remove each lens individually. Carefully release the hinges.
After scaling the tower with the use of the new double jump boots, Olivia retreats to Hell with a portal sucking in the Slayer, who's forced to follow holograms of beacons left by the team sent to retrieve him from Hell in the first place if he wants to get back to Mars, fighting through waves upon demons and mancubi, Hell Knights, Cacodemons, Lost Souls, and even Barons, all of which behave much like their classic counterparts with some small tweaks. Lost Souls, though, have the most drastic change, now rushing you one at a time, forcing you to pay attention to which one is screaming at you. Though I really wish I could just punt one of these guys like a football. Mancubi are the same as usual, but now they have armor alongside their body, forcing you to prioritize their heads. And Cacodemons are the same lovable little meatballs as always, though I wish they got more of a cinematic introduction and weren't first encountered next to the quad damage. Kinda makes their first encounter a bit forgettable. You'll also encounter several— No, relax, those aren't Archfiles, though they were going to be. These are the Summoners, the only real new demon added to the game. They rush around the map, shooting waves of energy at you, and occasionally will summon demons to attack you, but never revive them, and that's the key difference. Though they do strike that classic pose— fucking quit it! There's also the Hellraisers, which you can argue is a new demon type, but honestly I think that they're just a modernization of the Heavy Gunners from Doom 2, though I wish that they kept their beefy look. These guys are a bit scrawny. The Slayer returns from Hell and fights through the destroyed Argent Tower, making his way through the UAC's trams and neon signs to meet with Ultron in person, who installs a tethering system into the Slayer's suit without his consent, saying that he wouldn't have allowed its installation voluntarily. You know what? Fair point. Hayden sends the Slayer to retrieve a BFG from the BFG division because the UAC has its own division for developing big fucking guns. And oh man, does it come with some fanfare. On top of the facility trying to fish you out of the BFG room, the damn room collapses after the Slayer takes it and makes a huge deal about how powerful it is. It behaves like the BFG from Quake 2 and Doom 3, but is way more powerful and uses its own proprietary ammo, no longer sharing ammunition with the plasma rifle, and in exchange now does a fuckload of damage because ammo is supposed to be super scarce. Unless you've maxed out the ammo boost rune, which now allows BFG ammo to drop from glory kills. This destroys any difficulty the game might have had, even if you're playing on difficulties like Ultraviolence or Nightmare. And yeah, I do regularly play these games on Ultraviolence. Now I do anyway. I have repented of my sins of playing Doom 1 and Doom 2 on normal. Doom 2 wasn't as good, but we'll talk about that later. Once armed with the BFG, the Slayer visits the Helix Stone, the same stone that gave away his own locations, in hopes that he could see something that Hayden and Vega couldn't. Alright, I forgot to talk about Vega. He's Hayden's AI companion, because Hayden, he's a cyborg, not a robot. I know, my mind was blown too. Vega's a sweetheart and didn't do anything wrong. I love him. He'll be important later on though. The Helix Stone gives the Slayer a vision of the Crucible, a ceramic metal container in which metals— wait, and artifact that can store nearly endless amounts of Argent energy that they think that they can use to stop Olivia. The only problem though is that Olivia took the last Argent accumulator, which they can use to get to Hell. Fortunately, Vega locates another active Argent accumulator that's currently powering the UAC's experimental cyber demon. That's right, a goddamn cyber demon. The Slayer, of course, destroys the Cyber Demon, which is the first boss in the entire game, and we've only got a quarter of the campaign left. Jesus. Pulling out the Hell battery, keeping it alive, teleports us back to Hell. Big surprise! The Cyber Demon has been rejuvenated thanks to being back in Hell's atmosphere.
That was easy.
I love the Cyber Demon fight, though I do think it is a bit too easy. I appreciate that they integrated it into the story so organically, unlike Doom 3. I just think that he needs a bit more health. Even on harder difficulties, he goes down way too easily, and I'm not even using the BFG trick on him. If you fire the BFG and open up your weapon wheel, it still does as much damage as it would if you were normally firing it. It's kind of broken. From here on out, the game is a bit of a gauntlet. I personally see it kind of like the Wily Fortress in the Mega Man games, using elements from all throughout the game to truly test if you've mastered the game or not. With the Slayer making his way to the Crucible through this really neat clock tower level. You even get a remake of Dead Simple from Doom 2. I like this a lot. This is one of my favorite levels in the game. Hey, even John Romero gets a cameo. The Crucible is guarded by the Hell Guards. Not the Hell Guard from Doom 3, but a still pretty decent boss fight. He's got a shield around him unless he's attacking, leading to a really arcadey style boss fight, but I think arcadey is kind of what this game needs. With the second phase forcing you to take on two of them at the same time, though they lack shields, so I'd argue that this is even easier than the first phase. With the Crucible in hand, Hayden tethers us back to Mars with the plan of sending us to the Well, the source of all Argent energy, with the hopes that destroying Vega could create a rift strong enough to send us there. The Well is from a world called Argent Denur, the homeworld of a group of heavenly crusaders called the Sentinels, speculated to be closely associated with the Doom Slayer. The Sentinels were tasked with protecting Heaven's Argent energy from Hell until their leaders sold out the location of the Well in hopes that Hell could resurrect his dead son. Which they did do, but only brought him back in the form of the Icon of Sin. What the fuck? Well, I guess that confirms it. The Icon of Sin isn't Satan, it's just some dude's kid. That's kind of fucked up. You know it's a kid because he's got a free toy inside. After destroying Vega's cooling system, but not before making sure that he doesn't become another casualty in this war with Hell, the massive amounts of Argent energy sends the Slayer to Argent Denur in a short but pretty challenging gauntlet. There's only about 3 or 4 arenas, but each of them are some of the most challenging ones we've seen in the game, along with some of the more complex secrets the game has to offer for completionists. Using the Crucible, the Slayer ends Hell's domain over the Well of Argent energy before coincidentally running into Olivia, who's smitten down and becomes the Spider Mastermind? Okay, I won't complain, this is actually a pretty good boss fight. She uses grenades, lasers, some telepathic attacks, which might be a reference to the Spider Mastermind's cut magic attack from classic Doom. That's pretty cool. And you can see her machinery being damaged and malfunctioning as you inflict more punishment on her, desperately firing lasers as she drags herself along the floor, which makes it all the more satisfying when you give her a root canal with your big fucking gun. Olivia's been stopped and Argent energy has been taken out of Hell's grasp, with Hayden tethering the Slayer back from Argent Denur to tell us how much of a little shit we are for ruining his corporation's plan to sell unlimited energy to Earth, takes the Crucible, revealing it's a fucking lightsaber, and then boots us back to God knows where, and that's the ending. I know in my Doom 3 video I gave that game crap for having an ending that came out of nowhere, and you might think that I'd say the same about this game, but it's completely different here. In Doom 3, the villain doesn't get any resolution and just fucks off, but here we still get closure for our main antagonist, and Hayden wasn't really an antagonist despite being a bit of a dick. This is more just setting him up for what I'm assuming is going to be closure for him in Doom Eternal. But that was Doom. A bit heavier on the story than previous titles, but unlike Doom 3, I think the story is fairly well balanced and executed. The story is pretty well contained between these 4 characters, and even in moments where Olivia is absent, there's still plenty of conflict between the Slayer and Hayden to keep us on our toes. The gameplay is perfect and constantly evolving throughout the game, with each demon feeling like a piece on a chessboard, something classic Doom had but just cranked up to 11 here. There are plenty of moments where you're forced to clear out every demon in the room, but honestly with Doom 2016's combat, that's never really a chore. And if it begins to feel like one, I'd recommend switching up how you play and using more weapons than just the super super shotgun and rocket launcher. I would have liked a bit more variety in the scenery though, as many of the levels do look the same, especially in the first half of the game. The one thing that really helps it is the soundtrack by Mick Gordon. It's so good. Some games have specific tracks for when you're in ambience, combat, and dialogue, but Doom 2016's soundtrack is completely different. It almost feels like a fighting game. It reacts to how you play, mixing itself to a different point in the song whenever you do something cool, and then going back to the ambient part of the soundtrack whenever things calm down a bit. A personal favorite of mine, of course, is BFG Division, which is just so perfect. Mick Gordon's soundtrack does of course pay homage to the original Doom soundtrack, like how you can hear the Imp song in the song Ties That Bind. They even reference the song of Doom 3 in the track Harbinger. Some of these musical references you really have to squint your ears to hear, and I haven't heard anyone talk about this, but I'm 90% sure I can hear Into Sandy City in Vega's processing. But unfortunately, that's really it for Doom. Doom didn't come with much post-game content. You can revisit previous stages to collect action figures and collectibles that you might have missed, because yes, the Slayer's a man with anger issues and a toy collection. That's really relatable. Each of these figures unlocks a model that you can view, but that's really it. I wish that we had a hub or something that we could look at all these in. I don't know, the models are cool and all, and they add a lot of charm to the game, but I wish it did more with them. They each have their own little Doom guy name, which I really like, from Classic Guy, Patriot Guy, and Pink Guy? Oh god. The closest you really have to a New Game Plus is Arcade Mode, which gives you an arcadey style multiplier meter and skips any story sequences. And also, Snap Map. Snap Map is really cool in theory. It's the closest the game got to having official mod support, which is kinda weird, right? This is the first mainline Doom game on PC that didn't really get any mod support, and that kind of unsettles me in a way. Mods are a way that helps you increase longevity with your game. That's why the original Doom lasted as long as it did, thanks to mods like Brutal Doom and other map packs by other creators. I don't know, I feel like this is a step in the right direction for longevity, and it did help a bit. Like, there's that dude that made a full MOBA game using Snap Map, and that's really cool. It's really versatile. There is a really cool Doom Eternal recreation by Jimmy Bacon on here. This is possibly the most fun I've had on Snap Map. It's not co-op, unfortunately, but it adopts features that Doom Eternal is promising to offer, like dashing, one-ups, and blood punches. If you're super excited for Doom Eternal like I am, give this a shot. It might quench your thirst just a little bit. I took my buddy Elliot through some of these, since some of them have co-op, and it was okay. There was this really cool map where you had to protect a bunch of friendly imps from other demons, and a nice modernization of E1M1 from the first Doom.
It's a Zambi!
So anyway, I started blasting. That's not how you...
I forgot how to do glory kills.
Melee is F by default. Nice.
Hey, there's some armor over there.
You could take it. Wait, how much armor are you at?
I'm at 75.
Oh, fuck it, it's mine then. Because I was at set. Press the button.
E.
E.
I don't think this map was made for multiplayer.
I miss hearing them say that they crave cheddar.
Mama.
Mama! Mama!
Oh, I have other guns. What is this? Burst rifle? Oh, yep, that's what the name implies.
It's denied.
Oh
shit!
Plot twist. They're vulnerable in the fleshy butt side. Elliot!
I needed help!
Our son! He's dead, Elliot. He's dead.
Fuck, all this is done.
That was a cool campaign, though.
That was actually really nice. I like that.
Oh yeah, that's right. Classic maps are back in this game. In every level in the campaign, there's a lever somewhere, and pulling it open opens a door that leads to a room from the classic Doom, either Doom 1 or Doom 2. It's just that one room though, there's no enemies inside of it or anything, but just entering the room unlocks that level that it's from to be fully playable from the main menu of the game. Some of these are cool, and there is a lot of novelty to it, but this just does not adapt to the original Doom layout. A lot of Doom 1's levels are incredibly claustrophobic because they didn't really have to deal with the third dimension at all with this game. But here in Doom 2016, where a lot of these enemies are redesigned to accommodate for a third dimension, it doesn't really work, especially with the pinkies being armored. This one level from Shores of Hell just does not work because of how many pinkies it throws at you in this tight corridor. It's not fun, I'm sorry. Though the classic Cyber Demon boss fight is back, and I love it just because of how stupid the Cyber Demon looks when he's waddling around. I love him. We did also give multiplayer deathmatch a try too, and it was okay, but I really couldn't give less of a shit about it. The only reason I considered playing it was for achievements, but a good chunk of these achievements are locked behind microtransactions or literally grinding away hundreds of hours into this, and this just wasn't worth my time. But I did have a bit of fun here regardless. I'm not a big fan of the 2 weapon limit. I respect that games like Halo can pull it off, but if I wanted to play Halo, I'd just go play Halo. There's also some multiplayer exclusive weapons like the grenade launcher and some sniper rifle along with some other weapons. They're okay, you can also use them in Snap Map if you want. I don't know, multiplayer just didn't really do it for me. The demon transformations are cool and the chainsaw is super fun, but in the end it just makes me want to play the campaign. I don't really want to play this against other players. Whoa, I can hear you in game.
Oh fuck, really?
I don't know what's happening. I'm dead apparently.
Oh Jesus Christ!
I'll get him. I'll get him. I see him.
Jesus!
I got him. Yes!
Shit, someone else
the Revenant is too.
Someone else got it. Holy shit, this dude looks like a fucking robot. Yeah, if you hover on Big Baloney, you see his profile. He looks like a big fucking robot.
And he just left.
Kill that bitch! Kill that bitch! Fuck!
I died.
Fucking level 50 Finley?
My name is Barry Allen. I'm the fastest shit alive. Oh, fuck! I died.
Shit! It was McFinlay! Fuck! I fell! There's a demon rune and we have no time!
Wait, I'll get it.
There's another 50! Fucking smacky zoom!
It's another one.
Damn it! I didn't equip my rune!
You're not allowed to use the rune.
Fuck!
This map is very green. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck! Oh,
fucking smacky zoo!
I'm already dead. Kill him. Yes!
What the fuck?
No! Enemy no! I got chainsaw!
I got disconnected!
What?
I got disconnected!
Okay, bye, match.
I ain't trying to catch no smoke.
And yet, with all of these non-campaign gameplay options, I just keep coming back to the campaign. The first time I beat it, it took me about 9 hours on normal difficulty. Oh, I'm sorry, hurt me plenty. I've beaten the game nearly 8 times since I first started writing this video, and this is my 3rd script I've used for this review. And one of those times was on the D-Pals Commentaries channel when they had me on as a guest. Hey, go check it out, I'll have a link in the pinned comment.
What the fuck? I never seen this goddamn part.
Yeah, same.
There's a retro room like this in every level in the game.
I know, but I never got to see it. I'm dying on a donut right now, alright?
Every time I replay this game, I find a new way to play it. From switching out weapons quickly to finding weapon attachments that I never really thought I'd get any use out of in previous runs. I only recently found out how amazing the stun bomb is for the plasma rifle, and found out that holding the alt fire for the super shotgun reduces the spread of it. I thought that was just for focusing for some reason, though this does kind of break the super shotgun a bit. I even beat it a few times on the Switch port. I don't think that it should be $60, but the fact that it's playable on the Switch is really cool. This version is the worst performing compared to other console ports, but this version gets the best console port award alone for the fact that it has full gyro control. I personally find aiming with a joystick to be imperfect, often needing crutches like auto aim and stuff, but gyro aim gives you that nice middle ground between mouse and joystick, and the fact that other consoles lack this feature is a damn shame. This version unfortunately does lack snap map. It does have multiplayer, but good luck finding other players. But again, Doom 2016 is one of the greatest video games I've ever played. Is it my favorite? No, I'll always have a soft spot for Mega Man X and the like. But the amount of shit there is to do in this game, from upgrading your runes to scouring every nook and cranny of the game to fully max out the Slayer's arsenal, is insane, and I don't think that I'll ever get tired of this game. At least until March. Please God, let this game be good. It looks so good. Oh God, why? Alright, pop quiz. What do you get when you drive one of the founding members out of your company because he wanted to make Doom VR compatible and then make a VR spin-off after he leaves? You get a messy, boring, yet occasionally fun experience. Doom VFR released about a year after Doom 2016 and to decent reviews, which made it all the more heartbreaking that I can't afford a VR headset. So I flew across the country to borrow this fuckhead's. I never knew how much I hated PlayStation VR until this moment. The control is okay, but it was a little taken aback by the tutorial in the game. I guess you would realistically need one since it's VR, but one of my favorite things about Doom is the game teaching you how to play without the need of many tutorials, if any. So I was a little worried that the essence of Doom might be lost in this VR expansion, which it both is and isn't.
It's just very shitty.
I also should say that I couldn't beat the game on Elliot's PSVR, so instead I bought it on Steam and I went to a friend's house and played it on his Vive. What, you think I got $700 to drop on a VR headset right now? For one, the character you control talks for Pete's sake, which does aid in progressing the story along, but really breaks the immersion for me.
Need to see facility status. That's odd.
The voice acting actually isn't the worst. Since my VR goggles tend to fog up a little bit when I play, having someone talk to me to tell me what to do instead of having to read it is actually pretty nice. You play as Dr. Peters. You know, this guy.
Access granted. Hello, Dr. Peters.
I'm not kidding, he's who you play as in this game. He's killed in an elevator during the Hell invasion and his brain is backed up into a robot chassis just like Dr. Hayden, which is really cool from a lore point of view, but also comes with some perks like being able to teleport and... no, that's actually really it. I am a little put off that this is who they choose for you to play as in this expansion. I honestly expected one of the elite guards, but I guess you can't make them teleport. And besides, they're all dead because of Olivia, so oops. It just feels a little too convenient that this random UAC employee becomes a demigod of demon slaying, with one key difference from the Slayer being that he can teleport. So tell me, why do we even need a Slayer if we have this teleporting demon-killing robot with the exact same abilities? This fucker has the balls to hack into Samuel Hayden's office. Where's this dude's statue? Oh, yeah, there are hacking minigames in this, cause who the fuck wants a VR Doom experience where you're only shooting things? It's easy, like really easy. I only fucked it up once because I was too impatient to read the tutorial. You would think that combat would have to be nerfed a little bit to accommodate for not being a trans-dimensional demon killer, but no, a lot of the combat is very much the same as Doom 2016. You could slow down time when teleporting or picking weapons, but there's plenty of times where I'm stuck and forced to bring my attention to the weapon wheel to select the appropriate weapon and die as a result. It's much harder to multitask when in VR. And you don't even get those cool death animations where the demons are basically glory killing you. It just goes pfft. They also throw you into the middle of 2016's campaign, starting with the BFG division, with almost the exact same enemy placements, meaning you're seeing Cyber Mancubi in the first minutes of the game. It just feels kinda lazy, dropping you into such an unforgiving part of the game while the player is still getting their bearings. Some of it is pretty cool though, and there were parts that I thought the combat was really starting to shine. The biggest issue though is that most of the enemies in Doom 2016 were built around the idea of you being able to maneuver around fluidly, but here you can only teleport and dash, which can lead to some really frustrating moments, particularly with pressure units like Hell Knights who force you to retreat, but without an easy way to move around, it just feels frustrating and outside of my control. And I'll tell you, I never thought I'd piss my pants at the sight of a lost soul, yet here we are. Again, not all of the game is combat, with key moments of the adventure being hacking, adjusting lasers, and literally cleaning up after the Doom Slayer. Maybe that's why John Carmack left id. He didn't want Doom VR to be Doom Janitor Eternal. You have this force AoE that pushes everything away from you, but because of the enemy placement and the fact that I can't even see it on the HUD when I'm playing, it never seems like something I can do when playing the game in VR. The HUD is just slightly off-center enough that I can barely see the meter for this thing. I forgot I had this for a majority of the game and barely even touched it until the folks watching me play it reminded me that I had it. Argent cells and weapon upgrades return, though each weapon only has one upgrade, and the upgrade station uses the same model and map icon as the automap stations in 2016, which was really confusing at first. Argent cells are more or less the same, but armor and health have been simplified into a single category, with the third option giving you more time-stopping juice. Moments where you acquire new weapons are brought on with little to no fanfare and are picked up when you enter the vicinity, leading to plenty of moments where you're like, when the fuck did I get this? Hey, remember telefragging, that mechanic from classic Doom and Quake that wasn't even possible nor referenced in Doom 2016? That's your glory kill mechanic this time around. And while I applaud the developers for remembering such a cool yet niche part of id lore, I guess I'm just confused why they bring it back for the VR spin-off, but not the game it was made from. Plus, it just doesn't feel as good. It's not satisfying. I wonder how many people got turned off from this game knowing they can't glory kill in VR. If I can give the game a positive though, I do enjoy the world building of Doom VFR. Fleshing out Samuel Hayden's stroggification with this nobody UIC facility member, and expanding on many of the plot points of the original game and the BFG division of the UIC. Most of the areas you explore in this game are ported straight from Doom 2016, though you do explore some new areas on rare occasion. You don't get any new primary weapons, though your grenades do get upgraded into a grenade launcher, which was ported in from the multiplayer of Doom 2016, but in terms of single player, I think this is the thing's first appearance in an official Doom title, unless you count the Quake series. You're taught this in a tutorial, which I understand you need a dedicated tutorial for VR games, but the idea of Doom needing a tutorial kind of rubbed me the wrong way. They put a really big emphasis on throwing grenades, just to replace it with a grenade launcher minutes later where you just aim and click it like any other gun. I found the game to be a bit more forgiving once you get the BFG. Oh, I'm sorry, the BFG grenade launcher? It's just sitting on the floor. Okay, someone's getting fired for this. Was it you, Papyrus? Even though you have a meter that's intended to limit how much you can stop time, that meter isn't drained when you pull up the weapon wheel, which makes sense because you can't shoot your gun in this mode. However, that doesn't apply to your secondary grenade launcher, which has now been upgraded to a small fucking gun, and yes, the pause trick from Doom 2016 still works, so you can just pull up the weapon wheel and watch as your entire field of view is filled with blurry green energy. I found the hell levels to be visually stunning despite being the same hell levels from Doom 2016, but being fully immersed in this world through VR made me truly appreciate some of the architecture and art design, noticing things that otherwise I'd normally just glance at. Oh, and should I mention that we got here by shooting two prototype BFG cannons together? Yeah, what the fuck? The BFG division acts as your hub for this game, teleporting to different levels and whatnot. And that is pretty cool. I did say in my 2016 review that I wish we had a hub so that we can look at all these action figures that we can collect, and yeah, that's exactly what we get here. Yeah, the action figures are back from Doom 2016, and I love it because I could just hold them in my hand. You do end up going through the same path that the Doomslayer traversed to get the Crucible, but this time it takes you to the Cyberdemon fight, so I'm assuming this isn't canon. I know the classic Cyberdemon is becoming a recurring demon in Doom Eternal, but this Cyberdemon and that Tyrant are two completely different demons at this point. The Slayer had to kill this guy to get the Argent Accumulator out of his chest. Did this guy just put it back so the Doomslayer could use it later or something? And yes, the Icon of Sin is still here, and once again he dropped his action figure, John Romero, you klutz. This Cyberdemon fight is without a doubt the easiest Cyberdemon encounter in the entire series, and honestly I found it quite underwhelming. Remember that missile barrage attack that made you be careful where you were standing? Yeah, here you could just freeze time and safely move to a safe spot without any sense of urgency. Good fucking job, id. You pull the nuclear bike pump out from the Cyberdemon, once again solidifying that this is indeed not canon, and uses it to try to shut down the Hell Portal, but whoops, everything goes wrong, so he climbs to the top in an attempt to stop it before Dr. Hayden jacks his system and shuts him off for interfering with his plans. A sudden ending that cuts off right as the action was starting to get good, but I admit I found it a bit rewarding, particularly for this view. I mean, look at this is beautiful. But sadly, I can say that the parts I enjoyed the most of this adventure was its lore and world building, not so much the gameplay or anything like that. The areas are beautiful, sure, but it was because of the gameplay and lore of the previous game that any of this got any intrinsic value. Don't play Doom VFR if you haven't played Doom 2016, and if Doom VFR doesn't seem interesting to you after playing Doom, then it's not worth your $30, and especially not worth buying a VR headset for. The campaign took me just over 2 hours to beat it, so I should have been unable to refund it, but I was able to get my refund anyway, so thanks Steam. Doom isn't something you can easily adapt into VR, so I do think that the team responsible did the best that they could when it comes to turning Doom 2016 into a VR experience. I suppose one option would be to let you hold a controller and play Doom with a VR headset, but just thinking of that is turning my breakfast into a puddle on the floor. But honestly, it was a bit of a shame and probably the most underwhelming Doom experience I've had so far. Would I rather play this over Doom 3? Maybe. I didn't enjoy Doom 3 very much, and I only plan to go back to it again when I eventually review the BFG edition and its expansions, so maybe then I'd have a clearer answer on which I really consider the worst Doom experience. And again, seeing these environments in VR is really cool, and honestly I'd pay money to just have a Doom VR experience where there's no gameplay or anything, but you're just toured through the environments and maybe you see the Doomslayer ripping up demons from a spectator's perspective. That would be pretty cool. The idea to pad the game out with doing busy work just feels lazy, like they're padding for time, and the few VR exclusive puzzles they have are just so boring. I know Half-Life Alyx is coming out soon, and I really want to give that game a try. I'm keeping my fingers crossed for it being a genuinely good VR experience, because so far, outside of games like Beat Saber, I'm not sure if I'm very optimistic about the future of VR. There isn't really much in terms of post-game content. You can replay levels to collect things you might have missed, but in terms of non-campaign content, the only thing you have here is the classic levels, all of the same ones that were available in Doom 2016, except they're available from the get-go. You don't need to pull a lever or anything. Which sounds cool, and the novelty is amazing in some of these areas, playing these classic levels in VR, but again, because of the time-stopping teleporting thing, they aren't challenging and just aren't really that fun. I did really enjoy the classic Cyberdemon though not in the way I was probably supposed to. The damn thing just got stuck in a corner, and after a while of running out of ammo with all my weapons, I tried to pistol it, got bored, decided to sit down on the floor and make him dance for my amusement.
Dance for me, demon.
After a while, I just got bored, so I decided to take a nap, and when I woke up, he was still there. So anyway, Doom VFR, 10 out of 10. Let me take a nap with the Cyberdemon. Happy Doom 30th, you viscera-fueled sewer rats. Have you ever heard the one about the Cyberdemon in the hallway? You will. To celebrate the occasion, I would play the newly released Sigil 2, but I figured, hey, I might as well look at Sigil 1 first. The unofficial, but also kind of official 5th episode of Doom, yeah, the original from 1993, made literally 9,303 days later, or if you were rich and could afford to pay money for it, 9,294 days. Lucky you. I hope you enjoyed your Buckethead soundtrack, Mr. Moneybags. Us peasants only got to play the MIDI soundtrack from Jimmy Paddock. Am I crazy for preferring the MIDI version, or am I just about to commit crimes in the name of class disparity just for some MIDIs? Alright, for the most part, that's a joke. You could buy the version of Sigil that comes with the Buckethead soundtrack if you paid 6.66 euros, because of course you could. But from what I could tell, all the music that was made for Sigil does get recognized by the YouTube copyright system, and I'm not gonna risk that. Have you ever used copyrighted music on YouTube? I have, and it's usually just for a one-off gag, not the entire game. And don't give me any of that, oh, Trav, Civvy played it for some time in his video. Yeah, he's in a correctional facility with nuclear rats for a reason. But Jimmy's soundtrack gives us exactly what I want from a Doom 1 inspired soundtrack. Some heavy MIDI jams that sound like they belong in Mega Man X for the Super Nintendo. A game that I've been told that I would really like. I wouldn't know. I've never heard of it. The Buckethead OST is still pretty good, don't get me wrong. I just want to boogie to the beat and fence it for a bit. If you want to know any parts from this soundtrack that I really liked, look for the track Romero One Mind Any Weapon and skip to around 4 minutes 32 seconds. This is assuming you like the sound it makes when you use a guitar as a belt sander against your face, and I used to like black metal. Still do. I'll wrap up my thought on the soundtrack by saying that the Buckethead album for Sigil is really good background music for doing your own thing, like studying, reading, or while you have time to check out today's sponsor, Star Trek Fleet Command. Remember that feeling of looking up at the scars and thinking, dang, the Tau Ceti system sure is the coolest thing we've ever discovered. It's been a long time getting from there to here, and the folks over at Star Trek Fleet Command are here to bring that feeling of exploring new worlds and seeking out new life to your desktop or mobile phones. Or both if you're one of them crossplay nerds. Take part in epic battles with players from around the world using a myriad of iconic Star Trek characters and tech, from Captain Kirk to taking command of the Enterprise in this free-to-play open-world MMO, spanning from the Alpha and Gamma quadrants with your friends in this brand new Star Trek story. Open galaxy? Space. Players today can take on the game mode Wave Defense with their friends, and for any brand new players joining the game today, only new players, follow my QR code on screen and use promo code WARPSPEED to get 10 epic shards of Kirk. All you have to do is download Star Trek Fleet Command from my link in the description, sign up for your Scopely account by going to Profile Settings and General, use the code to sign in to StarTrekFleetCommand.com, and use promo code WARPSPEED to redeem your Kirk shards. So I'll see you going where no man has boldly gone before, and hey, thanks for sponsoring this video, Star Trek. I loved your show growing up. Maybe I shouldn't have done this with a red shirt. So while I was working on my video for Plutonia, I had a thought. What if I played through this infamously brutal Doom 2 expansion without any mid-level saves? That ended up being a pretty good idea, as now I have a lot more to say about the deliberate design choices that these levels made that we would otherwise just excuse as being dickish. But this also came with the unintended side effect of it taking really long. Starting these levels over and over from the beginning if I die makes these levels take a really long time, and there's no way I could have gotten that done before Christmas. But also, my house flooded, and also I caught caught COVID for the first time. Or rather, my girlfriend did, and I isolated with her, keeping me from working for a couple weeks. What can I say? My immune system's a hoe. Point is, time wasn't on my side, and if I wanted to keep doing Doom content back to back like I wanted to, I needed an out. I needed an easy win, and I'm not ready to turn into a mod YouTuber and join the Brutal Doom Project Brutality sweatshop. Luckily, some guy in Ireland with cool hair had my back with the perfect compromise, the aforementioned Sigil 2. It's technically a community mod, but it was made by one of the creators of the original game, available day one as an add-on that you can download directly from Doom's modern console release. Does this mean I'll be giving full reviews to other add-ons like Doom 0 and BTSX? No, Sigil 1 and 2 are the exception. And just so you know, a lot of the behind the scenes that I found for Sigil and its production came from an interview with Romero from 2020 from someone named David Craddock. I was already gonna tell you this, but there's a lot of pressure on me to cite my sources anyway so that my friend Harris doesn't come and kill me slowly with the crowbar from the hit PC game of the year, Deus Ex. A lot of it boils down to this, right? Romero picked up classic Doom modding back in 2017 as a fun little hobby to do in his little Ireland home, then he wanted to make something for Doom's 25th anniversary. And since he only got to work on maps for episode 1 of the original game and didn't make any of the hell levels, he had a chance to really make things up to people who always wanted to see what Romero could have done with Doom's hell, and who also happened to never play Doom 2. Which is totally fine if it's your first time going into Sigil. Romero wanted to make a follow-up to the original Doom that captures that 1993 essence, something he already kinda did back in 1995 when he contributed a couple of levels to Doom's episode 4, made after the release of Doom 2. With the exception of a new skybox texture and one new wall texture marking the end of each level, everything else is using assets and textures only found in Doom 1. That means no super shotgun, no Archies, no Revenants, and most importantly, no city levels. Rest easy, Doomers. John's done you a favor. That new exit texture, though, is pretty interesting. This is actually a painting by English artist Christopher Lovell, a piece made beforehand that Romero bought the rights to distribute. According to him, this embodied everything that Romero wanted his vision of Doom's 5th episode to encapsulate. Careful and more meticulous satanic imagery, more than just mutilated corpses and pentagrams. But it was missing one thing. This led to the creation of the Sigil logo, which was placed right on Baphomet's forehead, which I now realize in retrospect is just 3 6s arranged in like a little triangle shape. That does ruin some of the magic, not gonna lie. It is my own personal headcanon that this Sigil series is being used as a way to explain how the icon of sin got that big hole in its head. I mean, the Sigil logo is right where the hole to its brain was in Doom 2, and in those early versions of Doom 2 and Final Doom, he was called Baphomet. I doubt that's actually the case, but Baphomet is the big bad here according to Romero, being the one to trap Doom Guy in hell after rigging the teleporter at the end of episode 4 with the game's namesake, a sigil. Which makes me want to ask, did anyone else from my age group first learn the word sigil from Warframe? I played way too much of that game so many years ago, and I may have gotten back into it for the sake of a future video that I'm putting together. TBD, I've got like 50 new quests to play. What the fuck is a Duviri protocol? Also, you can buy this Sigil artwork from the original artist's website. I'm not sponsored to say this, I'm contractually obligated not to have another sponsor on this video. I just like to support artists as much as I can, because unless your clientele is suspiciously wealthy furries, life as an artist is hard. Just like Sigil. Romero said in that interview that he wanted to make sure that the pressure is always on, and that Sigil had to be hard even for him, which is the kind of stuff that I want to hear. I've beaten Sigil before, even once on stream on Ultraviolence, and I could confidently say that it is definitely up there with the likes of Plutonia when it comes to deliberately dickish level design. It expertly uses every card in its hand to fuck over the player, and it's great, all without using arch vials or chain gunners. And I know, that's not as impressive as saying someone who is a modder that didn't work on the original game making a game like this, but the fact that it's still so consistent all these many years later is fascinating. The level geometry and scripting is just beautiful, using a ton of otherwise cosmetic textures to breathe new life into them. Sigil is already impressive at a glance, but seeing it in movement really helps sell it. It's a really small piece, but an example of this that literally had my jaw drop when I noticed it is this torch in E5N4, lighting up these really small sectors of the map to flicker lights to really create the randomness that you would see from a flame. It reminds me a lot of this room from Doom 1's E1M2, using specific sectors to light up the areas in a way that would make the light coming out of it feel like how it actually would light up the area. This also happened to be a Romero map, so it works well as this tiny little microcosm to really show how far he's come with map editing. I know, I really shouldn't be this impressed by this, but it's so cool. Anyone who's played Sigil knows about how these eyes have become shootable switches, done by putting a trigger that needs to be shot right behind them. But there's also these skull triangle things that mark where ground teleporters are, and these white pentagram textures that used to be used for teleporters now mark switches on the ground to walk over. Fire Blue, aka the bitrate destroyer, is now used as upright portals in a couple of levels, including the final stage, which you have to see to move on. Yes, I do admit, when I first played Sigil, I thought that these changes were a little bit jarring. It also didn't help that before playing it, I played through Doom's episodes 1 through 4 before jumping into Sigil, which kind of threw me for a loop. I wasn't really good at Doom back then, as some of you know from my videos. But in my second playthroughs, especially now, I'm able to look back at these changes way more fondly. There's a lot of consistency behind them. They follow their own rules that they have established, and you can't change my mind that I think that this is just fucking cool. And to really sell you on this, we're gonna need to boot up this bad boy from the beginning. Rather, Episode 5, Map 1. Alright, Baphomet's Domain. Do you think that's a heretic reference? That game's 5th episode was called Stagnant Domain, and this is the 5th episode of Doom. I don't know, was John Romero a fan of heretic? Probably not. Get used to words that you have no idea how to pronounce at first sight, because Romero loves that shit, especially if it has biblical undertones. Sigil starts you off throwing you into a room with a shotgun and some imps, and more angles in its geometry than the entirety of Knee Deep in the Dead. If Romero's goal was to make a good first impression, then god damn it did he accomplish it. And if for whatever reason you ran out of ammo taking out those Pinky's inspectors, which is gonna happen eventually at some point for you, these eye triggers that you're supposed to shoot to progress do give you bullets right next to them, so as long as you don't happen to scoot right up against that wall, you still have an out here. I can't speak for Sigil 2, but if you see one of these eye triggers, shoot it. There's really no reason not to, even if it's optional. Like this one. Optional is a strong word, I really need that soul sphere. Oh, and also this rad suit, so I can... Oh damn, you see all that cool little scenery over there? I wish I could really appreciate it, but the green tint of the red suit is ruining everything. Red suit, rad suit, same thing. Ow, ow, ow. Oh yeah, I'm also doing this without mid-level saves. I probably should have said that earlier. It's only like 9 levels, I said, thinking that it would be over really quickly. It still was, but my total playtime was drastically inflated. Sure are a lot of imps down here in the lava that I wouldn't be able to kill if I didn't have this rad suit. Sure, there's an elevator to raise some of them up out of the floor, but not all of them. It just makes more sense to take them all out on lava. I'm going for all kills and all secrets. By now, you've probably realized that Sigil, at least on Ultraviolence, is gonna starve you of your resources, so don't be afraid to slap some pinkies around with your bare fist without a berserk sometimes. Or engage in my personal favorite Doom pastime, a little bit of infighting. Sometimes you just gotta walk right into the domain and start a bar fight, you know what I'm saying? Hey Baphomet, hope you're doing well. Sheol loads you up with a Berserk Pack and a Soul Sphere right at the beginning for an easy 200 HP to head into the level with, which is great because we've got a Cyber Demon in this one, and if you're not confident to take it out yet, you could grab this blue armor just outside of the starting area. The Cyber Demon isn't that scary, we could just telefrag it later on and ignore him for now and try to use him to take out all the enemies nearby. Or not. Fist can't fly into the air like that, so I gotta end this fist parade early. Alright, now we just gotta... Oh my god, why did I back up? I had perfect cover. Wait, did I get him? This is a lot harder than I remember it being. Just gotta position him just right. I feel fucking humiliated after this. I've never had that hard of a time with the Cyber Demon. Hey, you know how hit scanners are usually pretty easy to pick off as long as you're in these tight, compact hallways? Damn it, John! Actually, that wasn't too bad. Paddock's lo-fi beats to pummel demons 2 really helps with this one. Alright, it's not lo-fi, I just wanted to make the joke, I know. But the music is kind of mellow, but really works. Every classic Doom soundtrack, all 3 of them, usually have their fair share of pretty calm and mellow tracks in them, so this is just, you know, obligated, but very good. Damned Cages has us moving over a lot of boiling hot lava with only a couple of rad suits to cover our asses, so it's not like the tension isn't there, but somehow the music stays fitting. If you check the wiki page for this level, it only says that there's 1 rad suit in this map, and maybe I'm just not reading it right, but there's actually 2. One here at the beginning by this Kako demon, and another in a secret next to a Berserk Pack. But don't do anything done yet. We got another secret within a secret sort of deal over here. Shoot that eye trigger to open up a path to the blood below for a megasphere, guaranteeing 200 health, assuming that you grab the berserk pack right before it. But here, we get a backpack, fucking finally. Sigil may starve you of your resources, something I've already said, but I've actually been overcompensating a little bit too much, because I'm near maxing out my shotgun ammo. That sure would have made this Baron a lot easier. I'm still gonna use them to infight with these Caco demons, though. Sure beats using these imps in these cages. Oh, now I get it. Thank you for your service, sir. Political commentary. We still have one more Baron to go, and I'm also still gonna shotgun him to death because even though we have a rocket launcher at this point, I'm gonna hold on to some of my ammo. What do you think this is, Plutonia? Rockets don't grow on Kasali trees out here. This is Romero's wretched domain. Oh wow, cool, a chainsaw halfway into the episode. That would have been nice earlier. Romero probably agrees. He also probably knows that you want to slap yourself once map 4 gives you a rocket launcher at the beginning here, right after it gave you one through that secret at the end of Damning Cages. Hey, I won't look a gift Romero in the mouth. I'm just happy to have more rockets. Never mind, sorry fellas, show's cancelled. Travis Guy is recovering from a tragic crusher incident. No, it wasn't his balls like in the Half-Life Decay video. Shut up! Regardless, I probably should have worn protection. Oh, this is so much worse, just please let me die. Paths of Wretchedness is one of those levels that always comes to mind whenever Sigil is brought up in a conversation, especially with this room. All the crushers marked by these sharp angles with bright red lines in the floors, it's doing a great job at telling you what you need to do and what you need to look out for. The safe areas are always slightly depressed into the floor, making it safe for you to run over there, knowing where you need to run. It's punishing, but a moment that I always remember fondly. It reminds me of Quake 1 in a weird way, and maybe that's why I feel like this should be a good spot for a secret, even though there's not. Normally, I'd try to avoid green armor pickups like the plague until I could find a blue one, but Sigil's got me so desperate that I'll take anything right now. No! On top of the Crusher segment, E5M4 is one of those maps that every Doom-like needs to have at least one of. Is it fair to call Sigil a Doom-like? It is Doom itself. Point is, this is one of those maps where you're given multiple choices of where you want to go, each giving you one of the colored keycards that you gotta take back to this big set piece near the end of the level. Proteus has a really good example of one of these, and I really hope the DLC does too. The yellow key path has this super long door that's meant to keep you from just running past all the monsters to get it open, which sure was great in my first playthrough where I waited to interact with it until everything nearby is dead and I just kind of had to sit there awkwardly. This is also where I think Sigil goes from intelligently dickish to still intelligently dickish, but genuinely difficult. You know, that Caco was totally right. We should have totally just let them infight. Cool. Alright, we'd be done here if I didn't miss a couple of enemies, and of course it's just a freaking shotgunner. I'm playing on GZ Doom, so the Lost Souls also count. Normally they wouldn't. Abaddon? Abaddon? Abaddon's Void. Alright. It's that one Archangel that really likes pits. That's probably why it's the Void. You know, a level's good when it breaks out those Batman Forever SNES bell sample sounds. Yes, I am saying that as if that one game invented it. Bite me. Actually, this track is really good, especially the drums. Every time you hear the drums kick in, it sounds like the drummer is just always on edge, ready to break out into a full solo at any minute, but just stops right before. And as a former drummer myself, I can totally relate. This is another level that comes to mind whenever Sigil is mentioned in Doom discussions, though this one's a little bit less artsy and a lot more large. I got stuck in this level for nearly an hour when I first played Sigil all those years ago. I was even playing with enhanced lighting to help me navigate more, which, yeah, I don't blame any of you for turning off vanilla lighting if you're playing this in the source port. I'm just committing because I hate myself, not because this level's bad. I'm just weird. Hello, sir, can I take this, please? This room with the Berserk pack also filtered me a lot way back when, but I don't know, it just doesn't hit the same these days. Remember when I had a hard time beating Doom 1 on Hurt Me Plenty? Yeah, I try not to remember that either. Holy shit, I just saw my light flash before my eyes. I should have reviewed Plutonia way sooner, fuck! Oh shit, I'm so sorry. Oh my gosh, I can't believe that happened again. I'll be sure to tell your dad, maybe. Here, how about I pay tribute to you by punching this Baron out? Nope, abort the fisting. This is too much. I can't do it. Son of a bitch, that was the last enemy too. That almost ended poorly. Unspeakable persecution. Oh, you mean like... Alright, that's fair. Is so dark that specters are practically invisible if you're using Doom's vanilla rendering, which is kinda neat. I can't remember the last time I was playing a vanilla Doom experience and actually got jump scared by some pinkies. Nope, definitely can't remember the last time that was. Like the rocket launcher for the first half of Sigil, energy cells are gonna be in short supply, usually dropped in these secrets, so that plasma rifle you picked up at the beginning of the stage isn't gonna get much use here if you're like me. Until I start capping out on my ammo, I usually just save it for the BFG, cause Romero was, with all due respect, bitch enough to give us one of those in Sigil. We actually get one about 30 seconds later. I don't take back what I said, but I'm happy to have it. Wow, Trev, isn't it tedious to open up each of these red key pillars individually? You could just go through. Oh, you fucking bet it is, but we need this to kill the cyber demon. Well, need is kind of a strong word. Does that thing that Doom 2's map 17 did. That thing where you walk down into a hallway and then it opens up another hallway and then parts of that hallway open up when you walk into the other one and then you go back and forth. Except this one's a lot harder even though there's no chain gunners. Making it to the end unlocks the main room of the stage, a giant hall with multiple levels and pathways to walk above, but you technically walk over them so that we're not breaking Doom's rule of sectors over sectors. It's really impressive. That was worth it, I promise. The path to that invulnerability doesn't open unless you open all those red pillars earlier. It was one of those things that you invest your time into rather than money. Doom guy can't afford ETFs. Okay, let's wrap this up. So finally, after spending forever trying to find the last enemy hiding in this stage, I kill the last Kako demon and then head over to a exit. Did you know that Sigil had a secret level? Cause I sure didn't the first time I played it. It's fine, short and sweet. It's got some hefty monster closets that make it really feel worthy of being a secret level. Should I be surprised that we've got another really good music track here? No, but I still am. It starts with some bitchin' percussion, gets a bit mellow for a bit before it hits us with a piece that reminds me painfully of Deus Ex for some reason. And then it goes off into probably my favorite riff in this entire soundtrack, and it's been stuck in my head ever since I started this project. Anyways, this is the realm of Iblis, you know, that one guy from that Sonic game that Twitter says is good now for some reason. Oh, hold on, I'm getting word that Iblis is actually a figure from Abrahamic religion. What does the guy on the corner have to do with this? There's a supercharge in the secret down here that I wanted to save for later, but Romero didn't want me to breathe, so I had to snag that shit early. Not that it really matters. Map 7 gives us a supercharge in the first room, just like half of the levels in this episode. You should still grab it for the cyber demon, though. Oh, I don't like this. That's okay. He can't really leave that square that he spawns. Oh, he can leave it. That could have gone worse. Not really much to say here. We don't get anything early, but it is nice to stock up on some plasma cells. Definitely gonna be abusing that later. Nightmare Underworld, the first map that was designed for Sigil, originally intended to be its 5th map, which terrifies me to think of what kind of horrors we would have seen originally planned for that late game. Bad Dream Heck does this really cool thing with its environment where parts of this mountainside are chipped out and underneath are just flesh and bones. That's the kind of things I like to see in an FPS take on hell, especially Doom. Like the Seraphim used to say, a little bit of wall meat a day keeps the demons away. He totally said that. Alright, something's up. This level isn't too bad so far. I should have known. Hello, 911, there's a man outside my house and he is caked the fuck up. There is an invulnerability nearby, but I just felt like I needed to shotgun a motherfucker, you know what I mean? I'll use it if I die, which I did. Alright, that was not good for my mental health. Hey, now check that out. Not only is there a portal to hell in the basement, but also in the ceiling. Now that's progress, my friends. That must be how they got all those tenants for that monster condo up there. How many of you guys are there? Hall of Perdition, the latter a word for being damned for all of eternity, just in case all the pentagrams didn't give it away for you. I hope you learned a new word today. I'm gonna need to remember that one. It's real easy to get lost in these damned halls, at least for me. I always forget which one of these buildings has the staircase that I need to find, and I just kind of ended up turning right until I find it. In retrospect, I probably should have used my map. It's not really that long of a level, and honestly, it's not even the hardest one here, but I still got filtered for nearly a half hour. There's not really much I could say till we get to the final showdown with both a mastermind and a cyber demon, something that's totally never been done before. Normally I try to coax them into infighting, but Mama didn't want to cooperate, so... Yeah, that's fair. Fuck. A lot of my repeat playthroughs with this stage made me really appreciate the art direction here going on with these flashing lights in the background. I realized that they're not just there to look cool and be menacing, but also be a way to see the enemies in these dang halls. Yeah, the low lighting here really sucks, but it's deliberate, and seeing these enemies almost exclusively through silhouettes is challenging in a way that felt new for classic Doom. It's a simple trick, but works really well. Even in the final fight, both of the final bosses spawn directly between you and one of these larger red walls, letting you see their silhouettes. It's hard, but it's amazingly designed. Alright, that wasn't ideal, but it wasn't bad. Also, I lied, we're not done yet. There's a single zombie man tucked away in this final secret of the level, making this tiny guy the final kill for a 100% monsters run of Sigil. Very funny, 10 out of 10. To win the game, you must kill him. You've done it. Baphomet may have been doing Satan's bidding by bringing you back to hell, but they forgot that you're a goddamn badass. You've mopped the floor with your arsenal, but lock and load, Marine. We've got some advanced demons to take care of that were meant for the full invasion of Earth. Rip and tear, kids. Hey look, it's canon now, pre-2016 in this non-canon episode. Isn't that great? We're actually not done yet with old Baphomet, because next time on the channel we'll be making our way through Sigil 2, and Blind this time. I've only played the opening stage at the time of writing this video, because Sivvy told me that there's a cyber demon in the first level, and that sounds like it'll be very fun. I can't wait to friggin' crush it. So this video took me a while to finally get around to, and though one of those reasons is because I wanted to make this video as in-depth as I possibly could, the biggest factor was some technical issues. Doom 2016 had a lot of leeway with rendering on PC, and while you could render the game in OpenGL, the game was more optimized for Vulkan rendering at the cost of some compatibility issues. Doom Eternal, or rather the id Tech 7 engine as a whole, exclusively Vulkan rendering, which is great if you're just playing the game, but playing it and recording it has been a huge pain in my ass. It's not often that you come across a game in development where the hype and excitement for the game builds exponentially with few dips leading up to the release, let alone a game that not only was worth the hype, but also exceeded personal expectations and delivered a fun and unique experience that I can't really find anywhere else. I am of course talking about Night Dive's port of Doom 64. Where else can I find this amount of unskippable splash screens? Seriously, there's so many. Nah, I'm kidding. It's Doom Eternal. Well, that's loud. Seriously, the hype for this game has been unreal. I can't think of a single other game where I got more excited the longer I waited. Hell, even Mega Man 11's hype plateaued for me nearing release, but Doom Eternal? Oh my lord. I can thankfully say that the game is everything that I wanted it to be and more. A challenging yet fair balance of gunplay and combat puzzles that I was desperately hoping that it would be. Especially after the game was delayed from November all the way to March, expectations were kinda high. By the way, we play on Nightmare difficulty around here. Why? Cause Doom Eternal is kind of easy. Sort of. The game has an arcadey style live system that to my knowledge doesn't cap in a single playthrough. I finished the game 100%ing it with nearly 40 extra lives left. If this live system weren't a thing, this game would be one of the most challenging games that id Software had ever produced. Luckily for us, that can still be experienced in Ultra Nightmare, you know, that permadeath difficulty that I completely forgot to bring up in my 2016 review. Instead, they're replaced with full armor restores and the occasional supercharge. Yeah, supercharges are back, and they even look like the screaming blueberries that we used to know and love. Actually, a lot of the items and enemies resemble their classic counterparts, more so than their 2016 look. But unlike other nostalgia pandering, I think that it works more in this game's favor for what it's trying to be. Doom 2016 found this weird balance between classic and grounded realism with its presentation. Enemies were still pretty cartoony, but instead of items floating there and whatnot, you'd still pick them up off of a dead body or off of the floor, and even if they're glowing blue, they can still be easily missed. Ammo pickups can appear vague, so until you get used to what shapes they are, you won't immediately know what ammo you're picking up at a glance. Doom Eternal says fuck it to all of that, embracing the series' relatively wacky origins. New weapons float there and glow, so you never miss them. Here's your rocket launcher, it's got metal skulls and a beam of hell energy flowing through it. Ammo pickups are color-coded so you know immediately what you're grabbing. The HUD more resembles a dashboard of a high-speed vehicle than it does a realistic exosuit UI, with color-coded and bright indicators to show you what tools are ready for use and what aren't, and I welcome it. I liked the grounded approach of 2016's presentation, but Eternal's aesthetic is more concerned about being a fun game while also conveying information to the player quickly and efficiently, while also keeping a consistent art style. And if you ask me, I think that's more important for the Doom series than grounded realism. Biceps! Anyways, right, back to the 1-ups. They're more like 1-ups in an arcade game. It's not like Mario or Mega Man where if you die, you're sent to a checkpoint, and then if you run out, you're sent to the beginning of the level. If you run out of health and end up using a life, you're sent back to right where you died with a couple seconds of invincibility frames. I do think that these are a bit broken and a little excessive, and yet the dopamine rush it gives me collecting them won't stop me from getting them. Since you can actually see the Slayer's in-game model, Eternal features a healthy amount of skins for the Slayer, but for the sake of this video, I chose to stick with the default skin, at least for now. But man, you could customize a lot in this game. I left a lot of the settings at their default, but I do like increasing the HUD size, since a lot of these things you need to be able to read at a glance, and making them bigger just kinda helps with that. Eternal wastes no time getting you familiar with the game. You can double jump from the get-go, you can find collectible action figures before the first real arena of the game, not to mention that the figures are of demons this time, not just recolors of Doom Guy. You find the heavy rifle in this first level as well as your first cheat code, which is something that you can use revisiting levels if you missed something, making the journey back a bit more tolerable, and also serves a secondary purpose that I'll touch on in a little bit. But before we touch on story and gameplay spoilers, all you really need to know is that almost everything about the gameplay in this game is a step up from Doom 2016. The movement, the gunplay, the demons, all of it has been cranked up to 11. Most heavy demons feature some kind of weak point or weakness, like being able to shoot the guns off of a Mancubus or the turret off an Arachnotron, dealing a bunch of extra damage to them as well as incapacitating some of their attacks. The combat loop here is just so much more fun. I think that I'll really only be going back to Doom 2016 just for novelty's sake. At its core, the plot of Doom Eternal is pretty simple. 3 Hell Priests have partaken in a ritual to harvest human souls from Earth to fuel their supply of Argent energy. As long as one of them is left alive, the ritual cannot be stopped. Here's a shotgun, go save the planet. But in a surprising and, in my opinion, welcome twist, it gets a bit more complicated than that. Not only is the game littered with a ton of optional, well-written lore to help flesh out the world, but has plenty of in-your-face storytelling presented to the player with a healthy amount of twists, turns, fan service, and for once, a sense of of stakes. But just in case you're one of the people who thinks it's absolutely appalling that Doom is putting an emphasis on story in the first place, you are able to skip nearly every cutscene the game throws at you, which is great especially for repeat playthroughs. Moments where you're locked into a room and forced to listen to Ultron lecture you are now a thing of the past, and you're rarely in a situation where you're forced to have exposition thrown at you. I, however, am not one of these people, and I think that the story and lore is not only welcome, but pretty damn solid both in substance as well as how it's presented. Anyways, I hope you didn't come into this game hoping to get an explanation for where Samuel Hayden sent him at the end of the last game, because it just starts with Doomslayer having his own Justice League watchtower now. How did he end up here? We're never really told. I might be saving that for DLC. This is the Doomslayer's command station, aided by the returning Vega, powering a slipgate, and yes, I did just say slipgate, that is a Quake reference, allowing the Slayer to immediately access new areas and worlds all from his ship, meaning that not every level has to directly lead into each other, granting more freedom with art direction, writing, and pacing. And our first mission is Hell on Earth, baby. Attention all demons, gather around for your bi-yearly shotgun appointments.
But Mr. Trav Guy, I think you're forgetting something. Where's the pistol?
Do you really miss the pistol? If you do, then damn, that sucks, but I'm telling you, you're not gonna miss it. This game takes a page from Quake 1. You start with a standard shotgun, and I couldn't be happier about it. The shotgun remains a decent demon-killing tool up until the final levels of the game, unlike the 2016 pistol that is thrown away the minute you get the heavy rifle. You even get both of your weapon attachments for the shotgun before you find the heavy cannon. Once again, be sure to go with the grenade launcher first. The triple shot has been reworked into an infinitely more reliable full auto mode, but for this opening area, it pales in comparison to the grenade launcher. You'll get a chance to try out both of your weapon attachments on the returning Arachnotrons, whose cannons are conveniently above their head so they can be destroyed with a well-placed shotgun grenade. Yeah, Arachnotrons in the first fucking level of the game. This early in the game, they really do demand your full attention. And like I said before, you do find this heavy cannon just after this arena, where shortly after you're given your choice of the first weapon attachment. The micro missiles are okay, but the precision bolt is much more practical for this opening level. It does require 6 rifle ammo for a single shot, but does bonus damage against enemy weak points, and it can kill fodder demons like soldiers and imps in a single shot. You'll see a couple of heavy demons in this level, but not all of them have explicit weak points, but rather weaknesses. For example, Caco demons, yes, Caco demons in the first level, can be instantly put into a glory kill state by shooting a grenade into their mouth, and they balance this by making the Caco demons way more aggressive in this game. It'll barrage you with projectiles, it'll freaking lunge at you. It's good to take these guys out as early as you see them in this game. He's also way more expressive now, and I kinda love him. You can also achieve this by using the Slayer's new shoulder-mounted grenade launcher. Hey, do you remember the throwables from Doom 2016? Well, I clearly didn't, because despite using them, I didn't even mention them once in my Doom 2016 review. But they're way better in this game, not only because they're upgradable, making them actually viable in combat all the way through the end of the game, but are launched from a shoulder-mounted Predator-style grenade launcher, which doesn't interrupt your weapons. So you can launch grenades from your shoulder while raining down fire with your weapons at the same time. Oh, by the way, did I mention that this is still the first level? While I'm all for this, wasting most of my adult life on Doom 2016, this opening level's complexity and difficulty is something on par with a middle level from Doom 2016, even one-upping its predecessor in spectacle. I don't recommend starting with this game. Just minutes into the opening level, the Doomslayer kills the first Hell Priest and uses his head to gain access to a demonic citadel where the ritual is still taking place. Ah, damn it, Doom Guy brought the decapitated head again. Unable to kill the priests, he sends a message, cocking his shotgun and making the priests run in fear just before being met by the mighty Khan Maker. Spelt like this. She's an asshole, but she's an unkillable asshole, at least for the time being. Doom Guy literally rolls his eyes and goes back to his room. I kinda love it. Alright, I hope you're caught up on your Doom 2016 lore, because this is where the divisiveness starts to kick in. The Doomslayer takes a slipgate back to his flying fortress, where Vega informs him that to locate the second Hell Priest, we need to upgrade the ship's celestial locator. Luckily, the Slayer knows exactly where to find one in the ruined city of Exultia. Or is it Exultia? Exultia sounds cooler. A city all formerly under Night Sentinel rule before they were all wiped out by Hell. You find a pretty healthy amount of new upgrades here, including your first rune. You can choose what rune you want this time instead of having to find them at select locations, thank god. They're no longer upgradable, which also means that you don't have to commit to upgrading it throughout the entire game and lets you have a bit more freedom with which runes you want to use. I personally like to go for Chrono Strike, one of the 3 new runes in the game. It slows down time when you're holding right click in the air, which is great for sniping off weak points. Hey, Hell Knights are back! It's looking a bit, looking a bit purple.
What if it was purple?
I mean, I guess I won't complain, he's not going to be blending into the background anytime soon. They're a bit of a pain in the ass in this level, but they become a lot more manageable once you get the two main upgrades in this level, the Blood Punch and the Dash. The Blood Punch is fucking amazing. It's an incredibly high-powered melee attack that can be charged by executing glory kills on other demons, now giving glory kills a secondary purpose and becoming more than just your free health button. And the Dash, oh my god, the Dash. I doubt Doom Eternal is the first FPS to have a mechanic like this, but I really would love to see this in more games. It lets you zip around the battlefield, dodge incoming demons on a dime. This is when Doom Eternal really starts to become more than just a reskin Doom 2016 and really starts to embrace its own identity. The Slayer breaks into the abandoned quarters of the late King Novik, formerly leader of the Night Sentinels, whose spirit meets the Doom Slayer, telling him that he can't kill the Hell Priests as they were once Sentinel blood, demanding the Slayer to abide by their laws because tradition. The Slayer takes the Celestial Locator anyway, takes a portal to Hell, and meets with none other than the Betrayer, the former Night Sentinel who sold his faction out to Hell in exchange for his dead son's resurrection, who was resurrected but his soul was trapped into the Icon of Sin from Doom 2. The Betrayer uses his resources to upgrade our Celestial Locator, but also begs for the Slayer to reconsider, fearing that he'll suffer the same fate.
Hear me, Slayer. When his heart is laid to rest, then his soul will be at peace. And so will mine.
Oh, that'll probably be important. Alright, real quick, I just want to point out this small detail. You hear the theme for the Betrayer throughout this entire Hell segment, and if you're a classic Doom fan or have been sticking around with my reviews, you might remember this as the Chapter Victory theme from classic Doom. Not only is this a really well-crafted throwback, but I think it holds a bit more intrinsic value. Doomguy returns to the ship to install the upgraded Celestial Locator, but not before doing this. Yay! Oh, and also going fucking ham with the quad damage, now renamed Onslaught for some reason. I like how they reworked the upgrades in this game. Every time you get a kill with it, it extends the timer a bit. It rewards you for killing smaller demons that normally you wouldn't waste quad damage on. I also love how you can see the Slayer's eyes reflect the color of the power-up he collects in the visor. Kinda reminds me of Metroid Prime in a way, even if it is just a PNG recoloring of the concept art. Once geared up, the Slayer makes his way to the Arctic base, being met with mecha zombies, another incarnation of the Heavy Gunners, now resembling a goofy skeleton man, and the returning Mancubus. Not the same ones from 2016, those Mancubi had cannons naturally grow onto their arms, it was part of them. These are more Frankensteined recreations by the UAC, ripping off their arms and replacing it with cannons. Kinda fucked up, but I mean, they're demons, whatever. In 2016, you could just run up and super shotgun them right in the face with little problem, but here, not only do they blast you for a ton of damage, but leave a lingering hazard on the floor that'll kill you if you stand on it for too long. You gotta keep your distance from these guys, even if you destroy their cannons.
Watch your jet, bro. Watch your jet!
The Cultist base is visually stunning, being one of the first levels to feature traps that you can use by shooting a big green light to destroy everything in a predetermined area, with a really fun factory aesthetic to it. It's also not common to see a Doom level with snow that lasted longer than, say, 5 minutes, though the Arctic Hellpriest does have a few tricks up his sleeve, like the returning shield guys and the new Whiplash demons, which I fucking hate. They slither around the ground and will attempt to zone you, sending large semi-homing shockwaves at you that launch you backwards. You do have the rocket launcher at this point, which has received a huge buff since the last game, which makes dealing with these Whiplashes a bit more tolerable. And right after this first encounter with them, you can get the lock-on burst, which is strong enough to one-shot most heavy demons, including Whiplashes, so as long as you're managing your ammo well, they won't be too much of a problem. It also turns out that the Hellpriest has been holding the Slayer's super shotgun here. Not just any super shotgun, but an SSG crafted by the Night Sentinels fitted with a grappling hook, and given some beautiful engravings.
No tactical advantage.
Which the Slayer receives by taking control of a fucking Revenant drone to reunite himself with his long-lost love. This is the only segment in the game like this. I kinda wish that they had more of this, at least for optional encounters. The super shotgun, oh my god, the super shotgun. Just when I thought that they couldn't top 2016's SSG, they gave it a goddamn grappling hook. It doesn't pull the demons to you, but instead pulls you towards the demons, which is borderline addicting once you get the hang of it. And if you play as aggressively as I do, this will become one of your main methods of traversing arenas. The SSG isn't the best without its upgrades. You do need to get the quick loading as soon as possible, because the cooldown time between shots with a non-upgraded SSG is a bit absurd. Once mastered though, it makes enemies hit with the grappling hook drop armor on death. This is absurdly busted, but also kind of essential for Ultra Nightmare if you want to keep your ass alive. The Slayer takes a train deep into the heart of the cultist base, discovering that the priests in the UIC are using it to strogify a race of once extinct demons into Doom Hunters, but as well as some other creations that foolishly attempt to stop the Slayer. Do you enjoy running face first into a wall? Well, you're gonna love the carcasses. At first glance, I thought they were supposed to be the Vor from Quake 1, but they act more like the Brains from Quake 2, putting shields over themselves and other demons in hopes that you deal self-damage with an explosive. Thankfully, much like the shield guys, their shields can be popped with a plasma rifle, turning this once hazard into a tactical decision. Oh my god, they brought back the Nightmare Imps. I haven't seen you since Doom 64! They're not translucent anymore, but they do disappear for a moment. It's so cool to see these guys again, even if they're called Prowlers, but their codex does confirm that they are related to the Imp. They're Nightmare Imps in everything but name, really. They were also technically in Doom 2016, but only in the multiplayer, which I don't care about. Most of this level is following the machinery constructing the Doom Hunters, from watching their hoverboards being built, seeing the demons being fitted with rocket launchers, and what first glance I thought was the Doom 64 chainsaw, before culminating in a decently difficult boss fight. It's best to keep your distance from him, though if you do manage to get close, a blood punch does bonus damage against the sled. And there's a bunch of demons around which can help you grind for health, armor, ammo, and blood punch. Oh, what's that? You thought it was over? I hope you're prepared for 2 of them. I'd argue that the second phase is easier than the first. The level design of the arena makes it easier to take cover from the hunters than the first fight did. The Slayer destroys the priest's guardian, the priest cowers and grovels, even tries to bribe the Slayer, until... Okay, so I want to talk about these coins real quick. We're never explicitly told what they are, so this is more speculation than it is canon, but I think that I figured it out. These coins are holding the priest's souls. When the first priest is killed, he says that his soul remains guarded and then panics once the Slayer pulls out the coin. But the second guy, the Slayer had to pull the coin from the Doom Hunter before he realized that he was defeated. I think that these are supposed to be soul insurance for the priests, being put into a guardian to ensure that even if they die, their soul is preserved, which makes it really interesting considering the first priest. Was the Slayer his guardian at one point? Did the Slayer kill his guardian between games? There's a lot that happened between games that wasn't explained, so maybe we'll find out in the future. The con maker ain't too happy about us killing the Hell Priest, despite her being a heavenly being, and says that the third Hell Priest will be moved to a discreet location. At this time, you have collected a bunch of these Sentinel cores, which can be used to open up doors in the hub, similar to the Valhalla in Metroid Prime 3. But if you hold off for just a moment and grab the railgun, which just finished 3D printing downstairs, now called the Ballista, you can get both of the weapon attachments for this thing right off the bat. Now, the attachments for the railgun, or Gauss cannon in Doom 2016, were a bit broken, so it's reasonable that the attachments for the Ballista have been balanced. Siege mode has been replaced with the Destroyer Blade and isn't nearly as powerful or mobile, but the new Arbalist attachment is fantastic, basically being a roided out sticky bomb that does bonus damage against flying demons, being able to one-shot Kako demons and do a ton of damage to its painful big brother. Now geared up, it's time to take the fight to the center of the demonic invasion, a massive gore nest that manifested itself over an entire city. I absolutely love the aesthetic here, not so much the meat, but the destroyed cities and buildings being held up by hellish tentacles and destroyed mechs. Oh god, it's so good.
There is a way I'm gonna stick giant mechs in it.
This level is also a bit heavier in platforming challenges, which, honestly, I have nothing against. I know this is a controversial opinion, but Doom and especially Doom Eternal are very agile and fast-paced games, so if you're not moving around during these platforming segments, you're at least moving around during combat. And I think that spicing up these little moments in between encounters with platforming challenges is a good way to test and practice your mobility outside of combat. Go ahead and say that Doom isn't and should never be a platformer, but for what Doom Eternal is trying to be, I think it fits. Though Eternal is much less concerned about realism at this point, so sometimes it does feel like you're running around Bowser's castle in first person. We also meet the Dreadnoughts here, a cybernetically enhanced Hell Knight armed with massive energy blades extending his range, letting him leave hazards on the floor, and being able to snipe you with a sword beam. They're mean motherfuckers, but falter easily to the chain gun found later in this level. God, what an upgrade. Possibly my favorite take on the chain gun in the entire series. It's back to firing the moment you pull the trigger, no longer requiring wind-up, making it much better for Eternal's fast-paced combat, and can be fitted with the returning turret mode, or my personal favorite, the energy shield, giving you a few moments to blast your opponents from the safety of your shield, and when upgraded can be fired in front of you and falters any demon in its path. I know the turret mode has higher DPS, but man, I love the energy shield. What I don't really love is the buff totems, a new mechanic that speeds up all nearby demons and respawns them infinitely until the totem is located and destroyed. Typically they're not hard to find, and their location doesn't change on repeat playthroughs, so once you know where it is, it's not that big of a deal, and actually can be used to speed up the mastery challenges of some weapons, so I'd argue that the pros might outweigh the cons, but this first encounter with it forces you to kill some of the demons in the room and then search around these corridors for it afterwards, which is not a very good first impression. Oh hey, they brought back rat suits! That's cool. In this level, I think they work fine. Some of the floors are covered in toxic sludge, and the suit absorbs the damage until it runs out. It's simple and encourages you to jump around more. I do recommend equipping the mid-air control rune from this point on, just so that you don't feel like you're being hindered too much from the constant mid-air movement. Much like the gore nests from Doom 2016, all you gotta do is destroy the heart to destroy the nest, which thankfully has manifested itself around the generator of this facility. And with both emergency switches pulled, the heart is fried to a crisp. Oh man, I love Metroid! The demonic invasion has taken a massive hit, but won't truly be stopped as long as the last Hell Priest is left alive, and Vega comes to the conclusion that the only person capable of finding the final Hell Priest is Samuel Hayden. Oh boy, I can't wait to pound this fucker. Oh, the demons beat me to it. This level takes place in the Ark Complex, a team of former UAC members rebelling against Hell in the UAC, using their technology to fight off the demonic invasion. Those mechs that you see all around Earth, those were theirs. This level is great, but damn, it's long. Even on repeat playthroughs, this level can take up to 45 minutes. The compound has been overtaken by these massive tentacles, immune to the Slayer's firearms, but not the massive turrets that have been keeping the facility guarded. So it's up to you to make your way through the ruined city to reach the turrets to open the gate. Which really gives me classic Doom vibes with how the level handles the backtracking. The level is pretty well designed where routing is a lot easier to manage. You also get a ton of lore in the form of codex entries, as well as these audio logs. Reports of the Slayer from before the events of 2016 that confirm, yeah, the Slayer is indeed human, but there is something in his system. But we also get a look into Hayden after the events of 2016. He returned to Earth with a demonic crucible, took it to the Ark to synthesize a strain of Argent that doesn't require the souls of the damned, becoming a symbol for mankind and leading a massive uprising against the demons, which did end in a catastrophic failure, but before his defeat, left the crucible with the Ark, insisting that the Doomslayer would come back for it. Maybe he wasn't the bad guy like he says. Alright, come on Sammy, I need your help.
His life signal is barely readable.
Warning. Demonic presence threat level 5 entering main laboratory.
Oh, you. Alright, let's just get this over with. Wait, wasn't that guy supposed to be hard? Okay, so the Marauder. Easily the most controversial addition to this game, and it honestly pisses me off. Not the Marauder himself. I think he's actually a fun-to-fight demon, and maybe one of my favorite demons in the entire game. I'm mad at the people who say that he's a shit stain on an otherwise perfect game. Well, maybe if you guys would take the time to learn the game and stop. He's honestly not that difficult. Back away from him, dodge his sword beams, and wait for him to run at you and then blast him when his eyes turn green. I suggest quick swapping between the ballista and super shotgun. How are you guys having such a hard time? If you have tutorials on, it literally tells you how to kill him when the fight starts. I'm sorry, I really don't mean to insult your guys' intelligence, but every demon since the beginning has had a specific method of taking them down which makes them easier, and the Marauder just takes that philosophy and cranks it up to 11. The Slayer must be 100% confident that he could beat the fuck out of Dr. Hayden if shit goes wrong, because he just plugs him right into the fortress without a second thought. Without any build-up, any leeway, the first words out of Samuel's crusty robot mouth is that the final priest is hiding on Sentinel Prime, and that the only slipgate to take us there is in a lost city in the core of Mars, lost to natural tectonic movement.
There is no easy way to access the core of Mars.
There are no known pathways that lead there, Dr. Hayden.
The BFG 10,000, designed by Dr. Samuel Hayden as part of the anti-demonic defense grid.
I understand. Searching the coordinates to the BFG 10,000 now.
You can't just shoot a hole into the surface of Mars.
I wonder if this is where they plan to give you the plasma rifle initially. Even if you do have it, it plays this animation as if you just picked it up. It's weird because they keep this, but they don't keep the Archvile cutscene from that first trailer. Come on, this would have been a perfect way to introduce the Archvile. After you're done killing everything, he shows up and resurrects and spawns all these new demons, giving you a clear idea what the Archvile does and how he works. Instead, all we get is this confusing introduction to him later on, but I'm getting a bit ahead of myself. We do, however, get an introduction to the new Barons of Hell, now boasting a rocky gray exterior with wrist blades. It doesn't look that cool, but once you start doing damage and blasting his flesh off, it reveals the badass flaming interior. Doom Eternal brings back Quake 2's destructible enemies system that shows the damage that you're dealing to the demon, which is kind of awesome, because now when you're locked in a room with multiple of the same demon, you can tell which ones you've dealt the most damage to by just glancing at them. It's more than just the brutality, it serves a purpose in the gameplay. The Slayer makes his way to the self-inflicted hole into the center of Mars using the UAC's BFG 10,000, which is only a reference to Quake 2 in name only. He rips out the power core, which turns out to just be your standard BFG 9000, and portals to what was once the UAC's surface base, which has been jettisoned into the atmosphere, platforming and making his way to the UAC's escape pods, where Vega charts a path to the center of Mars, fights through one last wave of demons before... God damn it, wasn't there supposed to be a cyber demon here? We do have the Doom Hunter return. Don't worry, these are weaker variants, they're normal enemies now. You would have also seen these guys earlier if you were doing the Slayer Gate challenges too, optional challenge rooms that reward you with a handful of weapon upgrade points, as well as one of 6 Empyrean keys, which I'll talk about in the next level. But I guess they're saving the cyber demons for later. This next level is a massive lore dump, so let's take a break from Eternal and look at the Doom 64 re-release real quick. Specifically the new Lost Levels episode. Don't skip ahead, this will be important to Eternal in a minute. Aside from the unskippable splash screens at the beginning, I can say that this is the definitive way to officially play Doom 64. But honestly, who's even surprised? Even if the port had a million problems, I'd still rather play it with a mouse and keyboard than the dildo trident. The new episode can be unlocked early if you beat Hectic, that really complicated secret level unlocked by doing that cryptic barrel puzzle at the beginning of the game, or just by beating the base game all the way through. I chose the latter option because I wanted to see how well this held up against the fan-made source port, Doom 64 EX, and yeah, it's about as good. It's missing some features like vertical aiming, but that really shouldn't be a deal breaker for anyone, and besides, 64EX is a pain to set up anyway. Being able to pay just $5 for an equally as good port, plus an exclusive bonus episode, is more than worth it. And these bonus levels are actually pretty good. They continue right after the end of Doom 64, where Doomguy decides to remain in hell, taking him through some hellish areas, though some do resemble the UAC, which probably isn't a coincidence, with a drastically higher number of demons than I remember seeing in the base game. I've heard mixed reports on whether or not these were cut levels from the original or made just for this expansion, so if anyone knows, please let me know in the comments. A lot of it does revolve around switch hunting, but these levels are built in a way that opens up new paths to get you to where you need to go faster and greatly reduce backtracking, which is always welcome, as well as introducing some puzzles and mechanics that really don't overstay their welcome that weren't present in the base game. A personal favorite of mine is Cold Grounds, a level all about unlocking and ascending this hellish citadel, with some great fights along the way, though I really hope you liked Nightmare Imps and Arachnotrons because this episode looks to them the same way that Plutonia Plutonia looks at Archviles and Heavy Gunners. I'd say the most disappointing thing about this episode is that, at a glance, these levels don't visually stand out and appear like they belong in the base game, which, if these were cut levels, that would make sense. The final level is easily one of the greatest final levels in any official classic Doom. You start with a basic Unmaker, and instead of you getting your normal red, blue, and yellow keys to progress, you're picking up the demon keys to upgrade your Unmaker along the way as well, slowly powering you up and giving you this absolutely absurd power trip, slicing through cyber demons with ease. Hey, remember when I said the Mother Demon was a difficult boss fight? That's because I missed every demon key on my first playthrough of the game. This is how easy she is with a fully powered Unmaker. Oops.
You had not expected to be torn from hell so soon after your fateful decision. Getting back there was your only concern. The plans of the Sister Resurrector to exterminate you have failed.
Wait, the Mother Demon had a sister?
A grim vision takes...
Okay, I can't do that voice anymore, I might puke. Hey look, they quoted Doom 2016!
Perpetual torment.
Yeah, so the Doom guy somehow ends up killing the Mother Demon's sister, which creates a rift in space-time, sending him to Sentinel Prime, where he's picked up by these guys, the same Hell Priests that we've been trying to kill in Eternal. Back to present day, the Slayer returns to Sentinel Prime, and although the Sentinels know that he's here to kill the Hell Priests, they let him back to their Holy Land because of tradition. Even this really cool looking angel that we never see again. What is his deal? I want to fight him. This is the biggest lore dump that we get in the game. Most of it in these codex pages recounting the Slayer's past of how he rose through the Sentinels' ranks, going from an outsider to a revered member of the faction. But some of it is explicitly shown to us in the form of some flashbacks. Okay, so I've seen this scene be a bit divisive to some, mainly the fact that Doom Guy speaks. The huge guts line, I think, is delivered pretty well.
Guts. Huge guts. Kill them. Must kill them all.
It's this line that I think borders on the cringy side.
Rip. And tear.
The Conmaker tries to stop the Slayer multiple times, begging for him to stop his crusade and even going so far as to resurrect his pet rabbit Daisy if it means he'll surrender. Oh no, that trick's not gonna work on me. I saw what you did to the Betrayer's son. We're not about to have an icon of Daisy. So if it wasn't obvious by now, the Conmaker, the sort of leader of heaven, has been cooperating with hell. These angels aren't immortal, and ever since the Father disappeared from heaven, the angels have been seeking out a new way to make themselves immortal by using Argent energy. So, as far as we're concerned, she's just as bad as the demons, if not worse. She's taken full advantage of the Night Sentinels, using them as a proxy so that the Makers can interact with Hell indirectly, even going so far as to confirm that the whole event of the Betrayer's son being resurrected as the Icon of Sin was all orchestrated by the Con Maker and her corrupt Sentinels, just so that Heaven could take control of the Icon. Literally everything is this fucker's fault. The Slayer returns to the Sentinel Coliseum, being met with the final Hell Priest's Guardian, which looks a hell of a lot like the classic Barons of Hell. That's pretty awesome. This fight is a lot like Doom 2016's Cyber Demon fight, except it's actually difficult. It's a two-phase arena, but he's got this walking, talking shield by his side, which is kind enough to telegraph his attacks. Hey, remember when I said the Cyber Demon played nuclear jump rope with you? Yeah, I think id Software might have taken that comment a bit too literally here.
It's okay, you won't feel a thing!
This stops nothing. Earth will be consumed, regardless of what...
The Conmaker is fucking pissed that her plan to cull humanity for her own game has been stopped by the Slayer, and since the ship that the Slayer has commandeered is of Maker design, she saps power from the ship, turning it into a prison, complete with a couple of demons to keep him busy. But not only that, she threatens to awaken the Icon of Sin to let him loose on the Earth to harvest as many souls as he possibly can. This motherfucker decided to kill all of humanity, nay, an entire planet, just because of some man-child with anger issues. The moment doesn't last long though, since the demonic crucible has enough charge to power the ship, which Hayden gets a huge kick out of. Hayden understands that the only way to stop the Icon of Sin, a Titan, is with the Slayer's crucible, otherwise the Titan will eventually rise again, and directs the Slayer to the destroyed city of Terras Nabad to retrieve his own crucible that the Slayer used to stop the first Titan that attacked the Sentinels. This is probably my least favorite level in the game. It's not that it's long, it's technically shorter than the Mars Core level, but it's just so boring. A lot of it has these swimming puzzles, which I don't hate, but I find them to be completely unnecessary. See, platforming is fine for reasons that I gave earlier, but swimming is only used for these puzzles and doesn't really do anything aside from providing a way for you to get from one arena to the next, in a game that's really all about the combat. Thankfully, these don't really overstay their welcome too much, but they really didn't need to be here in the first place.
Nope, you get back in your hole.
Hey, you ever wanted to see when the Doom guy went from Doom guy to Doom Slayer?
Take it. It will give you strength. Help you on your journey.
Hey, that line sounds familiar.
Take it. It will give you strength. Help you on your journey.
Hold up a motherfucking minute.
Samuel Hayden is the fucking Seraphim!
So the Seraphim is a character that you would only know about if you read the lore of Doom 2016. He's the angel who gave the Doom Slayer the infinite strength and stamina he needs to take on Hell. And in Eternal, we see that transformation, but I did not expect Samuel Hayden to be the Seraphim. And it all makes sense too. He has all of this information about heaven that no one would reasonably understand. Vega mentions that his bionic suit is of Maker technology, and for reasons that we see later in Eternal, this would explain Samuel Hayden's vast knowledge about Hell and its ties to heaven. Maybe everything that Hayden did in 2016 and even before was to orchestrate the Doomslayer taking down the rogue Khan Maker. We later find out that it was the Seraphim who took the Father from heaven in retaliation for finding out that heaven was collaborating with Hell. Really, it all makes sense.
And now, they will fear you.
The whole point of this level is to rebuild the Slayer's Crucible. Yes, rebuild. If the Crucible blade is removed from the Titan, it could reawaken. So to prevent this, the Slayer breaks off the hilt of the blade to assure the Titan doesn't rise again. Where Dr. Seraphim guides us to the Slayer's vault where this coin is. What is with this game and coins? Okay, so you know how a lot of people complain about the chainsaw in this game really being only used for ammo instead of killing big demons? Clearly, they'd never really played till this point in the game. The Crucible is a one-hit, one-kill weapon on literally any demon, even super heavy demons like Archviles and the later encountered Cyber Demons. It does sadly require a charge that can be picked up around the map, which I think is the biggest drawback to this weapon. I think that they should have taken a note from Doom 3's Soul Cube and have it recover one of its charges upon killing demons. Maybe exclusively a certain amount of super heavy demons or something. If you're gonna borrow something from Doom 3, at least let it be one of the good things. And we do finally get the story of how the Doomslayer ended up in that sarcophagus from the beginning of 2016. It all started when the Seraphim stole the Father from heaven, the Father turning out to be an AI meant to keep the Makers immortal, resurrecting them like they're phoenixes. The Khan Maker, developing a hubris out of fear that her race is dying, strikes a deal with the Dark Lords of Hell, greenlighting planets and realms for Hell to devour in exchange for the human souls for the Makers to convert into Argent energy. Not only was Argent made from the souls of the damned, but was literally created by Heaven's betrayal to humanity. It was around this time that the Makers caught wind of the Sentinels, impressed by their efforts to branch out across the universe, and over time manipulated the rulers of the Sentinels to do their bidding, converting Sentinel priests into Hell priests since Makers can't step foot in Hell and vice versa, constructing a massive soul factory for their conversion. Word did eventually spread about the Soul Factory, where the Slayer and a group of faithful Night Sentinels led a coup on the Soul Factory, only for the slipgates to be sabotaged, spreading the Slayer and his forces randomly across Hell, where the Sentinels fought valiantly to their last breath except for one survivor, the Doomslayer, fighting until the Hell Priests dropped an entire city on him where he was entombed, kicking off the events of Doom 2016. That's so fucking cool. The next couple levels of this game are picking up where that crusade left off, taking the fight to the Soul Factory. Samuel Hayden, actually being a maker himself, knows that the inside of the Soul Factory has a stream of unfiltered heavenly energy that if ruptured can send us where no living man has ever stepped foot, heaven. But it's gonna be a long mission, and the Slayer is unable to return to his ship for the rest of the game, so make sure to grab everything that you can. And if you have all 6 Empyrean keys, you can unlock the Unmaker, returning for the first time since Doom 64. Though it has been retconned to have been a weapon crafted by Makers, not Hell. Maybe it's like the Crucible, where there's a standard version and there's a Hell version knockoff. Though with how it works, you'd think the Heavens version was the knockoff. It's not a bad weapon, I just wish that it didn't share cell ammo with the BFG. The BFG is balanced in this game by having more of a focus on clearing the room of smaller demons just so that you could focus on the big boys, and the Unmaker is the opposite of that, letting you clear out super heavy demons with less ammo than a BFG shot. And in that aspect, I think that it works really well. However, BFG ammo is incredibly scarce in this game, and there's no rune that lets it drop from demons, so usually it's better to just play it safe and clear the room out of smaller demons with the BFG than to do the opposite. And the Crucible ends up being a better weapon to take out super heavy demons anyway. Aesthetically, it looks great, it's satisfying to fire, and is a bit more ammo efficient than the BFG. Again, I just wish that it didn't share ammo with the BFG. The Crusade through the Soul Factory is a tough one, with plenty of higher tier arenas compared to what we've seen so far, with multiple Marauders, Doom Hunters, Barons, and even the newly introduced Cyber Demons, renamed Tyrants. They are essentially mini Cyber Demons from Doom 2016, sharing many of the same attacks. Personally, I like to use the Chain Gun's Plasma Shield attachment for these guys, or the Ice Grenade once you have the frozen damage bonus perk. They also have my favorite glory kill in the entire game, which is made even better if you've blasted off some of their face, revealing the Terminator-like endoskeleton. Fucking awesome. This Crusade isn't just the Doomslayer making his way from point A to point B, he also does some pretty heavy damage against the forces of hell, even taking out the demon that's in charge of selecting the souls to convert to Argent Energy, and also is probably the closest we'll get to a first-person Mother Brain fight. Oh hey, remember that Tower Babel we saw earlier? Turns out that was the Soul Factory, which deep inside does reveal the Maker origin, filled with heavenly technology made to process raw human souls.
Icon of sin. We must hurry.
Heaven's looking a bit spooky. The Slayer is here for one thing and one thing only, to stop the Maker's ritual of taking command of the Icon of... Oh, he's got a body now! Not quite what I had in mind, I was imagining more bones, but I won't lie, looks pretty dope. Oh hey, it's the knife from the beginning of the game!
We will not be able to control it! No!
After destroying the sun's massive heart, the Betrayer's son is set free. However, this means the Icon of Sin is free to do whatever the fuck it wants, and what he wants is to treat the Earth like his own personal sandbox. The Makers flee, the Slayer falls back on his head, and then it's back to demon killing with a mix of angel killing. These are the Maker drones. Living pinatas incapable of leaving heaven, unless it's a Slayer Gate challenge, in that case they're immune to lore. They're your simple fodder demon, but explode into a fountain of ammo and health when killed with a headshot, meaning you don't really have to rely on the chainsaw as much in this level. The rest of the level though is pretty simple. Get back to Earth as soon as possible using a massive slipgate that Hayden insists we need Vega to configure. And guess what?
System acquired. Setting the course for the Earth dimension now.
I can see now. Am I the father of Red?
Wait, what? With the rings aligned, the Slayer is stopped by the Khan Maker just before leaving, who preaches a bit to the Slayer but flatters him by referring to him as once immortal. Or, hell, maybe she's being literal. Makers are only killable inside of their own dimension, leading to a fight of sheer determination and desperation with both heaven and earth at stake. I really love this fight. She hovers over the arena, marking some of it with hazards, forcing you to stay on your toes. Just stay out of the giant orbital beam, that shit hurts. You also have a handful of these Maker drones around to refuel yourself without having to worry about the chainsaw. And once enough damage has been inflicted, hook her with the super shotgun and deliver a blood punch right to the chest. Lather, rinse, repeat until dead. I forgot I was wearing a classic skin. Oh, you ugly! The Khan Maker is killed, Heaven is left in ruins, Vega is likely going to die unless that's him yelling at the end, and the Slayer takes the Slipgate back to Earth to have one grand scale rematch with the Icon of Sin. The final level is nothing more than one giant gauntlet with demons while you chase down the Icon of Sin, and it is exhilarating. There's not much more I can say about it. You fight basically every normal demon in the game, multiple cyber demons, marauders, doom hunters, barons. The game gang's all here, and culminating in an intense rematch with the Icon of Sin, now free to use his hands. It's a tough fight too. The first phase focuses on breaking the Maker armor off of him, which I do save a couple of BFG rounds to instantly knock off for free, assuming that you can make the shot. He spawns in endless waves of demons, but pickups like Chainsaw Juice and Crucible charges respawn around the map, so I heavily recommend relying on your Crucible and your Chainsaw as your main demon killers, and saving your ammo for the Icon himself. The second phase is much more difficult. The Icon is a bit more agile and takes much more of a beating with the armor, but the Icon himself also has the destructible demon system, so it's easy to tell which parts of his body need to be shredded off a bit more. Once they're showing bone, it's safe to assume that that part of the body is done for. And after an adrenaline-filled 10-minute long boss fight, the Icon of Sin falls to the Slayer once again, this time receiving a crucible to the exposed brain, and with the hilt snapped off, assuring that possibly for the first time ever, the Icon of Sin is truly dead. The Makers are gone, Hell's ultimate super weapon has been slain, and the corruption of the Sentinels is no more. And with his mission accomplished, the Slayer walks away from the mess that he's made, ending the game on a much higher note than any game since Doom 2. What will the Slayer do now? Will Hell ever rise again? Will Hayden or Vega assume command of the Makers and lead them into a renaissance? I guess we'll just have to wait to see what the future has in store, but overall, this is a decent ending. It's just a bit too short for my liking. But overall, what do I think of Doom Eternal? What, is it not obvious by now? Doom Eternal is easily one of the greatest games that I've ever played. Though the levels are a bit on the long side, which makes dropping in for casual play a bit more intimidating, which I think is one of the biggest hits against the game for me personally. The game isn't perfect by any means, there's still a lot of room for improvement. I know that we're getting 2 DLC campaigns in the future, so I eagerly await for the team over at id to flesh out the universe of Doom even more. And speaking of the lore, oh my god, I can't remember the time when I've been so invested in a game's lore, and it's Doom! This is not a game that you think deserves good lore treatment. Eternal's method of showing, not telling, and keeping lore cryptic enough, giving you all of the pieces to the puzzle, but making you figure it out on your own is something that I never really thought this series needed, but hey, I'm thankful for it. It never distracts from the gameplay, and arguably even enhances it at some points. But even if you're someone who hates the lore, you could still skip it. I do wish that there was a bit more in terms of post-game content though. We do have little modifiers in the form of the cheat codes, and the famine cheat code is cool. It prevents demons from dropping health and armor, effectively nullifying glory kills and the flame belch. It changes the way that you play the game, but it's the only cheat code like that. Most of the other cheat codes are just power trip modes. Quad damage, infinite lives, infinite berserk sometimes. Man, I completely forgot about the berserk. The berserk is in this game, but it only appears in one level. That's a huge disappointment. And the cheat that enables unlimited berserk only works in certain levels. What a fucking letdown, man. Though if you do collect all of the cheat codes, which are in the form of floppy disks, bring them down to the Doom Guy's man cave, and you get a fully working WAD of classic Doom, and also a fully playable Doom 2 by entering the code Flynn Taggart on the second panel. If you pre-ordered the game, you also get the Demonic Slayer skin and a classic weapon sound pack, which is fine. The skins you unlock in the base game, though, are way cooler than any of this, so it just feels a bit underwhelming. You can even unlock a Phobos skin from Quake 3 if you beat the game's Extra Life mode, a permadeath difficulty where once you run out of extra lives, it deletes your save. It's pretty fun, but none of this compares to the classic suit returning. I'm pretty sure that they just polished up the Quake Champions model for this, but I'm not really complaining, it looks fantastic. You can also unlock a gray, amber, and red variant of the classic suit by linking Doom 1 through 3 to your Bethesda.net account, but because I synced the games to the wrong account, I got fucked over on these skins. The 2016 Praetor suit is back, which looks kind of terrible. I don't know if I'm just spoiled by the new armor just looking way better, but it just looks weird here. The classic sound pack, though, is a bit underwhelming. I think the novelty of it is pretty cool, especially if you use the centered view model, which again, takes up a bit too much of the screen. I wish I could just move it down a little bit. But this does kind of let you cheat in battle mode a bit. If you're playing as a demon, you can hear the sound of the classic chainsaw from the other side of the map. Oh, yeah, I guess I haven't really talked about battle mode. It's awesome in theory and when you're with the right people. It's a 2 versus 1 multiplayer mode where 2 people play as the demons against a fully loaded Slayer, and it's way more fun than Doom 2016's multiplayer mode, but that's not saying much. At launch, it really sucked though, because if you got the collector's edition like I did, you had no way to add friends with this. So if you wanted to play with a friend, you would have to join a random multiplayer match and just keep your fingers crossed that you sync up with a friend. They have finally added a proper friend system for people not playing this on Steam, so that's a plus. At least the quality of the mode is decent. I'm not sure if it's using peer-to-peer or dedicated servers, but it does seem to have a pretty bad problem when it comes to syncing all of the players together, where players will lag teleport all over the place and then be killed by something that appears to be behind a wall. It's frustrating and really needs some tweaking.
You big green motherfucker! You think I can't handle the heat? You think I can't handle the fucking heat? Come here!
They are promising to add this feature into the single player, letting player demons invade your single player game, which sounds cool, but at that point, I wish we could just get full co-op. Or fuck it, just give this game mod support. The reason Doom survived as a franchise for so long was because of the modability, and if id really wants Doom to be eternal, they need to open this game up to modders by the time the game stops being supported. While the game was absolutely superb, I am a little bit weary of Bethesda going forward. Hell, we had that whole Denuvo fiasco a while back. The damage has already been done by the review bombing, and while I'm confident in id Software's ability to deliver an amazing experience, it's just their parent company that I'm a little bit worried about. And with Mick Gordon leaving the franchise, leaving the music up to a completely different composer, I'm not sure what to think. And at the moment, it'll be difficult to deliver a final verdict on Doom Eternal as a whole until the DLC has been wrapped up. Which you know damn well I'm gonna make a review of once it's out. And hell, why stop there? You think that I'm done with Doom after Eternal? I still gotta look at Final Doom, Doom 3 Resurrection of Evil, sure, why the fuck not? Doom RPG? Doom RPG? Remember when I reviewed Doom Eternal and I said that it was too easy and you should play it on Nightmare? And then you guys said, it's not easy, you're just good at video games. F you, I'm sticking by that. But I think ethereal blood wizard Hugo Martin sensed a disturbance in the force and, oh god.
Oh my god!
Alright, it's been a couple of months and I know a lot of you have been excited to hear my opinion on this. Doom Eternal on the Stadia. How is anyone expected to play like this? Why do you own a Stadia, Travis? Who the f*** has a Stadia? No one has a Stadia. Save it for the Stadia review. Doom Eternal The Ancient Gods Part 1 isn't just hard, it's brutal. If Doom Eternal was classic Doom, then Ancient Gods is the first half of Plutonia. I could say that now, I've beaten Plutonia on UV since we last talked Doom. But there's a major caveat to keep in mind. If you're going for an Ultra Nightmare run of Doom Eternal's base campaign, your biggest hurdle isn't going to be Final Sin, it's gonna be the cultist base. Your arsenal isn't complete yet, you've only got 1 or 2 suit upgrades, and it's highly unlikely that you'll have a single weapon attachment mastered. Ancient Gods, on the other hand, starts you off with a fully loaded Slayer. Every mastered weapon mod, every rune, every suit upgrade, minus the Crucible. Hope you didn't get too cozy one-shotting tyrants and archies. It is a non-stop 3 to 5 hour bloodbath of skill and nothing but skill. With one small exception that I'll get to in a bit. I've completed Ancient Gods on Ultra Nightmare, and it is quite possibly the
hardest challenge I've overcome in a video game.
The skin you get for it is fine. It's just a gold edit of the Maker skin you get for free, which is fucking sick by the way, but this gold variant you get for beating Ultra Nightmare, it's a bit underwhelming. The gold Slayer skin you get for beating the base campaign on Ultra Nightmare has these beautiful highlights on the view model that makes it a bit worth it. But this is just a yellow paint job. Come on, I need more shiny bits on there. Alright, let's address the tyrant in the room before we get any further. That's not Mick Gordon you're hearing anymore. It's a bit more genty, a little less industrial, and it's Andrew Holschult and David Levy. Yeah, remember when I brought up Andrew Holschult in my Doom 2 review? I just wanted to talk about how great it was that he was working on Quake Champions, but him working on an official first-party Doom project? That's Undertale's Sans making it into Smash levels of accomplishments. And yes, I did just compare Doom to Undertale, take it up with my comments section. But yeah, it's good. I like it a lot actually. I still prefer mix work, it doesn't feel like mix work, but that's good. Holschult and Levy stuck with what they're best at. Heavy gent that makes you want to blast some fucking demons in half! Holschult's work does feel a bit lacking in the direction department. Mick's soundtrack was full of leitmotifs for characters, settings, worlds that would be stretched and skewed to fit the soundtrack. Take objectively the best song in Doom Eternal, The Only Thing They Fear Is You. From the beginning, it establishes a simple melody that the entire track goes back to, making it calmer, heavier, and incredibly easy to get stuck in your head. And then he adds this wonderful synth over it that complements it like peanut butter and demonic jelly, so much that when the same string of notes comes back later in the track, simply moving it down a key, it melts through your pants. This was something also consistent with Bobby Prince's original soundtrack for Doom. This is just what makes a Doom soundtrack feel like a Doom soundtrack. Ancient Gods, on the other hand, as said before, is overwhelmingly genty, usually repeating the same notes over and over, where the appeal isn't the melody, it's the pace at which the notes are strummed to, which isn't a bad thing at all. I mean, for God's sake, have you heard BFG Division? But even there, it gets this little choir synth sort of thing that comes in and goes woo. Holschult's work in the Ancient Gods just never goes that extra mile for me. I think the reason I'm so hung up over this is because I've heard Holschult do this Doom-style work in other games like Dusk and Proteus. It just feels weird that he didn't go all out here, and I don't know if that was his choice or the game director's. But even then, David Levy has a pretty good understanding of this. His track, The Trial of Malagog, follows what makes a Doom track sound like a Doom track, and ends up creating possibly the most Doom-feeling song in the entire game. I don't know, music is just really important to me in a game like this, and Andrew Holschult is an amazing composer, so forgive me for getting a little impassioned about this. Speaking of, I don't think I ever got the chance to talk about the Collector's Edition in my earlier review. I'm so happy I was able to pick this up, mainly for the helmet.
It is very hard to breathe in this thing.
Also got this very sexy steelbook. Best Buy gave me 2 of them for some reason. This one's way better, I don't care what you say. Also got what I thought was gonna be Mick Gordon's soundtrack on a cassette tape, rest in peace. Hot take, don't bother playing the cassette, it's nothing more than a single ambient track with some spectrograph Easter eggs that you can easily find online. And oh god, this lore book. This thing is so fucking nice. I thought it was gonna be an art book. It recalls events in the Doom universe during and after Doom 2016. It's fucking nice. Just a few more things before we jump into spoilers. I want to talk about a few features that have been added to the game since we last spoke. And none of them are the fabled invasion mode, which oh my god better make it into the game soon. The idea of my subscribers invading my campaign sounds so fun. Empowered demons are pretty cool. If a demon kills you while you're connected to the Bethesda servers, that demon will become powered up and attack another player in their campaign. Upon death, they drop health and ammo like they're a goddamn maker drone. It shakes up how you approach an arena, which makes it really fun for repeat playthroughs. It used to have the name of the player that died to them above their head, which really helped give this sense of community, especially when it's a name that you recognize, but they removed this feature, probably for obvious reasons. You can turn empowered demons off though. I recommend turning them off for a first time playthrough and especially for Ultra Nightmare. Battle mode got some updates. Allegedly, I don't play it. Alright, is it spoiler time? I think it's spoiler time. So alright, let's set the game to Nightmare and... Killer way to start with some sick riffs from Holschult, though it's gonna be a while before we hear more from him. This opening level was composed by David Levy, so after the Slayer defeated the Icon of Sin for the second time, he's teamed up with the Ark, being treated almost like their secret weapon, kinda like the Hulk in the Avengers films. Is this a code green? With the demons now in control of Urdak thanks to the Khan Maker awakening the Icon of Sin in their realm, all of creation is at jeopardy like the Khan said before her demise, with Dr. Seraphim over here believing that the only way to restore balance to creation is to return God into his physical form, who can cleanse the heavenly realm of the demons, but before we even attempt to retrieve the Father's soul, we need to reclaim the Seraphim's body being held in a super secret UAC base in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean, disguising itself as a climate and environmental research base. Is this why folks don't trust climate change? I hope you watched my Doom Eternal review where we were able to deduce that Samuel Hayden was the Seraphim all the way back then. I was right, motherfuckers, I'm not gonna sugarcoat that. But Hayden doesn't exactly want the team to know that yet, speaking of the Seraphim in third person, as if he has no ties eyes to him and hyping you up to meet him, saying you should be humbled by this mission. Fellas, are you allowed to be your own wingman? He lets it slip when he accidentally says we're retrieving the Seraphim's body. Nice job, Tinhead. But it should be a surprise to no one that the place is infested with not only zombies, but the forces of hell actively working as their security once the Slayer shows up. Hold on guys, I gotta reset my weapon attachments and runes real quick. Okay, ready, set, go. Oh god, it's so good to be back. That's the first arena, by the way. A Mancubus, Revies, Hell Knights, and ending with a Dread Knight. Ancient Gods isn't pulling any punches, feeling like a continuation of the base game not only in lore but in difficulty as well. Often you'll be seeing multiple of the same demons in the same arenas, so while you can quick kill a Cyber Mancubus with an Ice Bomb Blood Punch SSG combo, you're gonna need to be a bit more creative when you take down that second Cyber Mancubus while your Ice Bomb recharges. I personally like to falter them with the Energy Shield or the Rocket Launcher's Remote Detonate, and then go in for the second Blood Punch. It's a lot riskier though. Oh, would you look at that? Turrets! The first of the new Ancient God demons. It's a passive demon. Hit the eye with a couple of precision bolts and you're good to go. The eye will retreat if you look at it directly for too long or if you get too close, encouraging quick scopes from a distance. You can, however, one-cycle it with a well-timed sticky grenade from a distance. Freezing it also works too. You're going to be seeing these guys at their worst in this first level for the most part. The worst offender being your first real arena of the expansion, with 4 of these guys scattered across the map. But this is the worst that it gets for the entire campaign. These levels are long too. It feels almost superfluous to call these levels, given that each of them are almost twice as long as your average level from the base campaign. Though it's hard to say if that's just because the levels are massive, or if the arenas go on for too long. Okay, I shouldn't say too long because that implies that I'm having a bad time. I never really get bored of these. Some of you might, but I don't. The lock-on burst is going to be your best friend for a lot of this campaign, given its absurd DPS, able to take out most heavy demons with a single volley, and those that aren't one-shot by it often go into a glory kill state with some extra punishment. There's a quad damage in this first arena. Don't get too cocky, because once you grab that red key, demons flood into the arena combined with an electric floor. This expansion really loves its electric floors, so I hope your floor's lava skills are up to par. I like to save the quad damage for the Barons. Also, don't be afraid of the Destroyer Beam. I severely underestimated this thing in the base campaign. Sure, it slows you down to a halt, but you can bunny hop to gain and preserve momentum while charging it, giving you near full mobility with the thing. And once you learn that, you... Yeah, man, Lost Souls really got the shaft after Doom 2016. I wonder if they'll be any better here. Nope, those were the only standalone Lost Souls in the entire campaign, and you could take them all out with a single sticky grenade. What a wonderful enemy. Though to make up for it... I hope you guys have your Marauder skills in check, because you're going to be facing not 1, not 2, not 3, but 4 Marauders in this opening level. Alright, here's a quick tip. You can get a free hit on them as soon as they exit their portal, letting you get a quick Ballista SSG combo on them. I hope you're not expecting to do any of those cool Ice Bomb quick kills you might have seen at GDQ, because guess what? They've fucking patched it. They've barely patched any of the demons to make them more difficult. If they do patch them, they're often made easier. More on that in a bit. But the Marauders? No way. They want this bastard to be a challenge, so get used to killing them the way it was intended. Honestly, they're not as bad as you've been led to believe. Just keep your distance, wait for their sword beam, and 9 times out of 10 they'll rush you down and do their glowy eye move where you can deliver some punishment. They're not that hard. We've got our first secret encounter here under the scaffolding. Spoiler alert, you can win this entire encounter with a single charged destroyer blade and a little bit of whittling. Alright, show me that money shot. And yes, with no weapon points to grant, you only get half of a costume as the reward for these, which is a bit demotivating. Sure, that's incentive enough to go after them on the first run of the expansion, but after that, your only drive is going to be completionism. Are you ready for the worst part of this campaign? These fucking crate rides. I don't know why this bothers me so much, but what the fuck were they thinking with these? Maybe they wanted you to hit the switch to summon the crate before you kill all the demons nearby, but that goes against literally everything that the game has conditioned us to do. And even then, the crate still takes an eternity to come to you and then take you to your destination. Thankfully, there's only 2 instances of this in the campaign, but fuck you. I always gotta be careful in this arena. Not only is there an electrified floor, should I have an electric floor counter for this? If you walk too far down this catwalk here, 2 carcasses spawn, even if you're not done with the arena yet. Though if you're ready for them, they only take a single destroyer blade. But if you walk too far... That's right, an Archvile, not even 20 minutes into the level. And no Crucible to cheese them, you gotta fight these fuckers authentically. Alright, just gotta get the Seraphim's key and god damn it. With the Slayer acquiring the Seraphim's key, the UAC goes full nuclear and sets the place to self-destruct. Look at how little he cares, he knows he's gonna be fine. Hey, did you know that the Overdrive, while not giving infinite BFG ammo, gives infinite Unmaker ammo? This seems to have been an oversight given that it was patched out in the Super Gorness Master level update, which is a shame because this is the only reason I really gave a shit about the Overdrive power-up to begin with. And an extension, the Unmaker, because after all this time, I don't think the Unmaker really compares to the BFG in terms of ammo. Why do these even share ammo in the first place? Oh, are you locking me in close quarters with a Cyber Demon? What is this, my birthday? Slayer gates are back, so that's pretty cool. You get a BFG refill after this arena, so I like to let a BFG round loose once the big boys show up. Remember to run laps around the arena and never stop, that's how they get you. Overall, Slayer Gate was pretty fun. It wasn't as difficult as I was hoping though. Though since we already have the Unmaker and our weapon points maxed out, we need some kind of reward to entice players into the Slayer Gates that aren't one-time skins. Enter the Support Runes, the only new ability you get for the Slayer in the Ancient Gods Part 1. You can only have one equipped at a time, but that's not really a problem for me personally because 2 of the 3 don't really appeal to my playstyle. One lets you retrieve a lost one-up if you kill the demon that took it within a short time limit. It doesn't really appeal to me because I don't really lose lives till the second third of the campaign, and even then my one-ups don't really ever go below 2. Desperate Punch gives your Blood Punch double damage if your health is below 75, which I rarely let my armor go below 75, let alone my health. But then the Weak Point Shockwave, fucking awesome. Destroying a demon's weak point creates a shockwave that falters all nearby demons, disrupting whatever they're doing. It's such a simple idea, but it's so fucking powerful. Alright, pop quiz, what do these 2 secret encounters both have in common? Trick question, the answer is Destroyer Blade. Whoa, wait, a dive suit? Why the hell do I need a dive suit? Doomguy didn't need an oxygen meter when swimming through that purple jelly in Urdak. Is it because it's heavenly jelly that's also breathable? That also means that his suit's being filled with this shit. I understand that this is functionally a rad suit that recharges on its own, and it's created to make you not hide in the water for too long. From a gameplay standpoint, it makes sense, but please give me a reason why I'm able to breathe the purple heaven jelly. Thankfully, it's not used very often, only as a means to get you from one arena to the other with some light puzzle solving in secret. secrets. The Slayer rides a sub to the underwater labs holding the Seraphim's body, and there's a secret path that offers you a 2-up. It does exactly what it implies, I just like the name 2-up. But the path to said 2-up, oh that's a mouthful, doesn't open until you've gone to the primary objective first and then dive back into the water to swim back to it. It's a very odd choice. What's even weirder is that when you make it down here, the Slayer sets his sights on the base, which makes sense because it's holding the savior of the universe, but then you turn around and what is that? I want to fight that! Oh, it's the Doom Shark. Alright, here's another fun fact. There was a patch post-release that let you dash straight up in the water while swimming. We all thought that it was just them being courteous for the toxic water sections, but nope, it was because of this. Oh, another tyrant in a tight hallway? Oh, it's software you shouldn't have. Oh god, I remember this from the trailer. Alright, let him at me. Honestly, the double Marauder fight isn't too hard. Even if you're not trying, they tend to split up on their own, letting you pick them off separately. As long as you've got your Ballista and Super Shotgun on standby, you'll be fine. It's him that you need to worry about. This arena goes on a bit longer than expected. I'm not going to say too long because I enjoy the slaughter. I like to save this BFG here for when the Barons show up personally, though it might be better to use it during the second wave with all the Cyber Mancubus and Carcasses, motherfucker. The Seraphim has been located and Hayden, still trying to play coy, says he will simply transfer his consciousness into the machine as Vega did. But like Vega, we're simply restoring Hayden to his original form. The very figure who gave the Slayer his strength. The oh my god, those lips!
We have been allies for some time now. I knew who you were the moment you set foot in our world, and who you could become to us.
I'm not a big fan of the warble in your voice. I was hoping that this was only in the trailer to hide his identity, but it just sounds like that. He didn't have this in the flashback cutscene in the base game. Is it because he's being corrupted? Oh yeah, I guess I forgot to touch on that. Because of the heavens falling to the demons, Dr. Seraphim has begun corrupting into this bizarre archangel, similar to the one we saw the Khan Maker turn into at the end of her boss fight, where Hayden wants to send the Slayer to retrieve the Father's life sphere from the Ingmar Sanctum to restore his power and save himself from the demon's corruptions. What's got me scratching my head though is whether or not this means Doom VFR is canon or not. I know that was jarring and kind of out of nowhere, but hear me out. In a passing line, Doom VFR's protagonist undergoes the same neural transfer to save his life that Dr. Hayden was put through.
This hasn't been done since... Hayden.
Placing his brain into a robot exoskeleton. Was this considered by the team when they decided to make Hayden an angel? That's assuming that the decision to make him the Seraphim was decided before or during Doom Eternal's development, which I'm assuming it was. So did he make all of those UAC robots to cover up the fact that his main suit was made from Maker Tech? I don't need excuses, I need answers. Given how selfish Hayden is, I wouldn't be surprised if he just wants the father to save himself, but framing it as saving all of creation. Also, if he knew that he would suffer the corruption of Urdak, why was Hayden so quick to go back into his old body? Shouldn't he have just waited until the father's life sphere was secured? It's shown later on that the knowledge of the Ingmar Sanctum is part of Dr. Hayden's research from back at the UAC. It's not like he needed his Maker body to know any of it. Sure, he needs his Maker body to travel to the Ingmar Sanctum, but we'll talk about that in a bit. Honestly, it could just be his hubris, the very thing that he criticized the Khan Maker for. I guess history doesn't repeat itself, but it sure as hell does rhyme. And oh boy, you're never gonna guess where the Ingmar Sanctum is located.
The rest will be discarded to the blood swamps.
That's right, we're going to the blood swamps, baby! You know, I expected there to be more blood. Well, as long as it makes up for it in good level design, we'll be... Oh, Jesus. Wow, what a pushover. They only retreat to the ground if you're out of their range, but they'll sit there and relax if you're just behind cover within their range. Once you know that, then if you die to these things, hell, if you even get hit by these things, it's your own damn fault. You get your second support rune shortly after here. No support rune to complement it though. It just feels a little out of place, especially with the pink highlights. Really strange. Shortly into the mission, you'll approach the key to the Father's tomb, a means to the Ingmar Sanctum. The key is, ironically, locked away where the path splits into two. Both must be completed, but can be done in whichever order you prefer. I usually take the right path for no other reason than I want to, with each path having their own memorable gimmick. I personally like what these trials have to offer, but I'd imagine others don't. The right side offers what I'm going to dub the Wolf Trials, where you need to follow the wolf spirit from Exultia and stay within the bubble to avoid taking damage, stopping at these torches to offer you a challenge, 5 to be exact. The only one that gives me trouble is the fourth one that spawns a fuck ton of shotgun guys. Did you know that you can pop their shields with a microwave mod to expand the range of their shields detonating? This isn't the last time we'll be seeing the microwave mod, more on that in a bit. Oh hey, would you look at that, blue spirit armor in the main campaign. These are previously relegated to Ultra Nightmare, often replacing 1-ups. They're a full armor restore, essentially half of a megasphere, but it's really cool to see these being used in the main game. Look out everyone, this Baron is juiced the fuck up. Now you might be thinking, Trav Guy, those sure look like the Doom 2016 summoners, and you'd be correct, because they are. These are the same summoners from 2016 whose hatred for the Slayer is so strong that their souls manifest into a physical form, though unable to influence the physical world until possessing another demon, where only highly concentrated plasma energy can grant them a second death. I actually really like the spirits. They add an extra layer to the combat that doesn't feel too forced and doesn't break the flow, in my opinion. And as long as you're on top of your ammo management, they'll never really be a problem. If the chance ever shows up that they repossess another demon, you know what you did wrong, and you know how to fix it going forwards. They grant specific demons specific weapon resistances, but with the exception of Barons, you should always react with a lock-on burst due to its insane DPS. Spirit Barons do have slightly more resistances to rockets, but honestly, I don't care. Just be sure to avoid using plasma weapons so you have enough ammo to microwave the spirit within. The weird thing is that they always drop a blood punch refill upon death. I like that it has a unique drop model, but it's a weird reward for taking down a spirit. Shortly after our first spirit encounter, we make it to the first trial of the Father. Before you make it to the final wave, your only concern is going to be the spirit Arachnotron. But again, the final wave throws 2 Archviles and a Hunter at you. I like to take down the first Archie as fast as I can and then BFG the second one. That way the Hunter gets caught in the crossfire. Alright, time for the left side. Oh come on, I know there's a Whiplash around here. Where are you, you snaky fuck? Alright, so the right side had this turret Marauder mini-boss, which really wasn't a problem, but the left side... Oh no. Oh no. Fuck the buffed Marauder, honestly. Not because he's hard, but because I swear that it breaks his AI. Remember how I said that you just need to wait for his sword beam and then he'll rush you afterwards? Oh, he rushes you alright, but half the time he won't even attack you and often just stares at you point blank like a caffeine-buzzed kid in Times Square. This must be how people felt when fighting normal Marauders. If you can go into the match and his AI doesn't break, he's actually not that difficult. I don't know, maybe they'll fix this going forward. The left side has the gimmick of these moving block puzzles. If you could even call it that, your goal is to destroy parts of the environment to allow the block to move from point A to point B. Oh no, another tentacle. You know what I really dislike though? These foggy arenas. One of the reasons I love this game so much is because information is fed to the player quickly and efficiently. If you die, 9 times out of 10, it's your fault and you need to take away what you did wrong. But then if you take away my eyes, I suddenly feel like my control of the situation is taken away. You gotta fight a Spirit Arachnotron and a Hunter in these conditions, as well as deal with these exploding plants that slow you down if you're caught within their AoE. It's just rough all around. I could have done without the fog. Alright, I have it in my script that these are rumored to appear in the next master level once that comes out, but between now and writing my script, it actually has come out, and it is true, the fog is there. It's not as bad as it is in Ancient Gods, so I guess that's a plus. I don't know. Alright, so tell me how you feel about the invisible pinkies. Yep, invisible whiplashes. It's like id Software knew that the best way to take out a whiplash is with the lock-on burst. You can't lock onto an invisible target, though it's honestly not that bad, it just gives me a means to whip out the destroyer blade instead. Alright, here's another fun fact. There was an update earlier that allowed specters to flash when they're ready for glory kill. You could still glory kill them before, but you could only tell by their animations. Again, I feel this was simply added for the whiplash's sake. The secret encounters here are at least a bit more of a challenge, doesn't really stand out too much sadly. Whew, someone called J.J. Abrams. Alright, a buff totem spawns as soon as you begin this trial, so get ready to fucking fly. Honestly, the left side's trial is a lot more fun in my opinion. We've got tyrants, barons, spirit-possessed barons, the gang's all here. With the trials of the father complete, the real trial finally begins. The trial of Malagog. Who's Malagog? Certainly not that fucking GameCube. Honestly, this isn't really much of a boss fight, just run circles around the map and wait for the GameCube to open its eye. The eye is set to close once a certain damage threshold has been met, but if you have a weapon with a high damage output, you can deal more damage than the threshold is supposed to allow, letting you 3-cycle each of the GameCubes simply with the precision bolt and ballista. Once the eye is slain, simply punch the GameCube into the barrier of the key and watch the fireworks. Lather rinse 4 times, once with 2 of them, and there you go, congrats on dealing with the eyes of God. Oh, you must be Malagog. Or Bob, I guess. Hello, Bob. Alright, I'm gonna say this right now, the Ingmore Sanctum is fucking beautiful, and I love the alien look of the structures. There's just something about the purple and blue sky, it's great. Hayden already beat us here. He offers nothing but motivation to grab the father's life sphere. Again, why did we need his maker body back so soon? He could've just watched us through our suit like we did in Urdak.
Hurry, retrieve the father's soul sphere.
Wait, soul sphere? You mean these things? Is that what I've been collecting this whole time?
This is the father's sphere. Will save me.
Oh, so now all of a sudden your save us has become save me? I'll show you save me, you selfish fuck.
This is the Dark Lord's life sphere. He'll take physical form if you do this.
Alright, so let me explain what happened here. We already know from the lore codexes that the father is too hesitant to kill the Dark Lord, opting to separate his physical form from his soul and damn him to a sad existence. But even with his soul separated, he's been able to influence the forces of hell. Doomguy seems to know this too, that if the father is restored to full power, he won't have the balls to end the Dark Lord's reign for good. And destroying the father's life sphere is merely the first step in breaking the cycle of hell's reign for good. So as the Dark Lord is returned to his physical form and slain, he and the forces of hell outside of their domain will cease to exist. And thankfully, the Doomguy fanboy intern aiding us from the ARC, knows all of this too. Do you think he's actually a Doomguy superfan, or do you think that he's actually the wretch who gave the Doomslayer his armor in 2016? I mean, the suit does have UAC and Helltech merged together. This is a real theory that my server has. You can join the server for $1 a month over on Patreon. Do I believe it? Not 100%.
Okay, I'll take that as a yes.
But he's more than happy to to portal us to the Luminarium to revive the Dark Lord so we can kill him.
Alright, ready for launch, Doom Guy. I'm sorry.
Wait, did you guys hear that low health jingle? The Luminarium is required to let anyone in as long as they pass the trial of Malagog. It's tradition. A tradition that we're about to take full advantage of to end the cycle once and for all. Just be sure to swap out a rune for the Chrono Strike rune here because... the Blood Makers, or Blood Angels, whichever you prefer. Much like their Maker Drone cousins, they still go down with a single precision bolt to the head and drop a fountain of health and ammo, but they're completely invulnerable until they put their guard down to attack. They make the same sound that Marauders do when they're vulnerable, so just keep your ears peeled. Ears peeled, eyes, whatever. You also might not know that these guys have glory kills. You're just incredibly unlikely to see them because it requires not going for the insta-kill. Alright, here's another piece of useless trivia that I haven't seen anywhere. In Eternal's main campaign during the Conmaker fight, she has these Conmaker drones that hover around the arena. I assume that they were some sort of like elite guard variant because of their crimson robes. But now with the extra context of the ancient gods, it's obvious that it's something else. The Bloodmakers were those elite Maker Angels corrupted by Hell's influence. So I think I can confidently say that these crimson drones are the result of Hell's corruption over Urdak, even foreshadowing the Conmaker's transfiguration into that beast at the end of the fight. Yeah, that's not what the Conmaker looks like under the metal face. I'm 95% sure that metal face is their natural face. The Holt rests on the edge of the heavens, guarding the Luminarium. It's unknown if it's always looked this dark and blue, but I'm guessing this is also a result of the corruption left by the Icon of Sin. And you know who else was left here?
The demons now move freely through this world. Without the Conmaker, and since the awakening of the Icon of Sin here, the seal has been moved.
Yep, Vega's back. Or should I say God. I kind of feel bad for damning Vega to a life permanently as an AI, but I guess we gotta do what we gotta do. Like Minecraft. At least the secret encounters are a bit more interesting here. I beat this one by forfeit simply because the spirit wasn't left with any demons to possess. Strange, but I suppose it makes sense. Thankfully, there's another Slayer Gate for the final support rune, though I thought the challenge inside was a bit lacking. I had a bit of trouble with the Marauder here, but that was because of my own stupidity and lack of initiative to take out the other demons that were giving me trouble. It was my own damn fault.
Oh, what's that? They updated it?
Hold on, let me see. Oh! Oh my god! Alright, I'm gonna be honest. The Spirit Marauder wasn't as hard as I was expecting him to be. I'm not gonna say he was easy, this was definitely a challenge. He's essentially just a buffed Marauder that takes longer to kill. The carcasses were the true villain of the Slayer Gate. Honestly, I think I had a harder time with the 3 Archviles at the beginning than I did with the Spirit Marauder. Speaking of my own damn fault, fuck this room. I have no idea what it is about this room, but it was responsible for ending 2 of my Ultra Nightmare runs. It seems so easy to deal with. It's not even the invisible whiplashes that took me out, it was the Dread Knights. Fuck, this 2-part arena is also a big highlight for me. It's kind of hard to forget. Oh man, you're really upping the ante. Now we have electric walls? Ooh, id Software is getting ballsy. Oh, you thought you'd be able to make it through the campaign without facing off against a spirit-possessed cyber demon? Alright, here's a tip. Take out the other cyber demon first. A Doom Hunter spawns at the other side of the map, but he'll just sort of sit there for a while until you get too close. This leaves the spirit cyber demon there to just shoot it till it dies. I really love this split path here. Only one is required to finish the level, but both are required to unlock the final codex entry, which talks about how Samuel Hayden resurrected himself as a human to aid the UAC out of fear that they were underprepared to deal with Hell, guiding and saving humanity from its own mistakes, literally divine intervention, and that his later robot body allowed him to do what the other Seraphs couldn't, set foot in Hell to locate the holy warrior that he created. I love this game. The left path spawns a bunch of pinkies surrounding by blood punch refills. Pro tip, pinkies die instantly to a blood punch. But the right path spawns a ton of shotgun guys and an overdrive. Poor Dr. Hayden, slowly dying to the body that he came back to.
Your reckless mission ends now.
Oh, that's gross. Welcome to the 5-part final boss. Parts 1 and 4 are a duel with Hayden directly, 2 and 5 revolve around killing his 2 spirits protecting him, self-explanatory, very fun, but also fuck the spirit pain elemental, he can fuck right off, and phase 3 is avoiding Kako demons as the walls shoot lasers at you. I like to farm them for armor. The direct fight with Hayden is simple, though fun. I recommend quick swapping between the ballista and the precision bolt, or taking the brunt of the damage with your chain gun's energy shield. Though by phase 4, he teleports around the room like a goddamn Dragon Ball villain, which can be annoying because at this point the Bloodmakers start endlessly spawning, though that also means near infinite ammo, without having to use your chainsaw as long as your reaction time is in check. I'm really not a fan of these floating eyes that deal AoE damage. They can be taken out with a couple of lock-on bursts or precision bolts. Would you believe that these floating eyes also ended one of my Ultra Nightmare runs, making it all the way to the end just to die to a fucking eyeball? I wish we got more than one glory kill on this motherfucker. It's not even to finish the fight, it's just to wrap up phase 2. But with Dr. Seraphim almost literally knocking on heaven's door, he's saved in the nick of time by Vega, who doesn't seem too upset by our transgressions, but not too thrilled either, threatening that our actions are irreversible. But with nothing standing in our way, it's time to wake the devil. Hold on, wait, why are those seraphs not corrupted like Samuel? You know, it's been 5.5 games, and we only just now get to see what the devil looks like.
Among them, as only the strongest could rule the demons. It is you, in their world.
Oh, he's me. Alright, buckle down, because I've got some theories. The wiki said at one point that he takes the form of Doom Guy, but as we saw in the Book of Seraphs Part 7, this is the form he's always had. You know what I think they're trying to imply? I think they're trying to say that Doom Guy's existence from the very beginning was orchestrated by a higher power to become a holy counterpart to the Dark Lord, someone equally brutal to take on the Demon King, with events in his life like assaulting his commanding officer before the events of Doom 1 to being placed in the Divinity Machine, all orchestrated under the radar of the Dark Lord by the Father. The Father elected to be rebuilt as an AI by Dr. Hayden so that he can continue his work without being detected by the Dark Lord, and Hayden even says this to us when we return him to his maker body.
I knew who you were the moment you set foot in our world.
Why would the Makers know who Doom Guy was before he became the Slayer? They're clearly not omniscient, otherwise the Khan Maker would have known that the Slayer brought the Betrayer's plot MacGuffin to free the soul of the Icon. So it's not like they just knew because, oh, they're God, of course they know. I cannot wait for Part 2. I can only hope that whatever gimmick, if there has to be one, is a bit more interesting than the support runes. They left a lot to be desired. I really hope David Levy and Andrew Holsholt come back and crank up their tunes a bit. And God, I really hope the fight against the Dark Lord is a lot like Jacob's fight from Dusk, where he's just bunny hopping all over the place just like you. God, that would be so good.
You were never one of us. You were nothing but a usurper, a false idol. Your honor and duty are nothing. You suffer in silence. You will die for their sins. To
The Ancient Gods Part 1 was a bloodbath, and I loved it. Doom Eternal's first post-launch campaign delivered some incredibly fun, albeit difficult challenges, alongside twists and turns that sent the Doom speculation scene into overdrive. Hype surrounding Part 2 was off the charts, and after months of near silence enduring Hugo drip-feeding us information week by week with nothing to show for it, we were finally graced with a trailer, and with it news of when we would finally get our greasy fingertips on the impending campaign. Tomorrow? Alright, right off the bat, let's start with the music, because that was a big topic in my last video, and I feel like I should address it here before it's too late. Part 2's soundtrack is a huge step up from Part 1, once again helmed by David Levy and Andrew Holsholt, and oh boy, if you were upset that he only got a couple of tracks in Part 1, then you're in for a treat. Andrew Holsholt composed well over half of the OST this time around. A big complaint that I had last time was the overabundance of monotone djent focused on for many of the songs, and I'm happy to say that nearly every track in Part 2 addresses this concern, as if someone saw my video and specifically tailored the soundtrack to fit this criteria that I set. I'm not taking credit, it's just an interesting coincidence. The djent is often accompanied by a melody, or the djent itself is complex enough to be the melody. Yeah, we've got the metal choir back. I'm not sure if these are the same samples used for mix work, at least when it comes to Holsholt's compositions, but man, even though he's only got a couple of tracks here, David Levy once again delivers my favorite track of the campaign. A track so intensely doom-feeling that I think it comes close to rivaling my favorite piece from Mick, The Only Thing They Fear Is You. My god, do you hear that double bass pedal? There are very few ways to my heart, and one of those ways is with a double bass pedal. There is one more track I want to bring up, but as you might guess, it's for the final boss, so I will hold my thoughts until we get there. But before we get started on the campaign, there are a couple of points I want to bring up, and once again, neither of them are the invasion mode, god damn it. I know these things take time, I'm not going to be upset that it's delayed, just man, the title screen music has been changed to a piece by David Levy, and let it be known, I think that this piece is fine. And if this was the title screen piece that we had for the entire game up to this point, I wouldn't even mind in the slightest. It is, however, the precedent of it that really bothers me. I hope that this change is more to reflect the current state of the game, because my initial impressions upon hearing this was one of concern, that this might be the beginning of id Software wiping and replacing Mick Gordon's work from the game after his departure, implying more tracks later on would be replaced by David Levy, which, god, I can only hope that that is not the case. That would just be pouring gasoline onto a still burning fire. Ancient Gods 1 got nerfed. Some folks were pretty upset about this, including myself at first. The opening areas of UAC Atlantica were made significantly easier, and you know what they say, first impressions are everything, so it felt fair to say that the shift in difficulty was true for the entire campaign. But y'all can rest easy knowing that this is only a minor nerf in terms of pacing, and most of the difficulty here is still intact. According to Hugo, this was all done to address balancing and pacing concerns, and after beating it once again, I can say with certainty that the campaign is mostly untouched, and there are little reasons to get upset over such minute changes. Some of them I think were actively good changes, like introducing a spirit to you with a Hell Knight instead of a Baron. Seriously, whose idea was that? At the point of recording this voiceover, Hugo has said that they are reverting the balancing changes back, which I'm not totally sure how I feel about. Alright, well, like before, let's boot the game up into Nightmare and... okay, alright, this is new. A good addition for newcomers to the series, and I think it brings more good than bad to the series. But this screen pops up every time you want to start a new file, including Ultra Nightmare attempts, which can be a bit tiresome over time. Oh yeah, if you're expecting some Ultra Nightmare rants for Part 2 akin to Part 1, I'm sorry to disappoint. I finished Ultra Nightmare on Ancient Gods Part 2 on my very first try. Equate that to Part 1 where it took me almost a week of non-stop trial and error to secure that Ultra Nightmare victory. That alone should speak volumes to how much easier Part 2 is than Part 1. We open the campaign the way that I'm sure most of us expected, continuing right as Doomguy returns the Dark Lord into physical form and greets our malevolent doppelganger the only way Doomguy knows how. Could you imagine if that worked? First impressions led me to believe that it was the Dark Lord who disintegrated the SSG blast, but for reasons I'll go into in a bit, I think that this is a side effect of the Luminarium, a holy place where no blood can be spilled. I mean, he flinches when he gets shot at. He totally expected to die right there.
No blood can be spilled in this holy place.
The Dark Lord, surprisingly civil given the situation, says their battle will come and he'll be waiting for the Slayer in the capital of hell, Imora. Bring on the title drop. Alright, I'm on the record saying that this riff was by Holschult in the last video. It's not, it's David Levy. A lot of you corrected me on that. And now that I've educated myself a bit on their work, yeah, I could totally hear that this is indeed not Holschult. That's my bad. Seems like Vega isn't at all upset over us beating Samuel to a near pulp despite our transgressions. He's still giving us a hand in our journey, guiding us to Argent Denur to alert the remaining sentinels of our mission, and gaining passage to the World Spear, a massive sentinel crystal embedded itself in the planet, and ground zeros for the sentinels' advanced technologies, as warriors would be granted fragments of the crystals if they were deemed worthy by the Wraith's guardians. That's right, we've got some Wraith lore here. Those same alleged godlike beings that were enslaved by Hell to produce Argent energy in the well. Also, yeah, I'm going to be calling the Father Vega, because this will get really confusing later on if I keep calling him the Father. Just go with it. And right away, the gameplay sets the tone for us. Where Part 1 opened with an onslaught of heavy demons, Part 2 is easing us in a bit slower, with only a couple of fodder demons and a cyber mancubus, able to be easily killed with an SSG blood punch. No ice bomb required like I previously thought, but for now, it's just your basic platforming, but with one incredible new addition. I can't believe it took them this long to think of grapple points, but I'm happy to see them here. Using one doesn't immediately put your meat hook into cooldown either, so as long as it's just between these grapple points, you can chain these grapples back to back pretty swiftly. You just can't reuse a point until you touch the ground again. It's fair enough to me. Oh, come on, I know there's supposed to be an ambush here once I pick up this armor. What's going on? Come on out, you bastards! Alright, so I planned to take out the shield guys with the destroyer beam after I hit the pain elemental with the arbalist, but the splash damage took care of them for me. Oops. And then we're on to our first true arena of part 2, with a brand new friend to add to our bestiary. Screechers, a modified fodder demon that acts as a buff totem upon taking lethal damage, and I love these guys. They act as a bit of a difficulty slider for more experienced players and an obstacle for less experienced players. Where some might try to avoid the extra punishment and avoid triggering the Screechers, I like to activate them on purpose, giving me some extra challenge, at least when it comes to this opening level. And this philosophy of scalable difficulty is something that we'll be touching on more as we continue. Their buffs are more of a middle ground between buff totems and spirits, probably why the color purple was chosen. Don't you love color theory? Where Screech demons can't be faltered or frozen like spirits, but can still have their weak points blasted off. And to wrap this guy up in a nice little demonic bow, their buffs aren't permanent, so if you really wanted to, you can play this game of keep away while you wait for their buffs to wear off. Ah, looks like the wolf trials return. Freeing the ectoplasm pupper from his cage is the easy part. It's the wolf arenas themselves you need to worry about. But honestly, I didn't mind. It's just a few fodder demons and a buff totem. The most dangerous demon here is a juiced up Hell Knight, and only if you don't see him coming. And if that trial rubbed you the wrong way, you can take your anger out on these pinkies that are once again lined up ceremoniously with these blood punch recharges. You ever wanted to see the bastard child of a marauder and a baron? Armored barons, fitted with a mace capable of destroying flesh and soul alike, according to the Codex. The Marauder comparison is a bit of a stretch. It's really the green flash that sells that feeling. It's practically a baron with an extra layer of protection, that once that extra layer is broken off, either with brute force or a timed precision bolt to the mace, it becomes a regular baron again, though only for a moment. Imagine if a cyber mancubus was able to regenerate its armor after being blasted off. That's exactly what's going on here with the cyber baron. I'm gonna call him the cyber baron, I hope you don't mind. You only get a short window to deal legitimate damage, and I think that this is a fun change, and like its armor, adds a nice layer to the combat. Also, cooking their armor with the microwave beam just feels incredibly satisfying. The way that it gets all red hot makes me feel like that lava guy from Iron Man 3. Gideon, Million, I don't remember. Looks like Empowered Demons got a nerf as well, dropping only a fraction of the ammo we were used to. Honestly, I'm mixed with this approach. I figured having a harder demon reward you with an ammo refill was a good trade-off, but it's not the end of the world. This arena with the Hell Knights over the toxic sludge here made me really nervous in earlier playthroughs. I would hesitate to use the lock-on burst out of fear of triggering the Screechers, but no, I was just overthinking it. Even triggering the Screechers, it's not that big of a deal. Oh, come on, I know that there's supposed to be a Mancubus here. Is there another one of these things? Really? Again? Oh, great Mountain Dew dog, show me your wisdom. That is shit wisdom. Yeah, I hope you like the purple goo, because it's back in full force, though this is the worst case of it in the campaign in my opinion. You can, however, meat hook jump out of the goo to render it practically moot, so that's nice. I still lost a life in this arena though, so I'll give it that.
I'm detecting an energy signature from Commander Valen.
Wait, Commander Valen? The Betrayer? It's been a minute since we've seen that guy. I was hoping they'd bring him back. He tells us that his son's soul is at peace and he's atoned for his sins. And I guess as a gift for freeing his son's soul from the Icon of Sin, he awards us with his trusty sentinel hammer, the Hellbreaker. Which I admit comes out of nowhere, but fuck it. It's awesome. Also, the name Hellbreaker I think was only used in the trailer for Tag 2, so I'm not sure if that's the canon name.
Take the Hellbreaker. May it serve you well.
Though Valen is talking to us a lot like King Novik did back in the base campaign, appearing almost as a specter of himself. I thought that this meant that King Novik was dead and talking to us through a manifestation of his soul. But Valen is still alive, so through this single interaction here, I'm left wondering, what the hell is King Novik doing and where is he? But anyway, yeah, here's the hammer, and it's absolutely busted. As you could probably guess, this thing was the reason I was able to clear Ultra Nightmare on my first try, and I hope it won't be that way for long. Charges are replenished through glory kills or destroying enemy weak points. Full stop. There is no difference between a glory kill on a fodder demon or a tyrant. Glory kills as a whole recharge your hammer, alongside only needing to break 2 weak points to recharge. So you can easily grind a full hammer charge off of a single Revenant or Mancubus. That's probably why the first demons you see after picking it up are our favorite skeleton friends. But what does it do? It is a full stun AoE, faltering every demon nearby for enough time for you to get out of whatever pickle you might be in, and can be comboed with the Flame Belcher Ice Bomb to replenish armor and health points respectively. If used as intended, this can keep you alive through the roughest arenas. Now, I will give the game benefit of the doubt. I've been playing practically nothing but Doom Eternal for the past year, so maybe I just picked up this mechanic really quick, and I found the best usage for it faster than the casual player. That's totally possible, and I need to keep reminding myself that this game isn't exclusively meant for me. Doom is for everybody. But as you'll see later, I kind of find it hard to imagine that they didn't expect players to heavily rely on this thing. Spirit or Screech demons seem to be the only affected demons that seem to be truly immune to its stun, though still dropping ammo. Oh yeah, this thing also drops ammo from every demon affected by the hammer. They don't even need to be killed, just in range. This thing is a long-range chainsaw and ice bomb rolled into one weapon. However, Spirit and Screech demons cannot be faltered, so these demons pose as a counter to a hammer-reliant playstyle. The thing is, Spirit demons can be shredded into atoms by merely a few rocket volleys. Oh, that never gets old. Oh, but you know what does get old? Stone imps. Rejuvenated imps born from the volcanic pits of hell, with a hide as tough as stone, which is a lore-relevant way of saying that they're near immune to practically all of your weapons, but are distinctly weak to the auto shotgun mod. Yeah, this is a not-so-transparent attempt from the devs to make the auto shotgun used more. Now, I've become a little bit of an auto shotgun apologist, more specifically the instant salvo mastery perk when it comes to fodder demons, but I feel like there could have been a better way to handle this. The codex says only intense vibrations can pierce its hide, but isn't getting peppered by bullets in general a good way to cause said intense vibrations? They still glory kill the same and instantly break when caught in the Sentinel Hammer's range. They also homing attack around the place with a very distinct sound. The Sonic joke has been done to death, but honestly, it's deserved. And if you played this in an earlier build, they blow your fucking ears out upon being glory killed. This alongside getting instantly jibbed when hit with the chain gun's energy shield. Not just killed, but fucking jibbed. This has been patched out of the game though, sadly. I recorded my playthrough of part 2 for reviewing purposes in the middle of the game receiving its first balancing update. So this is the only footage I've got of this shield bash quick kill, sadly. Doomguy approaches the Torch of Kings, a beacon meant to rally the forces of Argent D'Nur that's been inoperative since the Makers turned to the demons, so a really long time. Looks like the Sentinels here got a facelift too. That's pretty nice, though it's not the last instance we'll see of content being reused from Doom 2016's multiplayer. Doomguy lights the Torch of Kings, signaling to the remaining tribes of Argent D'Nur of his mission, essentially a call to arms against the remaining forces of Hell, and that he seeks passage to the World Spear. And who else to be our chauffeur than a goddamn Skyrim dragon? Hello, Todd.
All of this just works.
Ah, I missed the snow. It's been a minute since we've had a snowy setting in Doom. And you know what else we haven't seen in a minute? Mandatory gore nests. Gore nests were relegated to optional encounters in Doom Eternal, but here in Tag 2, at least for the moment, they're back to what they were in 2016. Pop the heart pimple and slaughter some demons to get a move on. But as you might guess, there is a bit more to it. Upon completing these escalations, what the game calls these Gore Nest encounters, you're awarded with an upgrade for your Sentinel Hammer, a mandatory upgrade for the hammer. And yet the Gore Nest still remains, offering players additional challenges if they so desire, building off that scalable difficulty that I described earlier, and I love this. I wish the rewards were more than simply cosmetics, but the fact that the challenge exists here in the first place is fantastic. They are required for level completion, so if you're going for 100%, it's not like these rewards are for naught, and these Gore Nest rematches are easily some of my favorite arenas in the campaign, topping this one off with multiple Archviles and Doom Hunters. It's fun. Turrets are back from part 1, which I admit I was not very thrilled about, but they've been balanced in a way that I think was a pretty good call. The eye now remains exposed for a short couple seconds before retreating back into the pillar, now giving you enough time to quick swap between the precision bolt and the ballista, making that sticky grenade trick a thing of the past. A nice change if you ask me. Wait, a blood maker? Aren't makers not able to move outside of Urdak? Is what I thought to myself, completely forgetting that maker elites coexist in Sentinel Prime? That's just a mistake on my part. It's the maker drones that can't leave Urdak. So we know that if we see any of those fuckers around here, then something's definitely wrong. Anyways, blood makers have become a relatively non-threat to me. Just prep your microwave beam and that'll stun them as soon as they're vulnerable, giving you more control over hitting them in the head. Sometimes it just completely negates their armor altogether, which I haven't found a reliable answer to, so there's a chance that this could be a bug, but hey, I won't look a gift glory kill in the mouth. Or through the mouth. The pacing in this arena is a little awkward though. Bloodmakers spawn one after another, making me think that these guys spawn endlessly, which isn't the case at all. It just felt a little misleading.
He is worthy.
I don't care how cheesy this whole moment is, I fucking love it. God, look at that view. The Doom Slayer, as small as he is compared to the scale of the history of this place. It's all beautifully effective storytelling. Doomguy approaches the entrance to the World Spear covered in eyes, which might suggest a higher omniscient all-seeing entity above what we've all seen. And this thing is spouting out energy off the charts, more than what we've seen from Urdak. If you ask me, I think that it's these orange crystals inside the World Spear. Those things can tear a hole through anything. I joke, but remember how Hell only needed 3 wraiths to create a near endless supply of Argent energy for their cause? Yeah, those aren't scales you're seeing on the walls. Those are more wraiths. Upon obtaining the Sentinel crystals, seemingly watched over by other Seraphs for some reason, the intern locks in a location, the Gate of Devum, the only known portal to the capital of Hell, which, get this, is back on Earth in the possession of the UAC. Codexes say it was Vega, as the father, who created the Gate of Devum, leading a lot of people to wonder why it's on Earth in the first place. But I think that this is just a case of sentient and Hell technology falling into the hands of the UAC. Nothing too surprising here. Looks like the Slayer has also become an icon to the world, with people taking his mark and turning it into one of hope and inspiration that the battle against Hell will one day be over. Oh no. Cursed Prowlers, seemingly a green recolor of the Prowler demons at first blush. And assuming that you don't get hit by them, that's really all he is. The Cursed Prowler drips necrotic magic from its claws, where the only way to lift its curse is to destroy the caster, which is a lore way of saying that if you get hit by him, you're in for a hell of a ride. Try not to panic. I know that it's very easy to set your sights immediately on the Prowler as soon as you're tagged, but be sure to stock up on armor, health, or possibly even ammo if you're in this situation. Doomguy is unable to dash or lock onto the Prowler with any lock-on weapons when he's in this state, and the Prowler becomes invulnerable to every weapon in your arsenal, minus the Blood Punch, meaning once you're hit, this turns into the most awkward game of tag that you've ever played in your life. However, the Prowler becomes a lot slower to compensate as soon as you're cursed, and you can still meat hook onto other nearby demons, so you just gotta play it a bit smart. This does not mean that I love the bastard though. I think that he needs some serious balancing going forward. Keep the consequence of not being able to lock onto him, so I can't cheese the fucker, but maybe make him spirit levels of resistant to weapons rather than purely immune, with blood punches being an instant kill to reward you for getting in close, but having other methods to fall back on. I think that there are good ideas here, but I'm not happy with this execution. At least he makes a noise now when he spawns. He didn't do that when the expansion first released. And yeah, by now you've probably put it together that every new demon introduced in part 2 is a variation of an already existing demon, which people have been visibly divided on. I personally don't mind and welcome this approach to new demons though. While I probably would have given the Screecher a unique model and maybe add some rougher bump maps to the stone imps to give him that rocky look, this is ultimately a fine model. Mostly. Oh, hey, it's the Gauss Cannon! Nice to see that get a bit of love outside of 2016, albeit only in concept art form. We also see the BFG container and some unused demon concept art. Made me think of the Carcasses concept art. Have you seen that thing? Looks like a completely different monster at one point.
Power restored.
Wait, do I get to punch the train? Uh-oh. Yep, the chain gunners are back. I, along with many others, lost our collective shits when we saw this guy show up on the store page, which made it all the more saddening that he's a pathetic glass cannon of a fodder demon. Now, you could argue that the chain gunners were glass cannons in the original Doom 2 when compared to the rest of the demons, but when put side by side with his hit scanner brethrens, he was definitely the meanest of the three and always a high priority, rising to popularity from expansions like Plutonia, which yes, I will cover one day, please keep asking me. But these guys are arguably the weakest of the gunner fodder demons with their added weakness to explosions, being instantly staggered by a sticky grenade or just straight up jibbed by a remote rocket. Now this isn't exactly a bad thing. Their indestructible shields add another layer to the combat in a way that I think fits and can certainly be a nuisance if they're chilling behind some heavier demons. It's the legacy of the original demon that I feel is diminished here, turning one of the most iconically infuriating enemies into explosion fodder. Well, that was lame. This gore nest is a treat too. Not only is the arena a ton of fun to navigate around, but it's the first time that we see a marauder in the campaign. For context, this is the second mission of part 2, where part 1 had 4 marauders alone in its opening level. It's clear that part 2 was intended to be more innocuous than part 1, but as long as the optional challenge still exists for more experienced players, then I haven't got a problem with it. Anyways, right, the marauder. Yeah, the Marauder gets absolutely dismantled by the Sentinel Hammer, extending his falter long enough to let you one-cycle him with nothing but SSG ballista swapping. I hope you anti-Marauder folks are rejoicing with this one. And yeah, you hear that dazed sound effect he makes now? That's across the entire game, not just DLC Part 2. And personally, I think that this is a great addition. Yes, it is very cartoony, but this series sort of always has been, even the serious one. But even from a practical point of view, this queue is telling players exactly how much time you have to punish the Marauder, which will be great for first-time players. I don't care if you think it's cartoony, this is gonna make the journey easier for incoming players, and I think that's pretty great. And as if the hammer couldn't get any more overpowered, this Gore Nest grants your Sentinel Hammer with higher armor and health drops from burning and frozen enemies when struck with the hammer. God damn. I don't have a ton to comment on regarding the optional second wave. There's an Archvile that I like to save my BFG for, and a Spirit Hell Knight can be a surprise, but aside from that, there's not really much to say aside from it being a fun time. Ah, look at all those hammer charges. Well, don't mind if I do. Ooh, Okay, well I will say this. I did not exactly miss these swimming sections. These ones are harmless, thankfully, only taking you from one arena to the next, with nothing but a hammer charge if you really need it, which I typically don't. And hey, no oxygen meter this time. Some of you pointed out that part 1's oxygen meter was less of an oxygen meter and more so for the ocean pressure when he's in deep waters. And hey, that makes sense. Hey, do you guys remember the Unmaker? This Turbo Pinky is the only time in the game that I find myself voluntarily using the Unmaker in part 2, which is a big shame. Remember how exciting it was to see this at the time obscure piece of Doom lore hit the mainstream? Ever since they patched out the Unmaker Overdrive, I just haven't found the same use for it, which is sad because now the BFG is just infinitely more useful than the Unmaker, where I only really save it for tanky spirits, kinda like Samuel's Pain Elemental. Shortly after this Turbo Pinky though, us fellow Codex enjoyers got a massive truth bomb dropped on us. The revelation that the Dark Lord, Davoth, was the true father all along, the first being and creator. And Jakad, also known as Hell, was the first realm connected to all others. Davoth, wanting the best for his people, vowed to make the people of Emora immortal. Oh, now I get it, Emora, immortal, nice. In his search he created the Maker race, acting as seekers to find the secrets of immortality. But upon learning that mortal flesh could not bind to an undying soul, the Makers partook in a coup, declaring the true father a threat to free life and stealing his powers of creation and title, imbuing it in the father's first creation, Vega, who took up the mantle of the father and created Urdak, as well as the Khan Maker, who had no knowledge of the original father. Though while Davoth was sealed away and his title and powers stripped from him, he still had influence over the physical realm, nudging the universe towards his own agenda. He convinced then Seraphim Samur that a chosen one would come to them to usurp the Khan, and left behind a fragment of his own being to be used in the Maker's divinity machine, giving rise to the Doomslayer after many died in the process, all orchestrated by the Dark Lord as a plot of revenge against the Makers who betrayed him. Though I guess he didn't foresee the Slayer being such a powerful force that he'd end up destroying his own legions of hell in the process. Oops. I mentioned in my last video that I believed the events leading up to the Doomslayer's rise, from his birth to the events of Doom 1 and so on, were all orchestrated by the Dark Lord as a way to demonstrate how great his influence really was. But literally days ago from writing this, Hugo Martin shot this theory down in an interview with Tyler McVicker. Oops.
You know, he didn't make Davoth. I mean, he didn't make Doomguy. Like, Doomguy was born, and not by the hand of the Dark Lord. The Dark Lord simply exposed what was already there.
But that really doesn't make sense. If the Dark Lord did not have hands in the Doomguy's birth, then A, why do they look the same? I guess that'll be established later. But B, they make a big deal about how mortal men can't just simply become immortal. So how come the divinity machine worked with him? They're implying that there's something else at play here, and I don't know if we'll ever know. Why aren't you bald? This tiny arena here, assuming that you're not stocked up on BFG cells, can really kiss my ass. It's a lot like that tiny arena near the end of part 1. With all the Dread Knights and Spectre Whiplashes, it's a tight enclosed space with a lot of pressure demons that, when buffed, can deliver a lot of punishment. I've got the hang of it now, but this was the closest an arena came to ending my Ultra Nightmare run. And it's even more brutal once you realize that the glowing purple Screecher effect is invisible to these Whiplashes. Cool. Alright, that was just embarrassing. I'm sorry, man. I'll let you live after that. The level tops off with another pretty solid arena, bringing back that familiar UAC facility aesthetic that we've stuck with and come to expect from the series, with a lot of verticality to it as well. Again, there's not really much I can comment on about the arena itself, but it's certainly a highlight. And that's about how I would describe Reclaimed Earth as a mission. A bit more of the same, but done very well. The Slayer approaches the Gate of Davum, activating it with the Sentinel Crystal from the World Spear, turning out to be one of the more violent slipgates we've seen in the series, fitting given the context. Man, you know, if you think about it, the Slayer standing in front of the capital of Hell like this, we're literally at Hell's Gate right now. This sequence is incredible. Davoth's got his own Praetor suit, albeit compensating for his mortality, calling his demons into actions in a way that beautifully reminds me of the opening of Doom 64, which given Hugo's attachment to the game, wouldn't be surprising if this was an inspiration for this moment. When all of the sudden, bam, fucking Valen shows up with an entire army of Night Sentinels, mechs, and dragons in a moment that feels ripped out of Avengers Endgame, and I'm not complaining even in the slightest. I'm not even gonna question how the hell Valen and his men then were able to stir up a slipgate to Amora after all the work I had to put in for it. This sequence is just too good and incredibly rewarding for players who have stuck around with the lore for as long as I have, even though they kinda seem to be neglecting it. Oh no.
Come, brothers! Let hell tremble before our might!
I have goosebumps. Oh, you thought the spectacle was just for the cutscenes? Fuck no! This shit lasts nearly the entire level. Massive Atlan Titans taking on enslaved Hell Titans. Endless hordes of Hell soldiers clashing with Sentinel soldiers. Yes, that is the Doom 2016 multiplayer lightning gun, and yes, that is a UAC gun, which doesn't make sense, but fuck you. I love everything about this. Mostly. We'll get there. The Gore Nest is probably the most underwhelming moment of the level, which really says a lot. I thought it was a fun challenge, sure, but like Reclaimed Earth, I don't really know what to comment on other than, hey, there's maker drones here. Us codex enjoyers already know why that is, but for folks ignoring the codexes, this is a pretty subtle hint towards Hell being the first realm now that the Khan is slain. Jesus Christ, extended days? Alright, this is getting a bit ridiculous. I'm sorry, what?
Leave me alone, Dread Knight! I'm trying to watch the kaiju battle! Go for the rocket kick! Yeah!
This is the greatest day of my life. I take it back.
Torch his face off!
Oh, what is this? A catapult? Do I get to fire it this time? Oh, wait, don't tell me.
Yeah!
We had no idea Hell had their own technology.
Yeah, sure looks like Maker Tech to me. Really makes you think about all of that lore we just read, doesn't it? Ah, well, that's a demonic citadel if I've ever seen one. I'd wager that's where the Dark Lord is waiting for us. Oh no. Demonic Troopers. The only truly new demon with a big asterisk at the end of demon. Now, if you're like me, you instantly checked the codex before mowing these guys down. And from here, they sound pretty threatening. They cannot be glory killed and cannot be chainsawed. That sounds good for an enemy near the end that you can't grind resources off of. But they have practically no health, able to be killed with the slightest output of damage. Even the meat hook alone is enough to make them pop. And yes, they are carrying the Reaper from Doom 2016 multiplayer, which has led me to dub the city of Amora Recycle City. Ironic for being the first realm in Doom canon. All aboard the boom tube! Oh, what's this? Double Marauders? You know I have the hammer, right? Ah, now there's a big boy. Fuck it, I want to fight you at your best.
Yeah, hurt me more, Snake.
There you are, you big red motherfucker. I'm coming for you in your funny mech suit. This is the final big arena of part 2. A bit short, but a lot of fun. I like to save my BFG blast for the moment that the Cursed Prowler appears. You know, for how much people hate this guy, he only appears about 4 times in the entire campaign. It's also kind of weird that the arena caps off with a Cyber Baron and not the Spirit Baron. Why not a Spirit Cyber Baron? I don't care if that would fuck up his weak point. I want to fight the Juiced Robo-Man. Yo, is he gonna ride the ship or... Oh. I am so happy. What the fuck was that sound? Alright, I'm gonna be honest, I'm not sure how I feel about this being the final arena right before the final boss of Doom Eternal. It's enjoyable, but it's just a marathon of stone imps and a near-endless supply of shotgun ammo. It's kind of confusing. This is something that belongs in the World Spear level, shortly after meeting the stone imps, not in the capital of hell right before the devil fight. It just leaves a sour taste in my mouth as we head into the final boss. As the Slayer approaches the Dark Lord's chamber, he loses connection with the intern, leaving him as he was when he started his demon-slaying adventure, Slayer, alone and with his own thoughts. But you know who isn't alone? Davoth. I'm not sure if he's in cahoots with these ancient gods as the subtitle puts it. First off, I thought these were seraphs, and second, I thought Davoth and Vega were supposed to be the campaign's namesake, but okay. Anyways, hi Dad.
You bring violence and war to thwart the Dark Realm, but conflict was born in Hell. It is inevitable. A fire that fuels creation and gives purpose where there is none.
Okay, but did they consent to that purpose? Being used as a living battery is purpose, sure, but is it ethical? Alright, I take it back, he's got a cool suit.
The Dark Lord is here!
The Slayer comes face to face with the very being responsible for all of his rage. The Mars base, Daisy, his alleged family, all separated from him by the deity in front of him, in a fight spanning across dimensions and possibly even time. More on that in a minute. Yep, he's a super marauder, and I love it. Now look, I'll be the first to admit that concluding the end of the Slayer saga with essentially a beefed up marauder, the most controversial demon added to the game, is gonna turn some heads. But if you know me, you'll know that I love the marauder and what he brings to the Doom formula. And I think that it just so happens to be that the way that I personally play Doom Eternal feels like the playstyle that the Dark Lord was balanced for. Now, that is not an excuse for the fact that you can beat the first phase of this boss fight without even moving, but it also meant that when I heard people didn't like this fight, I was genuinely surprised. At first, when you're ready to attack, you need to stand close enough for him to pull his sword out, but not too close that you get hit, and at that point, you need to be on your toes for that green flash. Hitting him makes him vulnerable for about as long as a marauder would be stunned for, which of course can be extended with the Sentinel Hammer, which can be recharged by these wolves he sends out, or by the infinitely respawning fodder demons around the edges of the map, meaning that you really don't have an excuse to be out of hammer charges unless you just used it, and that's how I personally play. If I know that I can get a resource back after using it, my first thought is to replenish said resource. He even uses some of the game's logic against you, dropping his own health charges whenever you get hit that he absorbs. He is literally framed here as your doppelganger, or I suppose you're his doppelganger, I don't know, it's complicated. Okay, this is the time part that I mentioned. We all know that the Hell invasion was stopped on Earth, so what is this then? Is it a nightmare projection, or are we going back in time? Regardless, it's pretty fucking cool. I feel like I'm in a battle that's about to be written about in ancient tablets. The Dark Lord also takes a note from the Slayer's chain gun with a shield bash, a not very threatening move in my opinion since it's fairly easy to dodge if you're paying attention, but now he summons 2 wolves at a time instead of 1, and that's the cool thing. As long as you're on top of your hammer game, you can use your hammer to instantly destroy his wolf specters, replenishing your ammo while also recharging your hammer. It's very rewarding. Also, for whatever reason, during the second phase onwards, he's far more vulnerable upon being faltered, letting you combo a few hits in before using the hammer. I like to use the SSG and Ballista, followed up with the lock-on burst and frag grenades after the hammer. The experimentation here is a lot of fun for me, trying to min-max as much possible damage in such a small window. And in the chance that you don't have the hammer ready for the wolves, I like to microwave them because of the concussive AoE. I guess you could say that I like my dogs microwaved. Nope, okay, I should probably cut that. And yes, your ears are not deceiving you, the soundtrack is indeed a medley of multiple Doom tracks throughout its history. I'm gonna play you just a few of the referenced tracks that I heard, and these are just the obvious ones. I'm sure that there's plenty more than what I've found. Honestly, all that's missing is the Doom 64 theme, and it would be perfect. I wouldn't be surprised if it's in there. After the second phase, we get a more explicit lore dump for the folks that aren't up to date with their codexes.
Tell him.
He is the first being, and my creator. When he fell, I ascended.
The Dark Lord uses Vega to confirm that he was once the true father, and that Vega, his first creation, usurped his power and title. And for once, we finally get some motivation for why the Dark Lord and Hell is doing what it does.
They lied to you, Slayer. Amora and its people would have been perfect.
Out of anger to the ones who betrayed him, he vowed that anything made by the false father's hands will be unmade by his, and all of Hell's armies were merely trying to strip away what Vega had created.
As all things were made by my hand, so shall they be unmade, starting with you.
Oh, Unmake. Let's try the Unmaker. Well, that was underwhelming. The BFG does next to nothing as well, which is also pretty stupid, but I guess you could use it against his hordes of demonic specters, which can also be taken out with a single hammer swing. Again, that's kind of underwhelming. He now throws Hell Knight specters at you when he summons his dogs, but because of the absurdly reduced health of these specters, you could take him out with just a few pot shots. Again, if you're on top of your hammer resources, this should be a non-issue, and with enough punishment, the Slayer defeats the Dark Lord atop the Ingmor Sanctum, with Doom Guy, reasonably wanting to save for the moment, removes his helmet in full view for the first time in several decades, assuming that you count this little close-up window from the classic games, where the Dark Lord, knowing that he's been bested, oh, that's not supposed to be there, asks the Slayer if he has any words for his creator before he strikes him down.
Have you nothing to say to your creator before you strike him down?
I'm so happy. The Dark Lord is slain, his physical form fatally wounded, and his soul sphere shattered, and with his death all demons outside of Hell are snapped away. With Doomguy, likely due to the energy of the Dark Lord fading from his system given to him from the Divinity Machine, collapses, being sealed in a coffin by the Seraphs who have been watching over his journey, only to be awakened whenever he's needed again. Unless he's fucking dead. I enjoyed this ending. I'm glad that it wasn't all rainbows and happiness, and the ending has genuine consequences for the Doom Guy. I'm only saddened that he's not able to enjoy the universe that he spent his whole life fighting for. The ending does come a bit suddenly. It reminds me of a lot of the G-Man endings from Half-Life when Gordon is suddenly ripped away and placed into stasis, and if they want to save the Slayer for a future story, this is a good way to preserve him. Not to mention that we still don't know the beings who created Davoth and so on, so there is still a lot to explore in the Doom universe. We also don't know who the Wretch is, which is one of the few characters that I genuinely expected to be fleshed out from this point in the campaign. And now that we know the Dark Lord created the Makers who betrayed him, the Wretch doesn't even need to be a demon, but literally anyone or any race that betrayed him. I'm eager to see where the Doom series goes from here, but for now, I think the series and Doom Guy has earned its rest. Though I feel like some people have come away with the wrong message from this, mainly regarding the Dark Lord. While yes, he was overthrown and banished for wanting the best for his people, which is something I'm sure we can all empathize with, that doesn't exactly mean that he was a good person. I think that this all hinges on whether he knew that making his people immortal would destroy their mind and will. If he did and still strived for immortality, then yeah, he deserved to be cast out. And if he didn't, yes, the Makers and Vega should have communicated this a bit better. But seeing how he reacted with universal genocide, it's like when people said that Thanos did nothing wrong. I loved The Ancient Gods Part 2, but I'd be lying if I didn't say that I wanted it to be a bit harder. This is more of a personal thing, but with Part 1, I spent nearly 2 weeks straight checking challenges off of the achievements list and trying to experience everything that it had to offer. With Ancient Gods 2, it was literally 3 play sessions through Nightmare, Ultra Nightmare, and 1-Up mode. And that Barbarian skin you get as a purchase reward for Part 2 probably rubbed some people the wrong way. But I think that saying that Part 2 is actively bad is partially the result of unchecked expectations. People thinking that it would be more than it really was. It's like when people unrealistically expect a character to show up in a Marvel property and then saying that it's terrible because their pipe dream never happened. I think that if you see The Ancient Gods Part 2 for what it is, being more levels and a conclusion to the Doomslayer saga, I personally think that it delivers, and it's all that I really wanted. And then you cut forward in time, and who's waking the Doomslayer from his coffin? It's the fucking Doom 3 guy! You thought Sigil 1 was hard. It was. Have you ever wanted to crush a cyber demon? First, we just gotta make it through these opening few encounters because this is probably the hardest part of the expansion. Shoot this eye trigger, pray that some of these guys start infighting, and pick up a shotgun off of one of the shotgunners. Alright, good. If you need to, you can hide behind these little lamp posts here and shoot the enemies on the other side of it that can't hit you, which is pretty nice. Oh, I'm sorry, did I say shoot? I meant punch, because we don't have a lot of ammo at this point. This is ultra violence, motherfucker. Otherwise, this expansion would just be, fine, at least. Still a visual spectacle of Doom mapping, as expected, and the fact that every single one of these maps accommodates for at least one cyber demon, at least on ultra violence, is an impressive feat. And yes, I said every map here in episode 6. It's actually one of 3 constants between every stage here in Sigil 2. Fire blue is pretty important this time around, no longer indicating upright portals and instead being an indicator of a sort of super secret, rewarding players that can spot this clusterfuck of a texture wherever it's hidden. It's kind of like the eye triggers, except now reserved only for these secrets here. Except since this is on UV, this means we're only getting a single armor point half the time, if we're lucky. Our last constant is a more dickish part of Sigil 2, timed secrets. Loot closets that close their door 30 seconds into the map. It's not as bad as they sound, most of them are pretty close to where you start and you don't really need to hustle too much to find them. It's just that this first one in E6M1 is probably the most dangerous because you gotta jump right in front of you with a cyber demon. It's probably why this one gives us a berserk pack and blue armor right at the get-go. If you're not going for this secret, then you gotta do this little cemetery ambush moment, but now that we're here, we can get a better angle to take these guys out. Sigil veterans may feel comfortable seeing those little orange triangle blocks down there in the lava, but don't fall for them like I did. Those marked teleporters back in the last episode, but they don't right here. They do later in the episode. I think this is just here to throw you off because Romero loves doing that shit. Romero's changed the rules this time around. They work in isolation with this map, but if you're jumping in right after playing Sigil 1, there's gonna be some consistency issues. You don't even have to shoot the eye triggers to raise this whole twisty bridge here. There isn't even a secret at the end that you have to work towards to. John is just stringing you along for the ride. Okay, so here's the thing, right? Yeah, we have an invulnerability that we're gonna use to kill the cyber demon, but before you go in guns blazing, there's actually a switch here that activates a crusher, but you have to sort of lure him in it and make sure that your body is blocking him. At least I think you have to. I fucking panicked and fell into the lava. God damn it. That's right, answer for your crimes against God, you horned demon. That guy didn't even play his death sound down there. It's now my headcanon that every cyber demon in Sigil 2 actually is the same cyber demon hunting us across the whole game, just like how I originally thought the Marauder and Doom Hunters would be in Eternal. Look, if you were following those early announcement trailers, can you really blame me? Congrats on overcoming Cursed Darkness! Nothing from this point will be even half as difficult. Honestly, I was considering pistol starting for this video, but if you want a pistol start analytical Doom content, you should just watch Decino instead, and I'm not in the market for stepping on Doom toes. Oh, there's hit scanners outside. Great. Okay, shoot through these demons to the left real quick to make it to a violent and hateful timed secret, which stocks us up on bullets. Even if you missed the chain gun in the last map, you could find one right here. It's not like Romero is really trying to load us up, because even if you could reach the backpack in this level, you won't reach this timed secret in time, so it's not really anything to get too excited over. Besides, I ended up wasting it all on the cyber demon. Yeah, you thought you could escape me with a little portal crusher trick, huh? Dirty deeds are often done dirt cheap, and you could just shoot through your own cover. Yeah, I don't know. Violent Hatred. It's a good level so far. Not really that hard. The main courtyard has a bunch of Cacos and Pinkies and a Baron that we could sort of lure into infighting each other. That's kind of the most exciting part, though. At least I found a backpack during one of my...
And now let's thank our sponsors.
World of Tanks! Ladies and gentlemen, step right up to immerse yourselves in the ultimate excitement of armored warfare with World of Tanks, the game that throws you right into the heart-pounding action. World of Tanks offers an unparalleled combat experience. Choose from a vast collection of armored vehicles, from iconic tanks of World War II to modern monsters. Each tank has its own role, power, and unique strategy, ensuring an adrenaline-pumping experience every time you hit the battlefield. Customize your tank with upgrades upgrades, unlock special skills, and dominate the battlefield like never before. Explore detailed maps and engage in a variety of exciting game modes tailored to your preferences, whether you crave that intense team strategy or thrilling duels. World of Tanks delivers it all. You can join a global community of millions of players, take parts in special events, earn exclusive rewards, and prove your worth on the battlefield. It's not only a game, it's a whole network of community where strategy and camaraderie reign supreme. So don't let this opportunity pass you by. Download World of Tanks free today using my special code and join millions of commanders worldwide. Sharpen your skills, forge alliances, and become a legendary force on the battlefield. Get ready, Commander, because victory awaits. Alright, Twilight Desolation is when it starts getting wacky. We just shimmy past the Cyber Demon here to get a plasma rifle before we even get the rocket launcher. Actually, we get the rocket launcher right afterwards, that's nice. The Fire Blue secret is just a single zombie man, so if you're going for 100% kills, you have to get this. That's a good incentive, as if rocket launchers and plasma rifles weren't enough. Oh, and a BFG here too? John, you're being so generous. It's not even a marked secret. That'll be real nice when I go into this room that's full of shotgunners and God knows what, and nothing else. It's not for nothing though. There's still some energy cells in here, which I'm definitely gonna, you know, hold on to. I'm not really complaining because of the music. Yeah, Jimmy Paddock's back for this one, and of course he's got some bangers. What do you expect? I've had this melody from Cathedral Rock stuck in my head since I started this project before we even put out the Sigil 1 video. I can't get it out of my head! This time Thor, spelled with 2 R's, is doing the digital soundtrack of the game with full CD quality music. I'm just kidding, it's 2023. What do we even call this? Music that's bigger than 2 megabytes? They proudly show people playing Sigil 2 with their soundtrack on top of their Twitter page, so I'm sure that they are relatively more okay with someone using their soundtrack in a YouTube video. I'm still not risking it, but it's actually really good. Like, this is way better than the Sigil 1 Buckethead soundtrack, which, according to the comments section, seems to be kind of a low bar. It's hard to sell you on it without playing any of it, and I'm not going to, because it apparently is still getting picked up by the YouTube copyright system. I'm not gonna risk it, but their riffs are heavy, their bass drum is incredibly distorted, which sounds amazing, and still has some squiggly guitar solos that sound like they're really, like, Metallica inspired. Exactly what Doom needs. I'll provide a link to a couple of the songs. First one is Vitriolic Vendetta, and the other one is, I don't know yet. It'll be a surprise. It's really good. Give them a listen, give them a follow. They only have like 70 followers on Twitter. That should change. All right, I lied. I'll play you like 3 seconds of a track. We can take one of these portals down here to pick up some of the Fulbright goggles so that we can make our way over to this room with a ton of barons in it and not, you know, have a hard time. If you're not quick enough to kill them, this little red wall comes up in the way to just like block your shots, which is kind of funny actually. It's not really annoying, it's just kind of a nuisance. Even if you have a hard time, there's still some blue armor in here, even some cells in another secret. Fittingly, you really have to keep your eyes open for these Sigil eye triggers this time around. They're mostly for secrets. That's okay with me. All right, after that whole baron room, the path to the end is open and, fuck. The Cyber Demons are making me more claustrophobic. I don't like that. Hope you have enough health left after that because we got a rocket jump, as in shooting the wall to launch ourselves with the rocket into the secret exit. Actually, no we don't. We could just strafe run right here. Welcome back home, Mr. Doom Guy. Does anything else feel familiar to you? I'm not even mad that I missed out on the time secret at first because I was just having too much fun chain gunning everything in my path. It's like that switch just flipped on in my brain and reminded me, oh yeah, I'm playing a Doom game. Let's just fucking kill shit. Awesome. All right, now I gotta restart because I missed the secret. If you missed the plasma rifle in the last level's time secret, you get one here for free, so that's pretty nice. You've probably noticed that this level's starting to look a lot like Doom 1's Knee Deep in the Dead. Spoiler alert, even if you go right into E6M4, the aesthetic is still very similar there too, so either way, you're gonna be getting that retro feeling, which I think is what Sigil 2 is is going for here. Where Sigil 1's first episode started us off in the sort of viscera-filled demons and brimstone and all that other hell stuff. Sigil 2 is starting us off in that aspect, and then pulling us back into the sort of militarized Union aerospace vibe that's been reabsorbed by hell. Maybe that's just winning some brownie points over for me, but I do feel like this is a genuinely really good level. It's a classic Doom labyrinth that isn't too difficult to navigate. Well, okay, no, it is difficult, but you're not really gonna get lost or even lose where you're going. Weirdly enough, the deathmatch map that was made for this level is also part of the single player level. It's just filled with demons here. It's an interesting way to reuse it, I guess. You get a supercharge and some armor here, so it's not like it's for nothing. Though you might want the blue armor before you go into this next part, because we got another, you know, waste storage area? Is that what you think of me, John? The opening to this track always makes me think of System Shock. Is anyone else? No? Okay, I think I'm just going through withdrawals. Alright, well this level does definitely have some knee-deep in the dead moments. Aesthetically, it does actually feel closer to Inferno, so I may have lied a little bit. The Cyber Demon in this part's been a little bit gamified. You gotta open this switch to run past it to grab the red key, and only really the splash damage from his rockets can hit you while you're running past here. Assuming you don't fall down, which thankfully I didn't. Other than that, I don't really have much. We got a Crusher sequence, but it's nothing like the one back in episode 5. Honestly, aside from that also being a Crusher sequence, I feel like it's pointless to compare these two. After you shoot the wall texture eyes on the other side of it, which aren't the traditional Sigil eyes, but they are still eyes, so you know to shoot them, you gotta run back out of this Crusher sequence, and if you're not fast enough, the Lost Souls and Spectres are gonna body block you back in there. It's annoying, it's fucking frustrating, and it's exactly what it needs to be. Oh, did you hear that voice crack? I think I'm hitting puberty, guys. There's a BFG behind this wall if you need it. I needed the cells. Actually, no, I didn't. I just kind of left it there. Really, it's a pretty safe level until you get to the end of it. Not only is it a really cool set piece with all these glowing red lines that I like so much, but it's multiple levels of this like giant staircase that you gotta drop down, each of them having their own shotgunners and hit scanners on them. Once you take a step down, you have to go all the way back down and fight a teleporter to get back up. There's no stairway back up for us. It's like we turned Doom Guy into his own sort of human pachinko game. Man, I miss Metal Gear. Carrying on with our knee-deep in the dead callbacks, this level is sort of like our toxin refinery. Oh yeah, did you catch that? I just walked backwards and picked up a supercharge. Yeah, do that. You kind of need it. I'm once again blown away by John Romero's ability to map lighting into his levels. This hallway is just so cool. You have the broad lights from these lamps on the walls, but also the more direct light coming from the dim lights on the ceiling, whatever the heck those lights are called, creating this really weird pattern on the floor that looks abnormal at first, but then, you know, it starts to click for you. You're like, oh, okay, I get it. That makes sense. I get why these sectors are lit this way, but I don't get why Jimmy had to go so hard on a soundtrack for a goddamn toxic sludge factory. Do you hear like the little flourishes that the guitar MIDI does at the end there? Like the doo-doo-doo diddly diddly. It's so good. I love it. God, I love you, Jimmy Paddock. Please let me give you money to redo my old theme. Remember when I had a theme on this channel? Man, I haven't used that in forever. It doesn't even stop there. It turns into like this part that I'm pretty sure if this was composed with real life instruments that it would sound a little butt rocky. But in this MIDI format, god damn it, it sounds so good. Try to see it from another angle. What, no other Red Vox fans here? Memories lie, momentum memory, another light? Come on, guys. It has the exact same 3 opening notes, and that's just how my brain works. I hear notes, I think of another song. That's a compliment, I swear. Look, Barons that we can BFG. Or at least 2 of them. One of them got stuck in the hallway. Well, you know what they say. 2's a crowd, and 3 is also a larger crowd. Damn it. Alright, that was a pretty cool reveal for the Cyber Demon. And look, he can barely move, meaning that we could probably... Man, 6 maps in and we only just now get to telefrag one of these motherfuckers? That's not even the only cyber demon in this map. Hey, you know what's cooler than an outdoors toxin refinery? The secret underground nuclear plant! Yeah, so after all that, there's another cyber demon up here in the sludge. Thankfully, we have a rad suit, so he's not too much of a problem, but, well, actually, no, but BFG. But wait, there's more! It's actually pretty cool. There's this little sequence at the end where all these pillars come down with a few enemies on them as you make progress through the little area, each of them having eye triggers on them to open the next part. It's actually a pretty cool sequence. I liked it a lot. Alright, dude, chill. We only got 3 levels left. Just hold on. Vengeance Unleashed has probably the scariest cyber demon yet, and that's saying a little bit. Narrow corridors and right-angle turns means that if you're not gonna make it out of the way of the projectile of the cyber demon, then you're still gonna get hit with some splash damage. How did I say that so fast? I don't have a ton to say about this one, but it's a good level. I really like this elevator puzzle here where you have to open up more and more parts of it that open midway through the elevator. I thought that was pretty cool. But Romero must have set up that little 3 Baron jump scare in the last level to lower your guard, because this one actually fucking got me. I go into this room just chain gunning everything away, the lights go out, I'm already disoriented, and then I see these other Barons just come out of nowhere. I really have no reason to be afraid. I use a BFG on them, I'm feeling pretty good, but like there's this sort of catacomb wallpaper in the background that's throwing me off because if I'm moving too fast, I can't really tell what's what unless I'm judging it against the grating on the floor. It's cool, I like it. I like feeling disoriented like this in a Doom game. I have a gut feeling that if I pick up the ammo over there, then that cyber demon's gonna come out of that chest-high wall, and I want to keep him back there for now. Yep, I knew it! Descent into Terror is probably one of the most vertical maps in the classic Doom lineage, assuming that we're even counting Sigil 2 as a classic Doom campaign. There's a lot here, except it's a lot like the final level before a boss in really any Doom episode, where it's throwing a lot at you, but I don't really have a lot to say about it. Aesthetically, it's great. It has this really funny moment where I step onto an elevator and fall down and get ambushed by 2 shotgunners. That was pretty cool. Aesthetically, a highlight for me is this moment that feels really reminiscent of the Crusher sequence from Sigil 1, but it's parts coming from the floor raising upwards. It's not even a crusher, but it looks really similar, probably because of the computer. Did that lost soul just come out of a secret? Oh, it's okay. He was only guarding one of the 70 berserk packs in this level. Don't know why there's so many. I'm not even confident enough for a fist parade in this. Fuck that. This part was pretty cool too. You walk into this room, pick up the shit on the ground, and then you hear something behind you lowering in the walls. I don't know what it is. I feel like I'm missing something. Maybe it's something out of my view, and then BAM! A lost soul just comes out of nowhere. It's a great moment if you don't see it coming. And this castle aesthetic right before the end of the level that leads you into the final level of the game, absolutely beautiful stuff here. A great final-ish level. Alright, let's wrap this up. The music track here starts off a bit slow. Honestly, I thought that maybe I had my music muted at first. It was so quiet. But no, it's doing that metal album thing where some of those songs have like that 5-minute opening and then it goes into the heaviest riffs you've ever heard in your life. I'm talking Strapping Young Lads, New Black Polyphony into the New Black sort of slow start. Metallica 1 kind of slow start. Less so the latter. And it's a fucking banger. Did you hear that? That's the sound of me missing the timed secret. God damn it. There's a lot of secrets in this map, but with the exception of the fire blue secret and the timed secret, all of them are these eye triggers, which is a nice way to bring this whole little expansion set into a full circle, just like the little green one behind those eyes. Not like you really need them though. Once you activate the blue switch and make your way over, you just get loaded up with health and ammo. You can even come back to this during the final fight. Speaking of... Yep, it's just 2 cyber demons and a mastermind, and these ones are way easier to get to infight, but it's a little bit trickier this time than Sigil 1's final level. This spider mastermind may have 3 times as much health as the normal mastermind variants. That doesn't stop the cyber demon from absolutely obliterating them, even if only one of them is infighting with it. And because of the spread of the spider mastermind's chain gun, it's really easy to get them to infight. If you're lucky, you can get both of the cyber demons to infight on the spider mastermind, but really if you just get one of them, that leaves the other one wide open for you to just plasma gun to death. I wouldn't really recommend BFGing from this distance. It's not as effective. Alright, actually, the final enemy is a single Baron, which you reveal by hitting the switch over here. It's a timed platform, which is a really weird way to end this little sequence. I guess maybe they expect you to fall into the lava below. I don't know, but the normal exit texture that we walk into to finish the level raises up, showing us all the, like, bones and shit on the inside, which is a unique way to sort of wrap up this whole thing. Manages to give a feeling of mystery right before we get the ending credits text. We did it! Satan erred at trying to kill you, and his only option now is to flood the earth with every demon he can. That's right, fellas. We gotta prepare for Hellion. I had to look that up. Apparently it's Romero's next project using Doom 2 after Sigil. Kinda cool that it's part of this little canon thing that he may or may not care about. Yeah, wouldn't that be something?